Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Reese. Midnight clings to my apartment windows like a dark promise. Cool, silent, absolute. Perfect. I thrive in the hush, in the solitude that lets me slip into a world where I control every threat and every outcome. My world. I live in a renovated factory loft on the edge of downtown Baltimore. The place has character. Exposed brick walls, wide industrial windows, and a high unfinished ceiling crisscrossed by steel beams. By day, the space floods with sunlight, but by night, it becomes a cavern of shadows and quiet that I find comforting. The distant hum of traffic provides a low, constant thrum, broken only by the occasional wail of sirens that never quite lets you forget you're in a city grappling with its own darkness. I don't mind the reminders. I grow up amid noise, shouting neighbors, squealing tires, street music that pulses at all hours. It's the stillness of the after midnight hour that gives me clarity. And right now, as I settle into my gaming rig, that clarity is exactly what I need. I run a palm over my VR headset, a custom piece of hardware I build with salvaged parts, and some bleeding-edge modules I quietly borrow from one of my early projects. It's sleek, matte black, with no visible logos. I never allow corporate branding on my personal gear. I answer to no one but myself here. Possibly tens of thousands of spectators are online to watch the Global VR Championship. They're all about to witness Red Spectre in action, though none of them has any idea who's really behind the avatar. That's part of my skill. Anonymity. No one expects a lean 31-year-old black woman with an ex-military background to be the deadliest sniper in the VR tournament scene. Not in a world so steeped in machismo that even the high-skilled female gamers are often ridiculed or scrutinized. That's fine with me. I like being underestimated. A small LED strip across my multi-monitor setup glows faintly. The screens display the final countdown before the match. 5, 4, 3. My heart gives a single measured beat, my focus sliding into place as naturally as breathing. Once the game's interface loads, the environment glimmers around my avatar. A neon-lit dystopian cityscape stretches on one side, a futuristic desert compound flickers on the other. The developers outdo themselves with the final championship map. Tall, monolithic buildings cast angular shadows over dusty terrain, while luminous billboards advertise fictional future products that lend a surreal, cyberpunk vibe to the battlefield. My avatar, Red Spectre, spawns atop a half-collapsed skyscraper, sniper rifle balanced with lethal grace. I scan the environment quickly, appreciating the vantage point. In the periphery of my display, the crowd chat spikes with excitement. A comment feed scrolls by faster than I can read, but I catch glimpses. Red Spectre's unstoppable. Is it true he never misses? Who is this guy? They always say guy. I mutter under my breath, my voice low and steady. It's not anger I feel, more like satisfaction, a private thrill at how little they know about me. I lift my gaze to the top corner of my HUD, where my custom coding overlay scrolls constant data. System usage, ping rates, security alerts, nothing out of the ordinary, yet. The game announcer's voice booms through my headphones, though I keep it dialed low enough not to distract me. I tune in just long enough to hear him introduce the final championship match and mention Red Spectre as the favorite to win. With a slow, controlled inhale, I center myself. Ready. A single pull of my digital trigger, and the match begins in earnest. My first shot hits a rival sniper perched across the map before they can even see me. The crowd roars in the background, the chat feed exploding. I pivot, take out another enemy, scaling a distant skyscraper. My kill count rises on my screen. Adrenaline pools in my veins, but it isn't nerves. It's pure focus, a razor-sharp awareness of everything around me. Each bullet feels like an extension of my skill. Each enemy kill a small piece of perfection. I navigate the VR city with a mixture of stealth and boldness, never lingering in one spot long enough to become a target. I know the map's hidden alleys, sniper nests, and infiltration paths better than I know the layout of my own apartment. Reese, I remind myself in a half-whisper, you've got this. I need no pep talk, just the grounding sense of my own name to hold me in reality. After eliminating a third opponent, I switch to an infiltration subroutine I spend weeks coding. It allows my avatar to melt into the environment, hijacking the simulation's back end to create a hidden corridor. The game's devs constantly try to patch my methods, but I always stay a step ahead. The crowd might not realize what I'm doing, but those with a good eye see a glitchy ripple in the city's holographic barriers. My scoreboard flashes with another kill. My lips curve into a smug grin, though I temper the emotion. Complacency leads to mistakes, and mistakes lead to defeat. I grow up in East Baltimore, where mistakes can cost more than a game. They can cost you your life. I pause behind a digital crate to assess the field. Teams scatter, alliances form and break in real time. I see two players teaming up to flush me out of my sniper nest. Clever, but not nearly clever enough. In my peripheral vision, the code stream scrolls, a comfort, a friend. It's the language I learned to speak long before I learned the intricacies of social cues. For me, code is clarity, logic, an escape from the messy unpredictability of the real world. Machines and numbers never lie. They either work or they fail. That's when a strange flicker jolts the data feed. My code jumps just a fraction of a second, and the lines of text that are so familiar seem to warp, as if an invisible hand reaches in and twists them. What the hell is that? I crouch lower in the game, letting an enemy sniper's shot whistle harmlessly past my avatar's shoulder. My actual heartbeat kicks up, a subtle warning that something is off. I stare at the scrolling text. Another flicker, a surge in data usage. Could it be a glitch on the tournament servers? But no. The pattern feels deliberate, like a coded attack. A small line of malicious code tries to slip past my usual defenses. It takes a lot of nerve and skill to try hacking a high-stakes VR championship. It takes even more to go after Red Spectre's rig. Stay focused, I hiss, flicking my scope to the enemy. I tag them with a clean headshot and feel a surge of satisfaction as the kill is confirmed. But my triumph is short-lived. The flicker in the system repeats, and now my entire screen stutters for a heartbeat. No. This isn't right. My rig is bulletproof. Metaphorically speaking, of course. I build custom firewalls layered like an onion, each one more complex than the last. Nobody should be able to slip into my code so easily. I glance at the scoreboard. I'm still on top, but it doesn't matter. My mind is already whirling, searching for the source of the intrusion. I quickly open a private console line, typing a few rapid-fire commands to scan for suspicious processes. A partial match pops up, then disappears before I can lock onto it. Across the cityscape, the match clock ticks down. Barely 30 seconds left. Another bullet whizzes by in the game, snapping me back into focus. I jerk my avatar behind a digital barricade, my chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. This is a final championship, and I'm within reach of the ultimate win. Yet the usual bulletproof calm inside me is replaced by a slow, creeping violation, as if a stranger has stepped into my bedroom, uninvited, and rummaged through my most private things. The match is almost over. I force myself to breathe. I might not know exactly who's trying to hack me, but I won't let them see me sweat. Not now, I whisper, leveling my sniper scope on the last remaining target. I don't lose. One shot, a perfect kill. The scoreboard locks me in as the undisputed champion. Neon confetti rains down in game, and triumphant music thunders in my headset. Normally, I relish this moment. Top of the ladder, best in the world, Red Spectre unstoppable. But my heart pounds too hard. The data feed has gone still, as though the intruder was never there. That alone is suspicious. I tear off my VR headset and blink away the swirl of color. A faint sheen of sweat dampens my forehead, and I wipe it with the back of my hand. My monitors still display the game's results, the chat feed spiraling in wild celebration. Thousands of viewers chanting Red Spectre's name, or the name they associate with the unstoppable sniper they assume is a cocky man behind the screen. I lean forward, crossing my arms on the desk. "Who are you?" I mutter, staring at lines of code that look normal but feel wrong. There's no sign of the malicious presence now. A typical hack leaves traces. Junk data, partial infiltration logs or something. This one is clean, like a scalpel slice. That tells me the assailant isn't just a random gamer with a vendetta. I try to steady my breathing. Next to my desk sits a half-empty mug of black coffee, gone cold hours ago. I consider taking a sip, but decide against it, my stomach too tense for caffeine. Instead, I tap a quick series of commands, pulling up my custom security suite. The software beeps as it initiates a deeper trace, scanning for Trojan files or backdoors. While the scan runs, my gaze drifts across my loft. My bed, unmade but still neat enough that it betrays the military corners I once learned to fold with. A battered punching bag in the corner with gloves tossed beside it. A half-finished circuit board on my workbench, next to my actual job's top-secret hardware mock-ups. To the world, I'm an unassuming cybersecurity consultant with a knack for advanced encryption and AI. In reality, I'm embedded in some of the most classified digital warfare systems on the planet. That's the normal me. Red Spectre, she's the unstoppable ghost I become at night. If someone dares breach my system, it likely isn't just a casual troll. I wonder if it has anything to do with my day job. I make a fair number of enemies in government circles, men who hate being outsmarted by a woman who quietly outperforms them at every turn. My direct supervisor likes me just fine, only because I get results. But the rest? Hard to say. A beep signals that my trace program is complete. I scan the results. Nothing. No infiltration logs, no suspicious DNS addresses, no footprints. My firewall reads as pristine, yet I see that spike in data usage with my own eyes. My chest constricts with anger. Whoever this is, they're skilled enough to slip in and out without leaving a trail. That takes top-tier hacking, or connections to advanced systems that overshadow even my homemade rig. The words domestic military or private black ops float through my mind, but I force myself to push them aside. Jumping to extremes without proof isn't my style. One truth crystallizes in my mind. Whoever tests my defenses might strike again. This has the distinct whiff of a test run, a way to see how far they can get under the chaos of a crowded tournament. If so, I'm their prime target. I don't know whether to be flattered or furious. Probably both. I close the scanning app and lean back in my chair. My reflection stares back at me from the dark monitor. High cheekbones, tired eyes, and a short tapered afro that I braid tight earlier in the evening to keep out of my face. The faint burn scars on my hands from years of circuit board modifications are visible in the soft glow of the LED. Each mark reminds me of the hours, the blood, the sweat I pour into building a life free of vulnerability. Guess we're not as untouchable as we thought, huh? I say under my breath. The idea stings my pride, but also lights a spark of determination in my gut. If they want to come after Red Spectre, they'd better be ready for a war. With a sweep of my gaze, I confirm the loft is still locked down. Old habits die hard. My door has triple locks, and my windows are installed with bullet-resistant glass. Maybe it's paranoia, but it serves me well so far. A woman in my position has the right to be cautious. A text notification lights up my phone, which lies screened down on the edge of the desk. I flip it over. It's my buddy from the VR dev team, a guy named Caleb, who occasionally gives me behind-the-scenes tips on map updates. The message reads, "Holy hell, that was insane. Another championship in the bag, huh? Congrats. Everyone's talking about Red Spectre's perfect kills. Gonna see you at the after party?" I exhale. An after party. Right. The tournament sponsors always throw a big event in some glitzy downtown venue. Free drinks, free hype, and a chance to rub elbows with other top players. No one would expect me there, because no one really knows who I am, and that's how I like it. But Caleb always tries to coax me out, telling me I deserve the spotlight. My thumbs hover over the keyboard, unsure. I have this urge to walk among them incognito, just to hear people brag or complain about the unstoppable Red Spectre. The rest of me wants to stay home and figure out who tries to breach my code. That second urge wins out quickly. I type a short reply. "Not tonight. Got something to handle. Enjoy for me." Setting the phone aside, I pull up an advanced packet sniffer, intending to re-examine the tournament's data feed from the final minutes. If I can find even the smallest clue, a hidden IP fragment, a suspicious protocol that might lead me closer to the intruder. Minutes tick by as I sift through thousands of lines of cryptic data. Adrenaline still hums under my skin, an echo of the match combined with the new sense of danger. My breathing slows as my mind falls into a familiar pattern of scanning, analyzing, searching. This is how I've always been, looking for the ghost in the machine, the anomaly that tells me something bigger is happening beneath the surface. But no matter how I check the logs, everything looks normal. A perfect system, which only heightens my suspicion. There's no such thing as perfect in the wild world of digital networks. Damn it, I murmur, letting my shoulders slump in frustration. I'm not used to losing control. Whether in VR or the real world, I pride myself on anticipating every scenario. Yet I don't anticipate this, and I hate it. Eventually, I save the logs, intending to try a new angle tomorrow. The tournament might be over for everyone else, but for me, a larger battle has just begun. I'll find whoever does this. I'll tear apart their code line by line if I have to, because if someone is bold enough to slice into Red Spectre's rig, they'll keep coming. I rise from my chair and stretch, feeling the stiffness in my lower back. My gear, headset, gloves, specialized sensors lie scattered on the desk. Like tools of a trade, I hone to lethal precision. The VR environment is meant to simulate warfare, but this intrusion reminds me just how easily digital threats can bleed into the real world. Crossing to the kitchenette, I pour a glass of water, gulping it down in 4 quick swallows. I catch my reflection in the dark window above the sink, calm, centered, a little worn at the edges. The pale glow of distant city lights backlights me, but my own gaze is clear. No fear, just cold, quiet anger and a fierce resolve. I set the glass down. "Reese Monroe," I tell my reflection softly. "You win tonight, but the real fight's starting now." It feels strange, addressing myself by name. I rarely say it out loud, a habit from years of letting Red Spectre speak for me. But in this moment, it grounds me, reminds me that behind every unstoppable avatar is a woman, a mind, a heartbeat, Someone who refuses to be used or threatened. Snatching my phone from the desk, I scan the news headlines, half expecting to see something about the championship. But the feed is mostly rehashes of political talk, local crime stats, and a smattering of esports chatter. I lock the screen, frustration flickering anew. The story of the hack likely won't be in the mainstream news. If it surfaces, it'll be on specialized forums or underworld chatter boards. Enough. I need rest if I'm going to tackle this properly tomorrow. But sleep feels like a distant notion, especially when every muscle in my body still coils with tension. I grab my battered boxing gloves from the corner and slide my hands into them, then face the punching bag that hangs from a sturdy metal support in the loft's rafters. I plant my feet and fire a few jabs. The impact reverberates through my arms, a tangible reminder that I'm flesh and bone in a world that's far too often intangible code. Each strike steadies me, focusing the leftover adrenaline. Not so tough when I can see you, I mutter, picturing the intangible hacker. Another series of blows, each one sharper than the last. Sweat forms on my temple, dripping down my cheek. By the time I'm done, I'm breathing hard, a sheen of sweat coating my skin. My mind feels clearer, frustration burned off by the physical exertion. I peel off the gloves and set them aside. The path from the punching bag to my bed is short, but feels like a mile as the tension in my muscles finally gives way to exhaustion. I pause once more by my desk, verifying that my system is locked down. No more flickers on the monitor at least, just the final scoreboard from the tournament, proclaiming Red Spectre as champion. But the sense of victory is hollow now. The malicious echo of the glitch still lingers in my thoughts. I know with dead certainty that someone tries to break through my defenses. And if they get even a fraction of a step inside, it means they can try again, maybe when I least expect it. I stare at the scoreboard for a moment longer, then switch everything off. Darkness returns to the loft, broken only by the pale glow of city lights outside. I slip out of my sweaty t-shirt, change into loose sleeping shorts and a worn tank top, then flip back the covers of my bed. The mattress is cool against my skin as I lie down, forcing my mind to slow. Tomorrow I'll do a deeper dive, run more scans, maybe ping some contacts who owe me favors in the cybersecurity world. I have no shortage of resources, thanks to the connections I build in the hush-hush corridors of military technology. But for now, all I can do is wrap myself in the midnight silence and try to let go. I close my eyes, though sleep won't come easy. Instead, I play mental tapes of the VR infiltration, each kill, each flawless shot, replaying the final seconds before that flicker of sabotage. I almost feel the intruder's breath on my neck, intangible but unsettling. You want to come after me? I think. Then be ready for the fight of your life. Eventually, the hum of traffic lulls me into a fitful doze. And in the space between waking and dreaming, I feel the edges of fear brushing against the bedrock of my resolve. Fear that this is no random hack. Fear that maybe I make the wrong enemies in my line of work, and now they're coming for me under the banner of VR warfare. But beneath that fear is something stronger. My unwavering conviction that Red Spectre never loses, neither does Reese Monroe. If they think they can break me, they clearly don't know what kind of woman they're up against. And if they push too far, they'll learn the hard way.
Chapter 2. Dominic. The moment the last sniper shot echoes through the speakers, Dominic King straightens from his slight forward lean. He's a tall man, 6'3", with broad shoulders that once bear the weight of combat gear half his body mass, and that imposing frame seems to grow even more rigid as tension coils in the air. The victory screen for the VR championship glows on a bank of oversized monitors lining the front wall, all reflecting in the polished surface of the massive conference table at which he stands. All around him, a handful of Vanguard Systems top tech analysts hover by their own workstations. Some tap at touchscreens, others scribble frantic notes. The overhead lights are deliberately dim, designed to minimize glare on the monitors, casting an almost clandestine ambience in the room. It feels more like a mission control center than a typical corporate conference space, which is exactly Dominic's intention. The paramilitary tech enterprise he found has little use for standard business formality. He values efficiency and clarity, both on a battlefield and in a boardroom, especially when those two worlds intersect. He withdraws a slow breath, forcing himself to keep calm. He still feels the phantom twinge in his right shoulder, a reminder of an old Special Forces injury that never quite lets go. Tonight, it throbs just enough to be irritating, as if the memory of failure haunts him every time he thinks about high-stakes operations. The overhead lights glint off the dark sheen of his tailored suit, but he barely notices. Every ounce of his focus remains locked on the display of data and video replays of one specific competitor. Red Spectre. The moniker hangs in the air like a challenge. Dominic taps a control panel on the table, rewinding the final seconds of the championship match. The monitors replay a scene that repeats itself countless times in the VR circuit, Red Spectre picking off opponents with frightening precision. This time, though, it's different. There's a flicker in the game feed, a stutter of data, and that single hiccup can unravel everything if it's sabotage rather than a routine glitch. He's witnessed hundreds of tournaments from this very room since founding Vanguard Systems, a company bridging real-world strategy with the cutting edge of VR combat. Yet something about tonight crackles with a tangible energy he seldom experiences outside of real warfare. Most VR champions he watches tend to rely on flashy maneuvers or cocky swagger. They either showboat or they camp timidly, picking safe spots. But Red Spectre? There's nothing timid in that approach, calm, methodical, and ruthless. The infiltration subroutine is elegantly coded, the sniper shots surgical. No wasted movement, no second-guessing. It reminds Dominic of how a well-trained operative functions under real fire. "Sir?" One of his senior analysts, a man named Paddle, ventures quietly. Patel is tapping at an augmented reality tablet, overlaying lines of code and real-time commentary. The final stats from the match are coming in. Red Spectre takes out the last squad in record time. We've never seen a performance quite like this. Dominic inclines his head in acknowledgement. He's done his homework on Red Spectre. Rumors about the top-ranked VR sniper's identity abound. Some believe it's a rogue cybersecurity guru, others an ex-military genius. No one seems to know for sure. Few have heard Red Spectre speak, let alone make a public appearance. That invisibility intrigues him more than anything else. Red Spectre takes out the entire final squad in under 30 seconds, a younger analyst stammers, correcting himself awkwardly. Dominic registers the gender assumption with a slight tightening at the corners of his eyes. He's seen enough code from Red Spectre to suspect the champion isn't male. The subtlety in the infiltration scripts, the thoroughness of prep. Some intangible vibe tells him it's a woman. He keeps that guess private. Let others assume the typical. He doesn't mind being the only one in the room who believes otherwise. It gives him the advantage of clarity. "Impressive," Dominic says at last, his voice a low timbre that always carries an undercurrent of command. He gestures to the paused feed on the largest screen. It shows a moment of static, a slight disruption in the digital cityscape. But that, near the end, there's interference of some sort. I want to know if it's a server glitch or a direct hack. Patel and the younger analyst exchange uncertain glances. The younger man clears his throat. "We're still analyzing the logs, sir. Could be either. A hack attempt seems plausible. Someone might have tried to sabotage the match or specifically target Red Spectre." Dominic's expression hardens. Whoever did it targeted the best competitor tonight. That suggests this is intentional, not random, so it's not just a petty attack. He lets his gaze fall on each analyst in turn, his voice a measured calm that vibrates with authority. "Identify the source, and do it now." They nod vigorously, scurrying back to their terminals, where lines of code scroll in fluorescent columns. Dominic can almost feel their nerves humming. The team knows he demands results, especially when a potential threat looms. If sabotage has occurred, it might not stop at a VR championship. Vanguard Systems has some of the most advanced military-grade tech in the private sector, and he refuses to let infiltration fester without immediate action. He turns away from the main display. The conference room walls are lined with subdued lighting and a few digital readouts on current VR wargaming projects. A logo for Vanguard Systems, an abstract shield and circuit pattern that glows faintly in one corner. This is the nerve center for his civilian front. Deep within the building, hidden from casual observation, lie far more secure facilities that house Black Ops VR simulators and live training grounds for specialized teams. A memory flickers at the edge of his consciousness. A dusty desert outpost halfway across the globe, near the end of his last Special Forces tour. One botched intel drop costs a good soldier his life. The guilt never quite leaves Dominic, spurring his drive to maintain absolute control. If he misses a single detail, people die. It's that simple. He crosses to a smaller private console set away from the main table. The polished black surface lights up under his fingertips as he replays Red Spectre's final kill shot. He watches the avatar. A sleek, menacing figure perched on a towering ledge, level a sniper rifle with breathtaking stillness. One trigger pull, and the last enemy is down. End of match. Cheers erupt in the background track, yet that flicker in the feed, that split-second glitch. It shouldn't be there. With a few keystrokes, Dominic isolates the anomaly. Code scrolls by as he attempts to chase down the digital footprint. One line leads to another, then vanishes entirely. He lets out a low, thoughtful grunt. This is advanced infiltration, the kind that leaves minimal traces. If it's indeed a hack, the culprit possesses skill on par with elite cybersecurity operatives or possibly with Red Spectre themselves. It makes his nape prickle, a sense that invisible forces are maneuvering around him. A door hisses open at the far side of the conference room. Jace Harding, his right-hand operative, strides in. Jace is ex-military, like Dominic, though younger by several years. He has the lean build of a man accustomed to chasing targets through rough terrain, and the perpetual alertness of someone who never lets his guard down. "We've got a lead on Red Spectre's contact info," Jace reports, stopping a respectful distance away. "No personal ID yet, but our trace suggests an East Coast data route, possibly Baltimore or D.C. Dominic nods, continuing to study the code on his screen. "Solid lead. Keep digging. If Red Spectre was targeted tonight, I want to know who orchestrated it and why." He pauses, turning to face Jace. "And if there's a chance to bring Red Spectre onto our side, I want that option. This champion might be critical to our next phase." Jace gives a curt nod, though Dominic catches a hint of curiosity in his operative's gaze. "What if Red Spectre won't join?" he asks, carefully. He knows the boss well enough to keep his tone neutral. Dominic's jaw clenches for a heartbeat, memory creeping back of times he has to coerce reluctant allies. He doesn't relish strong-arming talented individuals, but he believes wholeheartedly in the ends. "I'm not in the habit of accepting refusal," he says at last, voice edged with steel. "If Red Spectre is as good as we suspect, she'll see reason, or I'll make her an offer she can't ignore." He lets that statement hang in the charged air. At his core, Dominic isn't a thug who bullies people into compliance. He prefers negotiation, mutual goals, and respect, but the mission always comes first. He's prepared to do whatever it takes to secure the best operative for Vanguard's Black Ops VR program. He pours his life into building a company that saves lives by preventing disasters, training soldiers in advanced simulators, and bridging the gap between real and digital warfare. In his eyes, the moral calculus is simple: secure the best team, control the variables, prevent chaos. That saves lives. "We also pick up chatter on some dark web forums," Jace continues, checking a handheld device. "A mention of sabotage attempts in major VR tournaments. Seems tonight isn't an isolated incident. A few smaller matches last month reported unexplained interference. Could be building towards something bigger." Bigger, Dominic echoes, crossing his arms over his chest. He dislikes how that word vibrates with potential disaster. This might be a test run for an orchestrated takedown. If they can compromise top-tier players, they might be aiming at the entire system, maybe even our own infrastructure. Dominic's mind races. Vanguard Systems thrives on advanced VR technology, not just for esports, but for real-world military applications. If someone wants to cripple that technology or compromise it for their own ends, targeting the best VR sniper in the league is a logical place to start. Red Spectre represents the pinnacle of skill, and if this champion can be subverted or eliminated, the attacker might next set their sights on bigger prey. Vanguard Systems. He looks back at the paused frame of Red Spectre's avatar on the monitor. The figure exudes lethal grace, a commanding presence even in pixel form. Dominic can't shake the feeling that the champion behind that avatar is a woman who shares certain qualities he values. Discipline, intellect, a refusal to bend. The logs show a coding approach that's simultaneously creative and systematic traits he rarely sees in typical hotshot gamers. She also reminds him in a twisted way of himself. That makes him want to meet her all the more. He turns off the replay and motions for Jace to follow him out of the conference room. They step into a hushed corridor, lights reflecting in the polished floor like lines of code. Soft hums from distant servers pulse through the walls. Each footstep seems to echo with authority. As they walk, Dominic's thoughts churn with possibilities. Intimidation, recruitment, partnership. None of it will matter if the sabotage points to something more insidious. He might need Red Spectre's expertise to lock down their systems or even lead a strike in VR if the threat escalates. Arrange a conversation, Dominic repeats, glancing at Jace. Quietly. No need to spook Red Spectre by coming on too strong. But if we need leverage, we'll use it. Jace nods, stowing his handheld device in a side holster. Understood. I'll coordinate with our contacts. The moment we confirm a real-world identity, we'll move. They reach the far end of the corridor, which opens into a broader atrium. Floor-to-ceiling glass overlooks the city skyline, a wash of lights shimmering in the late hour. Dominic pauses briefly, his gaze roaming over the view. He imagines Red Spectre somewhere out there in the East Coast sprawl, likely still in front of her monitors, analyzing the same glitch he's seen. A fierce competitor like that won't let a hack go unnoticed. He recalls a line from an old mentor in Special Forces. Respect your enemy's skill, or you won't see them coming. He believes that wholeheartedly. He also believes in turning potential enemies into allies if possible. Red Spectre's skill is too valuable to remain on the outskirts. She belongs in a position where she can do real good, where her brilliance can be harnessed for something beyond gaming glory. But it will take finesse. He knows that from experience. Alpha personalities rarely respond well to intimidation alone, especially not from some suit in a high-rise office. He'll have to show her that Vanguard Systems can offer what she wants: resources, challenges, maybe even protection if the sabotage is more dangerous than anyone realizes. He turns away from the panoramic window and continues walking. The building's architecture is modern and functional, every line crisp, every surface reflective. It echoes his philosophy: clarity, order, control. So very different from chaos of the battlefield he knows in his early 20s. Memories wash over him again. Sandstorms, bullet casings clinking against the floor of a Black Hawk helicopter, men's voices crackling over short-range comms, the sound of someone taking their last breath because an intelligence glitch cost them precious seconds. He remembers the metallic taste of guilt afterward. Never again, he vows silently. That's why he builds Vanguard Systems, why he insists on recruiting only the best, why he refuses to be undone by any sabotage. If Red Spectre is a key piece in this puzzle, he will get her on board. Sir? Jace's voice breaks through Dominic's reverie. I'll coordinate with the tech team and intel. Anything else before I go? Dominic pauses at a junction leading to the elevator bank. Just one more thing, he says, turning to face his operative. I want every resource at our disposal tracking down who initiates that hack, whether it's an inside job or an external threat. We can't let it slip. If you find even a whisper that Red Spectre might be compromised by them, tell me immediately. We move fast." "Yes, sir." Jace's gaze flashes with determination. He strides off down the hall, disappearing around a corner. Dominic lingers, the lights overhead casting his reflection onto the polished floor. In that reflection, he sees the faint lines of tension bracketing his eyes, the perpetual severity of his expression. Sometimes he wonders if he leaves his humanity back on the battlefield, replaced by an obsessive need to control every outcome. But the memory of losing that soldier still burns hot in his mind, an eternal warning that letting down his guard spells disaster. He clenches his fists briefly at his sides, then relaxes them. Letting out a measured exhale, he approaches the executive elevator. A quick scan of his biometrics confirms his identity, and the doors slide open with a muted chime. The ride down to his private garage is swift, silent. Mirrors on the elevator walls revealed the tension in his shoulders, the set of his jaw. "Control is everything," he murmurs, recalling the phrase he all but lives by since the day he leaves the military. Yet the glitch in the VR feed suggests something else. Sometimes, no matter how tight you grip, there's a force out there that can still slip through. Tonight, that force has a name. Red Spectre. Or is it the hacker who tries to sabotage her? When the doors open, he steps into the garage, where a black SUV waits under low lighting. The crisp smell of concrete and motor oil fills the space. A single security guard in a Vanguard uniform nods at him. Dominic returns the nod and makes his way to the driver's seat himself, preferring to be at the wheel. He's never liked chauffeurs. Control, after all. As he settles behind the wheel, he takes one last look at the elevator doors sliding shut. He pictures the replay in his mind. That final kill shot, the flicker, and the possible infiltration. He imagines the cool confidence of a sniper who never misses. A small flicker of admiration sparks again. He wants that skill on his side. He also wants to know more about the person behind that expertise. Why they hide, what motivates them, and whether they understand just how valuable they could be to his operation. "Let's arrange a conversation, indeed," Dominic mutters to himself. Because in his experience, conversations with unstoppable forces often lead to collisions. While risky, collisions are sometimes necessary to test the integrity of your walls. He turns the key, engine rumbling to life. As he drives out of the subterranean garage and onto the quiet nighttime streets, city lights blur past the tinted windows. A single driving thought pulses in his mind like an echo of an old mission briefing. Find Red Spectre. Secure her cooperation. Because if we can't control this, we might lose everything. Outside, the skyline stretches into the dark, countless windows lit like signals in the night. He lets the streetlights guide him as he ponders what Red Spectre might be doing right now. Probably combing through her own logs, analyzing that same flicker. If she's half the genius he suspects, she's already taking measures to hunt down the intruder herself. He almost smiles. A quiet, dangerous part of him looks forward to meeting someone with that kind of drive. The part that secretly misses the camaraderie of the special operations world, where the only way to survive is to trust the person next to you to be as competent and unyielding as you are. If Red Spectre has that same unyielding quality, then they will be unstoppable together. But if she chooses to stand against him, he forces that possibility aside. He won't let that happen, not if he has any say. The SUV merges onto a main thoroughfare, headlights reflecting off the slick asphalt. Dominic's expression remains impassive, but beneath the surface, anticipation crackles in every nerve. He might not have all the answers yet, but one thing is certain. Control will soon be tested in ways he hasn't experienced in years. Because sometimes, no matter how strong your walls, someone finds a way to breach them. Tonight proves that. Tomorrow might cement it, and he will be ready.
Chapter 3. Reese. I wake up the next morning to 3 insistent vibrations from my phone, each one louder or maybe more desperate than the last. Groaning, I fumble for it on my nightstand, blinking the sleep from my eyes. A small headache throbs behind my temples, a lingering side effect of staying up too late, analyzing code after the championship. The clock reads 7:02 a.m. Too early for my usual routine, but something must be urgent. I glance at the phone's screen. 3 missed calls from Caleb, plus a barrage of texts. He's an old friend, one of the few people in the VR dev world who knows me not just as Red Spectre, but as Reese Monroe. Anxiety ripples through me. Caleb never calls this early unless it's some kind of crisis. I slide upright in bed, my short, braided coils brushing across my forehead, and tap to return his call. He picks up on the first ring, sounding out of breath. Reese, finally. Are you okay? I've been trying to reach you for the last hour. Yeah, My voice is thick with sleep. I clear my throat, pressing the phone closer to my ear. I'm fine, Caleb. What's going on? Did something happen to the championship results? A small laugh escapes him, but it's humorless. Oh, you could say that? It's all over the esports news sites, Twitter, forums. Christ, it's blowing up everywhere. People are saying Red Spectre is a woman, and not just a guess. They've got your name, pictures, partial address, everything. It takes a second for his words to sink in. My pulse jumps. That's not possible. I've locked down my info. Not well enough, apparently. He interrupts. Somebody posted your real identity online. They're claiming you ran Red Spectre behind the scenes this whole time. People are losing their minds, Reese. The trolls are out in full force. The forums are on fire with personal attacks. The tournament officials are panicking. I swing my legs out of bed and stand, heart pounding. I spend years carefully building and protecting my anonymity. Being a woman in a male-dominated VR warfare scene is risky enough, but given my high-profile job in military cybersecurity, the stakes are deadly serious. Did you see where it was originally posted? Some random esports gossip site, plus a couple of aggregator forums. I don't know who leaked it, but it's definitely you, Reese. You can see your old LinkedIn photo from forever ago, and a snippet of your listing on a DoD project from 8 years back. He hesitates, sounding guilty. I'm sorry. I tried to help where I could, but the story's already spreading too fast. A sour taste fills my mouth. It's not your fault. Listen, I'll check it out. Thank you for letting me know. We hang up, and I stare at my phone as if it might burn through my hand. My mind races. Doxed. A word that strikes fear into any gamer or coder who values privacy. If my personal details are truly out there, it means open season for trolls, journalists, or worse, people with resources and a vendetta. I force a shaky breath and open my email app. It nearly crashes from the surge of new messages pouring in. Subject lines vary from vile insults to a few well-meaning, "Is it really you?" queries. My phone lights up with text notifications. As I scroll, an ache burrows under my ribs. The typical sexist vitriol, men mocking my skills, calling me a fraud, or spouting racist nonsense. There are also threats, some dripping with a chilling edge of real danger. They've even dug up a few personal tidbits. The neighborhood where I grow up in East Baltimore, my late mother's name. My stomach clenches. This is exactly why I stay anonymous as Red Spectre. The VR world thrives on trash talk, but exposing me publicly as a Black woman makes me a prime target for the worst corners of the internet. A new wave of anger courses through me, overriding the initial shock. Last night, I suspect an outside hack on my system. Maybe they not only want to disrupt my game, they want to unmask me entirely. But who? Why now? My phone rings again. This time the caller ID shows a private number. Could be a troll, could be press. Heart pounding, I answer. This is Reese. This is Captain Park from the Department of Defense. The crisp, no-nonsense tone makes my stomach drop. We've been informed of a breach of your identity as it pertains to Project Vantage. I'm calling to confirm whether you were the source of the leak. My hand tightens around the phone. I absolutely wasn't. Someone hacked me and doxed me. I'm the victim here. Nonetheless, your clearance is under review. We'll be sending you official documentation shortly, but effectively, your current work assignments in any direct government capacity are suspended until further notice. Suspended? My voice comes out sharper than intended. That's not fair. I didn't. Park's tone turns icy. We'll let the investigation proceed before we determine fault, Miss Monroe. In the meantime, you are instructed to refrain from discussing classified aspects of your work. We also suggest you remove yourself from any further public VR competitions to avoid adding fuel to the fire. He hangs up before I can argue. For a while, I just stand there, phone pressed to my ear, adrenaline spiking. This day is spiraling in a direction I can't control. My anonymity, gone. My DOD job, suspended. The thought of returning to a normal life feels like a joke. The very reason I create Red Spectre is now the cause of my downfall. Steadying myself, I shut off the phone's ringer, refusing to let the stream of calls erode my composure. I need to think. My gaze darts around my loft, industrial walls, scattered gear, coffee mug on the table, the soft buzz of my computer rig. None of it feels like the safe haven it was just hours ago. With stiff legs, I walk to my desk. My monitors are still on. The final scoreboard from the championship mocking me. Red Spectre, first place, in bold letters. Sighing, I open a browser and type in one of the esports news sites. Front and center is a headline. Red Spectre exposed. Female gamer shocks world. Beneath it, a blurred photo of me from a tech conference years ago. My heart twists. I scroll through the article, which is as sensational as any gossip rag. They mention I'm from Baltimore, have a background in military-grade cybersecurity, and imply I manipulate the VR tournaments to my advantage. The comment section is worse. A cesspool of hate, shock, and unbridled speculation. So this is the immediate fallout. Even the bigger outlets pick it up now. My phone buzzes again, a relentless swarm of incoming messages. Instead of giving in to panic, I grind my teeth and type queries into my private security software. I need to find the original leak source, identify the person or group who targets me. Possibly the same glitch I see last night is behind this. However, a fresh email pops up on my screen from unknown sender at crypticmail.net. We told you we could get in. Now everyone knows your precious secret. Step down before you lose more than your handle, Miss Monroe. The final line chills me. Miss Monroe, typed out in mocking politeness. I slam my hand on the desk, anger flaring. They want me out. Why? Because I'm unstoppable? Because they hate the idea of a woman dominating the VR scene? Over my dead body, I mutter. My mother raises me with grit. I fight to carve a path in an industry that never welcomes me. I'm not giving up because some hacker thinks they have me cornered. A sharp knock on my door breaks my furious silence. I freeze, half expecting a SWAT team, but it's just Caleb's voice echoing through the metal door. Reese, open up. I exhale a tense breath and hurry across the loft. Caleb steps in, an anxious mess of hoodie strings and bright red sneakers. He has a satchel slung over one shoulder, bulging with cables, and a battered laptop. The moment he sees me, his face floods with relief. Good, you're actually alive. I was worried someone might... He cuts off, probably not wanting to finish the thought. Look, I'm so sorry. I tried to bury the articles, but the big sites already archived them. It's unstoppable. I know, I say, forcing calm into my voice. It's not your fault. I gesture to my monitors. I got an email from the hacker, basically telling me to quit. No clue who they are, but it's definitely malicious. He sets his bag on the floor. Let me see. I pull up the message and he scans it, grimacing. This is bad, Reese. If they've had time to dox you, they might try more. We need to lock down your personal accounts, do a thorough system check, maybe talk to... A frantic beep from my phone cuts him off. Sighing, I answer on speaker. Hello. This is Marilyn from the VR Championship Commission, an unfamiliar female voice says in a rushed tone. We're calling to verify if it's true that you are indeed Red Spectre. A statement is going live in half an hour. What statement? I shoot Caleb a look of alarm. That you have chosen to voluntarily step down from the championship boards in response to the doxing. We have to mitigate the negative press. Also, there's a concern your involvement could overshadow the remaining event. Marilyn hesitates, as if she's reading from a script. We strongly suggest you comply, Miss Monroe, until everything settles. If you don't, the commission may have to ban you to preserve the integrity of future tournaments. I grip the edge of my desk, knuckles white. You want me to vanish so the guys won't be threatened by a female champion? Is that it? A tense silence. We just don't want controversy. This will blow over faster if you're not actively competing. Outrage buzzes at the base of my skull. I force a brittle laugh. Tell your bosses they can keep their rigged tournaments. Red Spectre doesn't step down. If they try to ban me for existing, I'll see them in court. I end the call, chest heaving. Caleb's mouth hangs open. Are you sure that's wise? They've got serious pull. Everything about this is ridiculous, I say, pacing across the loft. They're punishing me for being doxxed. I haven't broken any rules. This is just sexist BS. He rubs his eyes under his glasses. I get it, I do, but these tournaments are big money and politics. And with your government job on hold, I pause, a bitter taste in my mouth. Suspended, you mean? The DOD has effectively iced me out until they decide if I'm a security risk. This entire fiasco is destroying my life from every angle. My mind ticks through possible solutions, none of them promising. Suddenly, another email notification chimes. This one is from a domain with Vanguard systems in it. My eyebrows shoot up. I click it open. Subject, immediate inquiry, potential collaboration, from Dominic.King@vanguardsys.co. Miss Monroe, I trust you are aware of the recent developments surrounding Red Spectre. Our organization, Vanguard Systems, is keenly interested in your skill set. We understand you may be facing undue pressure from various outlets. Allow me to extend a formal invitation for a private conversation regarding potential collaboration. We value talent and are prepared to support you through any transitional period. Should you be open to discussing opportunities that align with your expertise, please contact me at your earliest convenience. Dominic King, CEO and founder. My heart skips. Dominic King, the ex-military billionaire who builds a paramilitary VR empire. I hear rumors about him. Some say he's dangerously ruthless, others that he has a moral code forged in combat. The name carries weight in both Washington and Silicon Valley. What on earth does he want with me? Caleb peers over my shoulder. Vanguard Systems, huh? That's serious. They're behind some of the top VR combat tech. I think they sponsor elite tournaments sometimes. I reread the email, my mind spinning. King offers support and collaboration. The cynic in me suspects he's just another suit looking to exploit my meltdown for headlines. Yet a small flutter of intrigue sparks inside me. Maybe he has resources to figure out who doxed me. Or maybe I can use his backing to fight back if the commission tries to bury me. Are you going to reply? Caleb asks softly, seeing the conflict on my face. I start to answer. but a wave of anxiety roils in my gut. The last thing I want is to jump from one suffocating system to another. On the other hand, I'm effectively blacklisted from the VR circuit and suspended from my government job. How many doors remain open to me now? A rapid knocking at my door startles both of us again. The day feels like a never-ending ambush. My shoulders tense, but this time I'm ready with a quick stride. When I open the door, I find my upstairs neighbor, a short woman with bright dreadlocks, twisting her hands nervously. "Reese, right? I saw your name on some gaming sites. I recognized your picture." She glances down, looking uncomfortable. "There are people in the lobby asking for you. Reporters, I think. A few guys with cameras. The building manager said they're swarming the front entrance, shouting your name." Caleb groans. "That's fast." My neighbor grimaces. "I told them you weren't home, but they're not buying it. I'm sorry, I don't have any idea about what else to do. You might have to leave through the back if you want to avoid them." I force a smile. "Thanks for letting me know." My stomach coils into knots. They find me already. So much for feeling safe in my own building. She slips away, clearly uncomfortable with the attention swirling around me. I close the door, leaning against it with a shaky exhale. More immediate fallout. Real-world paparazzi. The last time I want press coverage is never. Caleb reaches out, gently touching my shoulder. "Reese, we need a plan. Hiding here won't solve anything. That email from Dominic King might be a lifeline, or it might be another trap. But ignoring it won't help." I nod, chest tight. I'll respond, carefully. Maybe he knows something about the sabotage, or has the resources to track these people down. If he's offering me a job, I can at least listen. Because God knows, right now I've got 0 safe options. A swirl of emotion churns in my chest. Anger, fear, and defiance. Beyond that, a flicker of curiosity about Dominic King, ex-Special Forces, rumored to be as controlled as a loaded gun. Some call him a war hero CEO with an iron spine. Others whisper he has a single-minded intensity that borders on obsession. I understand obsession. It takes that level of drive to reach the top of the VR circuit. Part of me bristles at the idea of working under someone who might try to rein me in. Another part, the pragmatic side, realizes that forging an alliance with such a powerful player could be my best shot at regaining control of my life. Control. It's the reason I fell in love with coding. In a world of messy chaos, code is the one place I can enforce order. "Okay," I say, swallowing hard. "Let's do it. But first, I need to get out of this building without being mobbed." I grab a hoodie off a nearby chair, pulling it on. "Caleb, do me a favor. Scope the back exit. If it's clear, we'll slip out and head to your place. Then I'll call King." He nods, moving quickly. Together, we shut off my machines, grab a couple of electronics I won't leave behind, and prepare to face the gauntlet. My insides twist with dread, but also a grim determination. I might be doxxed, but I'm not broken. If Dominic King wants to talk, maybe, just maybe, I can leverage his interest to fight back against whichever twisted bastard outs me. Tightening the hoodie's drawstring, I pull up the hood to obscure my face. Before following Caleb to the rear stairwell, I take one last look at the gloom of my loft, my sanctuary that's no longer safe. With a short, bitter exhale, I step into the hallway. The future feels murky, but a new spark of possibility flickers through the haze of betrayal and fear. "Hold on, Reese." I remind myself. The war just started. If Dominic King is even half the force people say he is, you might have a shot at reclaiming your name, your career, and something more. Control, respect, maybe even a sense of purpose you lost along the way. Because if there's one thing I refuse to do, it's lie down and let someone else write my story.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyler. Chapter 4. Reese. The moment Caleb and I slip out the back exit of my apartment building, a heavy gust of wind hits me, carrying the scent of diesel and damp asphalt. Early morning sunlight filters through the narrow alley, throwing long shadows across our path. Even this small rectangle of daylight feels oddly harsh on my face after a long night dealing with doxing chaos. I clutch my hood tighter, pulse drumming with the fear that reporters might appear out of nowhere. We creep past a dumpster, its sour stench assaulting my nose, and cross into a secondary street that leads to the rear parking lot. Sure enough, a cluster of camera-wielding strangers loiter at the building's main entrance, their voices carrying on the wind as they shout my name. My gut twists. I press my lips together, forcing myself to remain calm. I won't give them the satisfaction of seeing me run. "Come on," Caleb whispers, guiding me to his battered sedan. It's not exactly bulletproof, but at least we can get out of here. Once we are inside, he starts the engine and we pull away, leaving the gaggle of paparazzi behind. Each block we put between us and the building lets me breathe easier, some fraction of tension unwinding from my shoulders, yet the pit in my stomach remains. My anonymity is gone. The world knows who I am, and the VR Commission practically wants me blacklisted. Where do I even go from here? Caleb's voice breaks the silence. "So, about Dominic King, are you sure you want to meet him alone? I can back you up. At least, be around." "That's sweet, but you've already done plenty," I reply, my tone heavy. "I appreciate everything, but he's not going to want an audience. You need to keep your own job safe. I won't drag you into my mess any deeper." He shoots me an uneasy glance. "I just don't want you dealing with some billionaire ex-special forces guy by yourself. That could be intense." Intense is an understatement. The little I know about Dominic King suggests he is direct, uncompromising, and laser-focused on anything or anyone he sets his sights on. A half-flutter of anticipation stirs in my stomach, quickly replaced by anger at my situation. Part of me resents that I even have to consider hearing him out. But another part, maybe a reckless one, is intrigued. "Let me see where this conversation leads," I say softly. "And if he tries anything shady, I'll walk." We pull up to Caleb's modest row house. The facade needs a paint job, but it is quiet, and more importantly, it doesn't have a throng of reporters lurking outside. I follow him into the living room, a cramped but cozy space stacked with boxes of gaming consoles and circuit boards. It feels like a refuge from the sudden maelstrom my life has become. Without wasting time, I set my phone on his coffee table, swallow hard, and type a reply to Dominic King's email. Mr. King, I received your invitation. Due to recent events, my schedule is flexible. I'd like to hear more about your offer, somewhere private. Let me know your availability. Reese Monroe. I stare at the blinking cursor, my finger hovering over the send button. A part of me questions if this is a trap. Then I remind myself that everything else, my esports standing, my DoD clearance is currently on the verge of collapse. I press send. Caleb, reading over my shoulder, nods approvingly. Quick and to the point. Yeah, now we wait, I mutter, trying to keep my voice steady. 15 minutes later, an email notification buzzes. My pulse jumps as I click it open. Dominic King's response is equally concise. Miss Monroe, I appreciate your prompt reply. There is a private lounge in the Imperial Hotel, downtown, with secure meeting rooms. Name the time you can arrive, and I'll ensure we have privacy. Dominic King. Caleb lets out a low whistle. The Imperial? That's one of the swankiest hotels in the city. Definitely his style. I chew my lip. Must be nice to have an entire lounge on standby. The thought of meeting him face to face in some opulent space makes my stomach knot with both dread and a spark of something else. I shake it off, tapping out a quick acceptance. I suggest mid-afternoon. That gives me a few hours to regroup. Maybe try to find something business casual in my meager wardrobe that won't look ridiculous in such a high-class setting. But beneath those practical concerns, an edginess grows in my veins. The man behind Vanguard Systems is known for being formidable in and out of boardrooms. If he is half as controlling as people claim, we'll clash like flint and steel. Yet a rebellious flicker inside me almost welcomes that challenge. You want to corner me, King? Let's see how you handle a cornered woman who's got nothing left to lose. I've never stepped foot in the Imperial before. I stroll past its polished marble entrance on occasion, usually remarking how it caters to wealthy out-of-towners or big corporate players. Now, as I slip through the revolving doors, I feel every inch the intruder in a realm of polished surfaces and whispered elegance. Crystal chandeliers reflect off floors so shiny, I can see my own reflection. Tall, lean, my short afro carefully styled, but anxiety lurking in my dark eyes. I trade my usual hoodie and cargo combo for black slacks, a crisp button-down, and polished boots. It is as professional as I can manage without betraying who I am. Part of me worries I'll stand out anyway, yet I refuse to cower. A receptionist greets me, her smile warm but guarded. May I help you? I'm here to meet Dominic King. He said he has a private lounge reserved. Her gaze flicks to a discreet list on her desk, and she nods. Yes, Miss Monroe. Mr. King is expecting you in the Palisades suite on the 5th floor. Security will escort you. I stiffen at the mention of security, but force a polite nod. Sure enough, a tall, suit-clad man appears at my elbow with professional silence. He guides me into a private elevator behind the main bank of lifts. The doors hiss shut, and we ascend swiftly. My heart thuds in my chest as the floor numbers tick by. Calm down, Reese. I've faced down entire squads in VR. A single man, no matter how powerful, shouldn't unnerve me. The elevator dings softly, opening to a lush corridor that leads to a set of ornate double doors. The security man opens one door and gestures me inside. The Palisades suite is more opulent than I imagine. Soft ambient lighting, plush carpet, and a wide window showcasing a sweeping city view. A sitting area features a curved leather couch and a low glass table. But it is the man standing near the window who captures all my attention. Dominic King. He turns at the sound of my arrival, and I feel a jolt that steals the breath from my lungs. He is tall, broad-shouldered, and wearing a tailored charcoal suit that emphasizes the combat-hardened lines of his body. Sharp cheekbones, a strong jaw dusted with faint stubble, and eyes like storm gray steel. Everything about him radiates control, from the confident set of his shoulders to the unreadable calm in his gaze. When our eyes lock, something electric sparks through me. I'm used to men puffing up their chests or attempting cocky lines in my presence, but Dominic just examines me with the intensity of a field operative assessing a potential ally or threat. My pulse beats faster in a way that has nothing to do with fear. I try to clamp down the unwelcome flash of attraction. We are enemies. Well, potential enemies or at least adversaries in a negotiation. Still, my body apparently hasn't gotten the memo. He steps forward, an easy, deliberate motion. Miss Monroe. His voice is deep, with the faintest rasp, like distant thunder. The timbre alone sends a shiver down my spine. I clear my throat, refusing to look intimidated. Dominic King. We stand a few feet apart, the sweet silence stretching into tension. I catch the subtle shift of his gaze as he takes in my posture, my attempt at professional attire, the small scars on my hands. He doesn't smirk or show any overt sign of approval. Instead, he gives a fractional nod, as if confirming I am who he expects. "Thank you for meeting me," he says smoothly. "I realize your situation is complicated at the moment." A flare of anger rises in me. "That's one way to put it. Let's skip the pleasantries. Why am I here?" His lips curve in a hint of a smile, though not a warm one. "Straight to business, then. Very well. I want to make you an offer. One that I believe can solve a number of your problems. But first, I'd like to hear your side of the story." I fold my arms across my chest. My side? I am doxxed. My name, face, background. Everything is plastered on half the esports gossip sites. The VR Commission wants me gone to avoid controversy. The DoD suspends my projects, so my career is on ice. And if that's not enough, some troll with serious hacking skill is threatening me. So you tell me, Mr. King, how does your offer fix all that? A flicker of something, sympathy maybe, passes over his features. "I understand the severity of your predicament better than you might think. I don't tolerate sabotage or harassment, especially not towards someone with your abilities. We share an interest in finding the hacker who targeted you. If you join my Black Ops VR unit, you'll have the resources to do exactly that." He clasps his hands behind his back, adopting a stance that practically screams military discipline. My unit, Project Siren, is a specialized team of coders, strategists, and ex-operatives who train in VR simulations for real-world missions. We need the best. You're the best. That spark of rebellious heat ignites again. I arch a brow. You're offering me a job because you want to exploit my VR skills. You want Red Spectre at your disposal? Yes, he says without hesitation. And in return, I can ensure your access to advanced resources, a secure environment, and the chance to continue doing what you do best. Win, innovate, outsmart, in a more covert capacity. My pulse hammers. In some ways, it is tempting. A stable gig that plays to my strengths, with the backing of a powerful private defense empire. But I hate feeling cornered. I hate that all my other avenues are cut off so conveniently. And if I refuse, I challenge, letting my gaze lock onto his. Up close, the flecks of steel in his eyes are mesmerizing, as if they hold entire storms behind them. His expression never wavers. "I'll ensure you're blacklisted from every major VR league. My connections run deep in both government and private sectors. There won't be any more official tournaments for you, and you'll find it difficult to get your clearance reinstated." His tone is even, not boasting, just a statement of fact. Anger snaps in my chest. "So you're basically blackmailing me." He doesn't blink. "I'm giving you an option that benefits us both. Your alternative is to remain alone, cornered by trolls, hounded by media, and effectively out of a job. This is business, Miss Monroe. I suspect something more than that for you. You want to fight back against whoever targeted you? I have the means to help you do it. My heart pounds so hard it nearly drowns out my thoughts. I hate being manipulated. Yet, a flicker of reluctant respect tugs at me. He is telling the truth. In a matter of hours, my entire life has been uprooted, and here he stands, calm as though orchestrating a battlefield from above. He is the type who seizes control, who never lets unpredictability rattle him. Tension crackles between us, the air thick with unspoken defiance and a strange mutual awareness. On one hand, I want to punch him for leveraging my vulnerability. On the other, I can't deny the raw magnetism radiating from him, the pull of two alpha personalities locked in a standoff. It is infuriating and electrifying at once. So that's it? I ask, voice tight. Join your Black Ops VR unit or lose everything. His gaze drops momentarily to my mouth, just for a breath of a second, then returns to my eyes. It's not about losing. It's about choosing a path where you can protect yourself and maybe do something greater. I've seen your track record. You're more than a gamer. You have a brilliance that belongs in the real fight. Heat flares beneath my skin, a mix of indignation and flattery. I hate that part of me feels a surge of pride at his recognition. He is saying I matter, that I have potential beyond the VR championships. Isn't that what I've always believed, in some secret corner of my mind? I turn away, focusing on the city skyline beyond the window. Cars look like tiny specks, buildings like children's blocks. My reflection glimmers faintly in the glass, tall, tense, fear set to my jaw. Dominic's reflection appears behind me, broad and unflinching. Give me one reason to trust you, I say quietly. He steps closer, not quite touching me, yet the warmth of his presence ripples through my body. Because I've been where you are, targeted, cornered, and forced to make impossible choices. I built Vanguard systems to ensure no one under my watch is blindsided by an unseen enemy. Work with me, and you'll have the backing to keep your identity safe from further leaks, plus the resources to track whoever tried to sabotage you. I spin to face him, chest tight with conflicting emotions. He is so close I catch the subtle scent of his cologne, something dark, woodsy, and commanding. Up close, the lines of his face are sharper, the tension in his jaw just as tight as mine. When his eyes flick down, a raw awareness sparks between us, thick as an electric current. For a moment, it feels like we stand on the edge of a battlefield, both armed, both refusing to yield. I don't trust easily, I say, half a warning. A small smile curves his mouth, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Neither do I. But sometimes the only way to move forward is to partner with someone who can match your fire. My heart hammers at the phrasing. Partner, fire. The resonance in his voice tugs at my defenses. It is as if he can see the fierce, lonely corners of my soul. I swallow, forcing myself to remain cool. Fine, I'll consider it. But I'm not a soldier under your command, King. This is a collaboration, or nothing. His gaze flickers with approval. Collaboration? He echoes, inclining his head. Of course. But let me be clear. If you do come aboard, there will be protocols, a chain of command. I run an elite operation, not a democracy. I huff a humorless laugh. I've dealt with the military before. I know how chains of command work, but I also know how to get results. You want Red Spectre? Then you let me do what I do best, without 1,000 suits breathing down my neck. He doesn't flinch at my challenge. Instead, he extends a business card. It is black with silver lettering, just his name and a direct number. I'll give you 24 hours to decide. After that, I move on. I accept the card, feeling the raised print graze my fingertips. Our gazes lock again, and I swear something primal flickers there, a spark of mutual recognition, a promise of collision. My pulse throbs in my throat. This man is dangerous on every level, professional, emotional, maybe even physical. Yet in that moment, the friction between us only magnifies the allure. Before I can dwell on it, he steps back, composure snapping into place like armor. I'm holding a unit briefing tomorrow. If you want in, call me by tonight. If not, let's just say your VR career will be the least of your worries. I bristle at the threat, but force myself to remain calm. You know, for a job offer, that sounds a lot like a threat. He inclines his head. It's reality. I'm not here to coddle you, Miss Monroe. I'm here to recruit a top operative. Accept or decline. But understand there are consequences either way. My heart races with conflicting impulses. Anger, defiance, and a strange flicker of excitement. I'll let you know. Without another word, I pivot and stride toward the door, every muscle drawn tight. My mind is a tornado of furious thoughts. How dare he corner me like this? Yet beneath that fury lies a potent adrenaline rush from how he looks at me. How he speaks to me as if we are equals in a private war. My body still hums with the aftershock of attraction, twisted up with resentment. Enemies? Or something else? I don't glance back. The elevator whirs as it carries me down, away from Dominic King's world of marble floors and panoramic windows. But even as I step into the bustling downtown street, I can't shake the feeling that I've just taken a step onto a battlefield more perilous than any VR match I've ever fought. Because this time, the game pieces are real. The stakes are higher, and the man across the board is every bit my match. Chapter 5. Reese. I spend most of the night prowling the confines of Caleb's living room, mind caught in a high-speed collision between anger and reluctant excitement. Every time I replay my tense standoff with Dominic King in the opulent hotel suite, a fresh jolt of adrenaline skitters down my spine. I hate how effectively he boxes me in, and yet a part of me itches to see what happens if I actually join forces with him. By dawn, the doxing uproar hasn't subsided. My phone beeps every few minutes with alerts, messages, or more vile comments. Caleb urges me to switch it off, but I refuse. If anything, the chaos cements my decision. I'm done waiting around for the next blow. I want to take control. That morning, I hover over Caleb's small kitchen table, staring at Dominic's black business card. The silver font glints like a dare. I think about the alternative. Remain a pariah, blacklisted from VR, suspended from the DOD, and with trolls practically howling for my blood. No, thank you. Do it, Caleb says gently, passing me a coffee mug. Call him. If you're really in danger, you need backup. Backup, I repeat under my breath. Dominic King's version of backup is probably a small private army. My throat constricts, imagining the intensity of working under him. But what choice do I have? I lift my phone, type out a short text to the direct number. I'll do it. Tell me where and when to report. Reese Monroe. As soon as the message sends, a mixture of relief and dread unfurls in my chest. There is no going back. Less than 10 minutes later, the phone chimes. A reply appears. Coordinates attached. Security clearance at the gate will be under your name. Welcome aboard. Dominic King. Attached are GPS coordinates. My brows lift. It isn't any address I recognize in the city. It looks like somewhere out in the remote industrial area near the old docks, miles from civilization. That alone tells me this isn't just a fancy VR lab in a corporate high-rise. I meet Caleb's worried gaze. Looks like I'm heading to a paramilitary facility. He swallows, nodding. You sure you'll be okay? I force a crooked smile. I don't know, but I can't stay on the run forever. Besides, if it's a trap, at least I'll be confronting it head on. He tries to protest, but I give him a quick hug. Thank you for everything, really. Keep your phone on. I'll let you know once I'm settled. Then I grab my backpack of essentials, laptop, external drives, a change of clothes, and head out the door, still wearing the same black slacks from yesterday. My mind spins with images of Dominic's steely gaze, the tension that lights between us whenever we lock eyes. This is going to be one hell of a ride. The drive takes me past the city limits and into a sprawling half-industrial sector. Rusted warehouses dot the horizon, and the roads grow narrower as I follow the coordinates deeper into an area that looks abandoned. My heart thumps a steady, anxious beat. Finally, I spot a tall chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Beyond it rises a wide concrete compound, flanked by 2 watchtowers. A large sign reads, Vanguard Systems Authorized Personnel Only. 2 guards step out of the gatehouse as I approach in my battered sedan. They wear subdued tactical gear, no bright logos or insignia, just lethal efficiency. I feel a surge of nerves. This definitely isn't the typical VR lab with beanbag chairs and energy drinks. I roll down my window, handing over my ID. 1 guard scans it and then taps a small headset. Reese Monroe is cleared, he says quietly. The gate rolls open with a loud clang. I ease forward, my palms sweaty against the steering wheel. Inside, the compound is cleaner and more modern than I expect. Large warehouse-like buildings rise on either side, connected by corridors of tinted glass. At the far end stands a 3-story building with mirrored windows. A small sign near the entry reads, Vanguard Systems R&D. I park in a space marked Visitor, grab my backpack and steel myself. The moment I step out, a dry breeze carries the faint tang of the ocean. Maybe the docks are close by. Soldiers? No, employees move around in various states of uniform. Some in suits, some in tactical gear, others in casual clothing, but with an alertness in their bearing. A paramilitary facility, indeed. As I walk across the courtyard, curious eyes trail me. Some men nod curtly. Others barely hide their skepticism. I lift my chin, refusing to let them see uncertainty. I am here because I am good, damn good, and they'll find that out soon enough. Inside the main building, the lobby is all concrete walls and polished floors, no corporate frills. A single receptionist sits behind a steel desk. Welcome to Vanguard, she says. Dominic King is expecting you. Take elevator B to the 3rd floor. Her tone is clipped yet polite. My stomach knots, but I force a professional smile and follow her directions. The elevator rises with a soft hum, delivering me to a hallway lined with tinted windows, revealing glimpses of labs, offices, and some sort of advanced VR pods. Curiosity flares. These pods look more high-tech than anything I've seen in the civilian world. At the end of the corridor stands a set of double doors. I hesitate, hearing the muffled sound of voices outside. No turning back now. I push the doors open and step into a spacious briefing room. A half-dozen men in tactical attire ring a table. Some wear ballistic vests. Others have sidearms strapped at their hips. They radiate a quiet, lethal confidence, the kind honed in real combat zones, not just simulations. I feel their scrutiny sweep over me in an instant. At the head of the table stands Dominic King, broad shoulders and commanding presence unmistakable. The charcoal suit is gone, replaced by black tactical pants, a form-fitting long-sleeve shirt and boots. He looks even more formidable this way. Less CEO, more soldier. My breath catches for a second, remembering how controlled and intense he was at the hotel. Miss Monroe, he greets, that gravelly timbre resounding in the silent room. Right on time. He gestures for me to join them. The men exchange glances, clearly uncertain about who I am or why I've suddenly been brought into their midst. This is our top-tier VR Black Ops unit, codenamed Project Siren, Dominic says. These operatives specialize in bridging real-world tactics with advanced VR infiltration. Gentlemen, meet Reese Monroe, codename Red Spectre. At the mention of Red Spectre, a few eyebrows shoot up. One man with a shaved head lets out a low whistle. Another frowns, crossing his arms. Dominic continues. She's joining us, effective immediately. I expect everyone to show her the same respect and cooperation you'd show any valued team member. His gaze sweeps over them in a way that implies zero tolerance for dissent. Then he turns to me. The faintest hint of a smile touches his lips, though it doesn't soften his stark features. Welcome to Vanguard, Miss Monroe. A subtle tension ripples through the group. I can practically hear them thinking, a woman? Doxed VR champion? Here in a Black Ops capacity? I resist the urge to bristle. Instead, I brace myself. Appreciate the introduction, I say, letting my voice carry. I'm looking forward to seeing what your facility can do. I assume I'll get a chance to prove myself soon enough. One of the men, a burly guy with a scar running across his jaw, gives a short nod. If you're Red Spectre, I've seen your highlight reels. Didn't figure you for, well, he trails off, clearly not wanting to say a woman. I lift my brows. You can say it. I'm used to surprising people. A quiet chuckle sweeps the room. Even Dominic's eyes flicker with mild amusement. It isn't exactly acceptance, but it beats outright hostility. I'll show you to your workstation, Dominic says, gesturing toward a side door. We'll begin orientation, then move to the training range for a demonstration. I nod, trailing after him. As we step into a narrower corridor, the others in the group disperses to various tasks. Dominic walks with smooth, measured steps, like a predator on patrol. I fall into step beside him, my pulse steadily thrumming. The friction between us is almost palpable. Every time he glances at me, I feel that crackle of awareness, that undercurrent of something powerful and unfinished. It infuriates me how quickly he forces me to this facility. Yet I can't deny a certain charge in stepping onto his turf. We pass a glass-walled office with a sleek desk and multiple monitors. Dominic pauses, opening the door. This space is yours for the time being. We keep classified projects in separate labs, but you'll have secure access as needed. I step inside, surveying the setup. The desk is bare, except for a top-of-the-line terminal. The windows overlook a portion of the compound's courtyard. This is more than I expected, I admit. You'll need high-grade equipment, he says. We run simulations that push commercial hardware to the limit. You'll be free to customize anything you see fit. I glance at him. His voice is almost cordial, but the intensity in his expression never wavers. I appreciate it. A small pause. Then he lowers his voice. Listen, I know you hate feeling cornered. My heart kicks in my chest. That's an understatement. He exhales through his nose, as if grappling with how much to reveal. I'm not the villain here, Reese. I won't coddle you, but I also won't let you face those threats alone. As long as you're under Vanguard's umbrella, no one touches you without going through me first. My stomach flips at his protective tone. He's claiming me in a way. It is both maddening and strangely comforting. I don't need a shield, I retort, though not as harshly as I intend. He angles his head, those steel gray eyes flicking to my lips for the briefest instant before returning to my gaze. No, you don't. But maybe you deserve one, regardless. A startled flutter ripples through me, a betraying warmth. We are standing so close, the air feels charged. My heart hammers, yet I refuse to back down or show weakness. At last, he clears his throat. Let me introduce you to Jace. He's my right-hand operative in Siren. Seconds later, a younger man with a lean build and focused eyes strides into the office. He wears a black tactical shirt and cargo pants, and he seems more open than the others. Reese Monroe, Dominic says. This is Jace Harding. Jace offers a polite nod. Pleasure. Heard a lot about Red Spectre. Good to have you on board. I nod, forcing a smile that isn't quite forced. Thanks. Dominic clasps his hands behind his back. Jace, get her set up in the VR range, full demonstration, then bring her to the firing range for live training. My pulse ticks up. Live training? It makes sense for paramilitary work, but I haven't expected to jump straight into handling real weapons on day one. The anticipation and a sliver of apprehension twists in my gut. Any questions? Dominic asks, focusing on me. 1,000 swirl in my mind, but I force them down to the important one. When do we start looking into who hacked me? I'm here for more than just drills. He inclines his head. We'll integrate that into your tasks. Our intel team is gathering logs, cross-referencing your doxing with other sabotage attempts, but I want to see how you operate first. We do things a bit differently. His tone hints that once I prove myself in person, I'll earn more trust and more resources. It rankles, but I bite back my retort. If I want the support to track down my doxer, I have to play by Vanguard's rules. For now. All right, I say, meeting his gaze. I'll show you what Red Spectre can do. Something like approval glimmers in Dominic's eyes, though his expression remains controlled. You do that, Miss Monroe. Maybe we'll all learn something. With that cryptic line, he pivots and strides out, leaving me with Jace. The moment Dominic is gone, the tension filling the room thins slightly. Jace gives me a faint grin. He's intense, yeah? Takes getting used to. I exhale a shaky breath. Understatement of the century. Look, I can sense you're not thrilled about the circumstances, Jace says. But this unit, it's the real deal. We've prevented some nasty stuff from hitting the public eye. If you can stick it out, you'll see it's worth it. His sincerity softens my wariness a bit. Appreciate the heads up, I murmur. Jace motions for me to follow him. We wind through corridors with reinforced doors until we reach a set of double doors labeled VR Unit Siren. Inside, the walls glow with embedded LED strips. 6 VR pods are arranged in a semicircle, each rig boasting advanced exoskeletal frames for full body immersion. My eyes widen. This isn't standard esports gear. This is top of the line, possibly experimental. Here's your playground, Jace says, flipping open a panel to reveal a series of custom settings. We run simulations that mimic real-world missions. Urban infiltration, sniper vantage points, hostage scenarios, you name it. Dominic wants you to run a trial scenario to calibrate your reflexes. I feel a thrill of anticipation that momentarily overshadows my frustration at being coerced. If these pods offer the kind of realism I suspect, my VR talents will truly shine. Jace hands me a slim data band. You'll wear this on your forearm. It tracks neural responses and muscle feedback so we can measure your performance. Any injuries in sim cause a brief haptic jolt, so you'll know if you're hit. But it won't do lasting damage. Understood, I say, pressing the band onto my left forearm. Any last questions? He asks, stepping aside to let me enter the nearest pod. Just one. I meet his gaze steadily. You sure you guys are ready to see what I can do? He smirks. Cocky, I like it. Show us, Red Spectre. I climb into the pod, heart thrumming with a familiar adrenaline surge. The rig's interior looks like a futuristic cockpit. I strap in, slide the VR visor down, and exhale. Time to prove I belong. Moments later, the digital environment springs to life, a nighttime cityscape, eerily realistic in its detail. Streetlights glow, windows flicker, and the hum of traffic feels almost tangible. A mission briefing text scrolls in my periphery. Infiltrate, secure intel from target building, exfil without detection. A grin curves my lips. Game on. When the simulation ends, my visor retracts, and I emerge drenched in sweat. Pulse racing. The scenario tests infiltration, marksmanship, stealth under pressure. Each section not so different from the VR tournaments, but with an extra layer of realism that keeps me on my toes. Jay stands by a monitoring station, wide-eyed. That is one of the best rookie runs I've seen. You adapt to the environment quickly. Integrate your own subroutines for hacking the security feed. Where'd you learn that? I shrug, wiping sweat from my forehead. I've been building code since I was a teenager. Hacking is just problem solving at high velocity. He shakes his head in mild disbelief. Dominic's gonna flip. In a good way, I promise. Despite my wariness about the situation, pride warms my chest. I've proven I'm more than a token female coder. This is what I live for, pushing limits, outsmarting obstacles. Come on, Jay says. He wants you on the shooting range next. You got any real-world firearms experience? My mouth twitches at the memory of countless hours spent at off-duty ranges, back when I am first recruited into military tech. A bit. We head out. My legs still shaky from the intense VR immersion. The training range is on the opposite side of the compound, a cavernous indoor space with reinforced concrete walls and a mechanical target system. A few men are already there, locked in practice. Their shots echo off the walls in sharp retorts. Dominic stands at the far end, arms folded, posture regal yet lethal. He wears noise-canceling ear protectors slung around his neck. At our approach, he gestures for a pause in the gunfire. Good timing, he says, meeting my gaze. I saw your VR stats. Impressive. My heart flutters at the subtext in his tone, approval tempered by challenge. Thanks, I reply curtly, not wanting to appear too eager. He moves to a table lined with various firearms, pistols, rifles, even a high-tech prototype that looks like an energy weapon. Let's see how you handle live rounds. I pick up a standard 9mm, checking the slide, weight, and safety with practiced ease. Without a word, Dominic resets the mechanical target downrange. The paper silhouette slides back a good 30 feet. I square my stance, exhale, and squeeze the trigger. My first shot lands center mass. The recoil jolts my arms, but it feels familiar, almost comforting. I fire again, adjusting slightly. Another direct hit. When the magazine empties, I set the weapon down. The target reels in, revealing a tight cluster of bullet holes in the chest area. Pride flickers. It's been a while since I've handled a real firearm, but the muscle memory remains. A low whistle sounds from somewhere behind me. Damn, one of the other men mutters. I glance at Dominic. His expression is shuttered, but I see the flicker of respect in his eyes, and something else. Something heated that leaves me breathless. You weren't kidding about having experience, he says, voice low. Never said I was just a gamer, I reply, trying to keep an edge in my voice. A slow nod. Clearly not. He tilts his head toward a rifle on the table. Try the sniper config next. Let's see how you do at longer distances. I swap to the rifle, setting up in a prone position on the range's cold concrete floor. My heart beats steadily as I peer through the scope. It brings back memories of the VR tournaments, except this is real lead, a real target. A single pull of the trigger here could kill an actual person in a different setting. The weight of it isn't lost on me. Steadying my breath, I squeeze. The bullet punches the target's head in a crisp hole. Another shot. Another perfect mark. My chest fills with a strange mix of satisfaction and solemnity. When I stand, Dominic is watching me with an expression I can't fully read. Admiration, yes, but also a subdued tension. We lock eyes, the air crackling as though we are the only two people in that massive hall. My pulse races. There is an almost magnetic pull that makes me aware of everything about him. his broad chest, the controlled set of his jaw, the way his gaze flickers to my mouth, then back. "Welcome to the unit," he says quietly, stepping closer. The faint scent of his cologne drifts toward me. "We'll finalize your security protocols and get you integrated into the next mission. I want you to meet the other member of the crew. Run them through your coding approach. They need to see how you handle infiltration subroutines, especially the ones that caught my attention in the VR tournaments." I swallow, nodding. My breath feels uneven. "Fine. Just don't expect me to wait quietly while they doubt me." One corner of his mouth lifts in something close to a smirk. "I'd be disappointed if you did." Something sizzles in that space between us. Then one of the men coughs behind Dominic, breaking the moment. Dominic's expression hardens back to stoic. "All right," he says, addressing everyone present. "That's enough for now. Miss Monroe, we'll get you settled in the quarters. Training ramps up tomorrow at 0600. A wave of exhaustion nudges me, but adrenaline still thrums in my veins. I nod sharply. "Understood. Thanks for the warm welcome." His gray eyes gleam. We're only getting started. My lips part, but I don't trust myself to speak without betraying the strange swirl of emotions inside me. Instead, I turn, gathering my things. The men part as I walk past, some giving me appraising looks, others with grudging nods of respect. Welcome to Dominic King's world, I think, heart pounding. One question pulses in my mind as I leave the range. How the hell am I going to survive day after day of this man's intensity, let alone everything else lurking in the shadows? Because now I am on his turf, no longer just a solitary sniper in VR, but an operative in a male-dominated, high-stakes paramilitary arena. And Dominic King? He is the commanding force that makes every nerve in my body tighten, every breath come faster. Still, a fierce sense of possibility charges my veins. I've spent years hiding behind the Red Spectre handle. This is a chance to fight in the open, to sharpen my skills in the reality. And if I can uncover the sabotage behind my doxing in the process, maybe I'll come out of this stronger, unstoppable, and free.
Chapter 6. Dominic. I stand in front of my office window, overlooking the stretch of concrete and steel that houses Vanguard systems, and try to ignore the subtle tension in my shoulders. Normally, after locking down a key recruitment, I feel a sense of calm. But nothing about Reese Monroe, formerly just Red Spectre, qualifies as normal. A single message changes everything. She agrees to join our Black Ops VR unit. There is no triumphant satisfaction on my part, only an odd mixture of relief and a low simmering tension that tugs at my mind. Now that she is here, it is time to formally introduce her to the rest of Vanguard. A trivial matter, ordinarily. Yet the thought of having her under my roof stokes a restlessness I'm not used to. I catch my reflection in the tinted glass broad shoulders, close-cropped ash-brown hair, a trace of fatigue in my eyes that I can't quite shake. I sleep little last night, going over operational details, double-checking security protocols. If I'm honest, wrestling with the memories of Reese's challenging gaze in that hotel suite. The woman bristles with defiance and intelligence, fueling a strange pull I need to contain. Alpha personalities have a way of colliding. I only hope we'll harness that energy rather than implode. Straightening my collar, I step away from the window, leave my office, and walk down the corridor. With each stride, I let my mind shift into mission mode. This is bigger than personal intrigue. She has the skill and cunning to help us push the boundaries of VR warfare and track down whoever has doxed her. Vanguard's survival depends on outsmarting the next wave of threats. I can't allow personal distractions to derail that goal. When I reach the main operations room, I find Jace Harding, my right-hand man, already waiting. The digital wall screens display rolling lines of code, live feeds from secure servers, and a rotating display of VR infiltration scenarios. A few operators in Vanguard uniforms type away at sleek consoles. The air smells faintly of coffee and ozone from the humming electronics. "Morning, sir," Jace greets, throwing me a quick nod. She's in the conference lounge with a couple of the guys from the VR team. They've, already got questions. "Of course they do," I reply. "Any issues so far?" He hesitates. "Nothing major. Some skepticism. She's new, a female, and an outsider. But so far she handles it. Stakes her ground." I almost smile. Good. She needs to stake her ground here if she's going to survive in this environment. I pause. "Security logs on the sabotage front." Jay shakes his head. "No major updates. The same infiltration we saw in Red Spectre's doxing is creeping around the esports sphere, but we haven't pinned down the culprit. If Miss Monroe helps, we might accelerate progress." "Then let's see that she does," I say, letting my tone steel itself. There is no time to lose. Every second we fall behind gives the saboteur more room to orchestrate damage. On a personal note, I will not let them corner Reese again. The thought of her dealing with threats in isolation sparks a flicker of protectiveness I can scarcely articulate. Brushing it aside, I motion for Jace to lead the way. We enter the conference lounge, a high-ceilinged space with reinforced walls and tinted windows that overlook the VR unit's specialized training pods. A half-dozen men stand or sit around the table, each sporting the casual yet lethal stance of ex-military or high-level operatives. At the head of the table stands Reese, backpack slung over one shoulder, arms folded across her chest. Her posture is calm but alert, as if daring the room to challenge her. My gaze snags on her face. She wears her short, natural coils, a bit more style than the day I first met her, and her dark eyes shine with a guarded intensity. A subtle tension coils along the curve of her shoulders, as if she is ready to fight or flee if any of these men try to belittle her presence. They might. This is a male-dominated paramilitary environment. But I make it clear, Reese is here on my authority. No one challenges that without consequences. When she notices me, our eyes lock, and that crackle of electricity I felt at the hotel suite flares all over again. It is a split second of charged awareness, too brief for anyone else to notice, but strong enough to set my pulse thudding. "Gentlemen," I say, bringing the meeting to order. "As some of you already know, Miss Monroe, codename Red Spectre, has joined our Black Ops VR initiative. She's an asset to Vanguard, so you'd better get used to seeing her around." A few men offer polite nods. One or two still wear skeptical frowns. Reese stands straighter, meeting their gazes without blinking. "I'm here to work," she states, voice cool. "I know some of you think I'm just a VR champion who got doxed, but I bring more than gaming credentials, and if you doubt that, I'll be happy to prove it in or out of the sim." A slight murmur of amusement ripples through the room. I suppress a smirk. She isn't about to cower, and I respect that. "All right, let's get formalities out of the way," I continue. I point to each operative in turn. "You already met Jace. This is Miles, ex-Navy EOD and a crack shot. Reyes, infiltration specialist. Patel, coding and encryption. And so on." I pause at the tall, wiry man near the back. "That's Walker. He'll be your direct contact on the VR software side." Walker gives her a curt nod. "Pleasure. Heard you set some records in the sim already." "She did," Jace confirms with a small grin. "Clean infiltration, no errors, and total kill count off the charts." Reese offers a half smile. "Only the beginning." I let the conversation hang for a beat, ensuring the men understand her skill is real. Then I move on. "We have a lot of ground to cover. Siren isn't just about VR training. It's about merging digital strategy with on-the-ground tactics. You'll all be working closely, so do me a favor. Don't make it harder than it needs to be." My tone carries an edge that brooks no argument. "Understood," comes a chorus of acknowledgments. I turn to Reese. adrenaline spiking at the subtle awareness that lingers between us. Take a seat. We'll bring up a few core briefs, then get you assigned to your first official operation. She doesn't break eye contact. Can't wait. For a maddening instant, I think I see the corner of her mouth quirk, like she is daring me to see how far we can push each other. I quell the responding heat in my veins and remind myself that we have a job to do. After the introductions, I launch into a short presentation about Vanguard Systems' newest VR expansions, some top-secret infiltration modules we plan to field test for real-world security. As I speak, I notice Reese's attention never wavers. She studies the holoscreen with rapt focus, arms crossed under her chest, occasionally tilting her head as though mentally disassembling our code. When I wrap up, I step aside. Questions? Her brow arches. Plenty. For starters, who's your lead developer on these infiltration modules? They've got some interesting shortcuts. Walker clears his throat. That'd be me, mostly. With input from the guys. She nods. Your approach to AI pathfinding is unusual. Might cause meltdown in a complex environment if we push it too far. I can help refine it. He looks half amused, half defensive. Refine it, huh? You heard me, Reese says, voice level but firm. I see two potential exploits that an advanced hacker could exploit. If we're bridging digital infiltration with physical ops, we need those vulnerabilities patched. A few of the men exchange looks. I swear I catch a flicker of frustration in Walker's eyes. People in my unit typically pride themselves on being the best. That makes it easy for them to bristle at an outsider who points out flaws in their prize system. I step in, aware of the precarious energy in the room. That's exactly why Miss Monroe is here. We hired her to see angles we might miss. Keep an open mind, Walker. Walker presses his lips together, but finally nods. All right, we can discuss specifics after the briefing. Reese gives a curt nod, and I watch her shoulders relax slightly. She wins that little test of wills, though I sense the tension isn't gone, just shelved for later. If the heated glint in her eyes means anything, she relishes that kind of challenge. So do I, if I'm being honest. When we break up the meeting, the others file out, leaving me alone with Reese in the conference lounge. I turn off the main display, silence enveloping the space. We stand near the table, the drone of the overhead lights accentuating the charged quiet between us. Her voice cuts through the hush. I appreciate you backing me up in there. I know it can't be easy, introducing an outsider to your prized unit. I shrug. They'll adapt. I didn't recruit you to stroke their egos. I recruited you to push us further, whether they like it or not. She studies me, a mix of skepticism and curiosity in her dark eyes. So far, so good then. But I have a question. How exactly do you see me fitting in here? Because I'm not used to taking orders. I move closer until only a few feet separate us. There it is again, that prickling awareness, a live wire thrumming beneath my skin. She smells faintly of something clean and sharp, maybe the soap from the facility locker room. Heat pulses at my temples. You'll have your assignments, I say, voice a touch lower than intended. But I'm not looking to micromanage you. I want solutions, not blind obedience. If that means conflict, so be it. Her chin lifts. So I can challenge you. You'd better, I say softly, or this entire arrangement is pointless. The tension coils tighter. I can practically feel her heartbeat in the space between us. For a moment, I want to step even closer, test the heat that has been simmering since the day we met. But I can't. Won't forget we are in a professional environment. My self-control has served me well in the military and beyond. I'm not about to lose it now, no matter how strong the pull. She breaks eye contact first, clearing her throat as though snapping herself out of the moment. So what's my next move? I inhale, glad for the question. First, you meet with the coding team in Lab 3. Go over the infiltration modules, iron out your concerns. After that, I'd like you to dig into the sabotage logs we've collected, see if anything matches the patterns used in your doxing. Her eyes spark at that. I'm hoping you'd say that. The sabotage isn't just about me. If whoever targeted me is also hitting esports leagues, they might target Vanguard next. I nod. We suspect that's the plan. Cripple the best operators, gain a foothold in the Black Ops VR field. It's a threat we can't afford to ignore. A small breath, then she squares her shoulders. All right. Then I'll meet with your coders, but I'll need full access to the infiltration modules, no half measures. If I'm going to fix vulnerabilities, I need root-level permissions. That's a lot of trust, I muse. Her expression hardens. You're the one who strong-armed me into this. If you don't trust me, why bring me in? I pause, letting the weight of her words linger. Trust cuts both ways. I corner her, yes, but I intend to make sure she thrives here, not sabotage her. You'll get full permissions, I say at last. Just keep me informed on any changes you make. I have to sign off on all major shifts in our code architecture. She nods, the tension in her stance easing. Deal! Silence falls again, heavier this time. My gaze drifts over her face, a sharp jawline, high cheekbones, eyes that reveal more than she probably wants me to see. She is proud, guarded, brilliant, and thoroughly off-limits. I should go, she says abruptly, glancing away as if she too feels the current that pulls us. Lab 3, right? Right, I say, forcing a neutral tone. Talk to Walker. I'll be with the infiltration team later. We'll regroup after to see what you find. She gives a nod and slings her backpack more securely over her shoulder. Then I'll see you later, King. The way she says my name sends a jolt of heat through my veins, memories of her voice at the hotel swirling in my mind. I don't move or speak until she turns on her heel and walks out, leaving me alone with the flickering overhead lights and the echo of her footsteps in the corridor. An hour later, I find myself in my office going through a stack of operational files that demand attention. My focus, however, keeps drifting. I check a security protocol, scribble a note, then imagine Reese facing off with my coders. Do they treat her with grudging respect or push back too hard? She'll hold her own, of that I have no doubt. But it gnaws at me that my own men might question her authority. I sigh, tossing the file aside and pinching the bridge of my nose. A subtle ache blooms behind my eyes. My phone buzzes just then, a text from Jace. Jace. Boss, you might want to swing by Lab 3. She's running circles around Walker's encryption, but they're butting heads on how to patch it. A wry grunt spills from my lips. Of course, bracing myself, I leave the office and head for Lab 3. The corridor smells faintly of electronics and fresh paint, the overhead fluorescent lights reflecting off the polished floors. A glass door leads into a spacious lab lined with server racks and a half-dozen advanced workstations. Multiple monitors display lines of code, system schematics, and debugging prompts. I spot Reese at one station, posture tense, her fingers moving deftly across the keyboard as Walker hovers behind her. The tension is palpable, even from the doorway. I step in, and a hush falls, though no one actually speaks. Everything all right? I ask evenly. Reese glances up at me. If your definition of all right includes outdated encryption that's borderline dangerous, sure, she says, voice biting. I'm telling Walker we need a deeper rewrite, but he's convinced a quick patch can hold. That's not how you fix an exploit, especially if it's big enough to cause meltdown in a high-intensity VR environment. Walker looks irritated. With all due respect, I've managed this encryption for over a year. A full rewrite means taking the entire system offline for days, maybe weeks. That's a massive risk. It's a bigger risk if the saboteur uses the exploit to crash our entire infiltration module, Reese shoots back. I hold up a hand before things escalate further. Both of you, calm down. Let's handle this systematically. Miss Monroe, show me what you found. Walker, show me your proposed fix. We'll decide which path is best to pursue. A reluctant silence as they exchange glances. Then Reese purses her lips and shifts to let me see her monitor. This code block, see? The encryption calls a function that's poorly validated. Any advanced AI infiltration could rewrite the passkey on the fly. I peer at the lines, absorbing the logic. Yes, I see the vulnerability. It's not minor. Walker quietly points to his patch notes. I can isolate that block, add a separate validation subroutine, and it's good enough for now. Then we do the deeper rewrite in phases so we don't shut everything down at once. Reese exhales. That's a band-aid on a bullet wound. If you trust me, let me do the entire rewrite now. We can port vital processes to a secure backup server. It's more downtime, but the end result is bulletproof. I weigh the pros and cons. My immediate concern is readiness for upcoming operations, but the long-term risk of sabotage is also huge. All right, I say slowly. We can't afford a meltdown in mid-mission. Miss Monroe, do it your way. Walker, coordinate with her to ensure we keep essential modules running. No throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Walker clenches his jaw, then nods. I'll do it, but it's going to be a logistical nightmare. Better that than a crisis in the field, I answer firmly. You have your orders. I feel the tension shift as Walker bows to my decision, though I recognize resentment flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Reese wears a faint look of satisfaction, enough to make the corner of my mouth twitch. She claims her ground again. Thank you, she says quietly, meeting my gaze. There is no triumph in her tone, just relief that I back her. I'll get started immediately. I nod, stepping closer so I can keep my voice low. We're not always going to see eye to eye here, but if you're right, I'll support you. Understood? Her eyes glint with that fierce intelligence I expect. Understood, and if I'm ever wrong, I'll do better. A surge of warmth tightens my chest, surprising me. Straight answers, no games. I like that more than I care to acknowledge, especially in a world of half-truths and controlled facades. Then carry on, I say, stepping back. And do me a favor. Try not to kill each other in the process. She offers a quick grin, surprising me again with how it lights her face. No promises, but I'll try. I leave them to their work, continuing my rounds. My mind buzzes with the friction that crackled in Lab 3. Normally, friction annoys me. But with Reese, that friction feels like potential energy that might propel us to the next level of performance. If harnessed correctly, it can be unstoppable. If mishandled, it can tear the team apart. Hours slip by. Late afternoon, I find myself at an upper-level walkway, gazing through reinforced glass at the training floor below. Operatives run drills, practicing infiltration maneuvers. My phone vibrates. A text from Jace. Jace, encryption rewrite started. Monroe is intense, but results are promising. Walker's begrudgingly impressed. Thought you'd want to know. I allow a small smile. Intense is an understatement. Everything about Reese, her stance, voice, and directness makes me acutely aware of her presence. The memory of our confrontation in the hotel suite tugs at the edges of my mind, fueling a current of desire I have to bury deep. Business first. After dinner, I venture to Lab 3 once more. The overhead lights are dimmed and only a few staffers remain, hunched over terminals. Reese stands at a server rack, reading lines of code on a backlit screen. Her brow furrows in concentration. In that moment, the fierce brilliance in her posture is mesmerizing, an alpha mind at work. She senses my approach and glances up. Dominic, she greets, voice hushed. Everything under control, I ask, letting her name roll through my head. Reese. It fits her better than Red Spectre, less distant, more grounded. We've isolated the core processes, ported them to the backup server. It's going to take me through the night to finalize the rewrite. Walker stepped out to crash for a bit, so I'm pulling an all-nighter. She rubs the back of her neck. Not my first, won't be my last. I study the dark smudges under her eyes. Get some rest once you're done. No one's expecting a miracle at 3 a.m. She shakes her head. I don't mind. My best coding happens when I'm alone and there's no one to distract me. Right. An awkward beat follows, the buzz of the server fans filling the silence. Then I speak in a low tone. Reese, if you need anything, resources, or just a break, ask. I'm not interested in running you into the ground. Her lips curve faintly. I'm used to going at it alone, but thanks for offering. That simple exchange carries a weight that startles me. She is used to carrying burdens by herself, her anonymity, her battles in the VR world, even the doxing fiasco. Now she is here, in my domain, forging an uncertain alliance. Can I be the anchor she needs, or is that too personal a role for a man like me? I'll leave you to it, I say, fighting the urge to close the distance between us. Keep me updated. She nods, returning to her code. As I turn to leave, a whispered question reaches my ears. Dominic? I pause, glancing back. The shadows cast by the servers accentuate the angular planes of her face. Yes? Why me? She asks, voice barely above a murmur. You could have recruited anyone. You basically forced me into this. Why? A dozen answers cycle through my mind. Her skill, her unique perspective, the synergy of matching her with our unit. But none of that captures the restless feeling in my chest whenever I think about her. The undeniable attraction that tugs at me every time our gazes lock. Still, I give her the most honest reply I can manage. Because you're the best. And I don't believe in leaving the best to fend for themselves when they can be so much more with the right support. Her eyes flicker. She doesn't smile, but something in her expression softens. Okay, she says, voice quiet. Then let's see if you're right. I nod. In that moment, the tension pulsing between us feels like the hush before a storm, an energy we can neither ignore nor fully embrace. The attraction is there, bright and dangerous. But so are the stakes of our mission, and the unspoken lines we aren't sure how to navigate. Get some rest, I repeat, then step into the corridor, letting the door close behind me with a soft click. I walk through the darkened hallway with my mind spinning. Reese is in the thick of our world now, and neither of us is backing down. We test each other, press each other's limits. In that relentless friction, I sense the spark of something bigger than just a working relationship. Something that can either fortify us or destroy us both. For better or worse, I'm ready to find out which one it will be.
Chapter 7. Reese. I wake up with a dull throbbing behind my eyes, remnants of the all-nighter I pull, refining Vanguard's encryption. The overhead fluorescent lighting in the small bunk room feels unforgiving as I blink myself into awareness. My quarters, if they can be called that, are spare. A single bed, a metal wardrobe, and a beat-up desk. Hardly luxurious, but it suits me. Comfort has never been my priority. Security is. And right now, inside Dominic King's paramilitary fortress, I have more security than I've ever had in my life. I rise and stretch, soreness rippling through my shoulders. The adrenaline that carries me through last night's coding session has finally ebbed, leaving me exhausted and restless all at once. A part of me suspects my tension isn't purely about the facility. It has a lot to do with the man in charge, Dominic King, whose quiet intensity and unwavering gaze fill my thoughts more often than I want to admit. Focus, Reese. There's work to be done. I take a quick shower in the shared bathroom down the hall, letting the hot water clear my mind. The facility is already humming with activity outside. Footsteps in corridors, the low drone of equipment, voices exchanging clip commands. This is a world of disciplined men and mission-focused structure. It stirs an odd mix of wariness and excitement in me. I thrive as an outsider in the VR scene for years. Now, I am a newly minted insider in a top-tier real-world Black Ops environment. I can't afford to appear uncertain. Toweling off, I don a fresh set of black cargo pants, a fitted t-shirt, and my favorite battered combat boots. Functional, comfortable, and projecting don't mess with me vibes in this male-dominated arena. I run my hand over my short coils in the mirror, eyes flicking to the faint smudges of fatigue beneath them. I survive worse, A new day, a new test. My phone buzzes with a text from Jace. Jace, morning, meeting in the VR pods at 0800 sharp. Dominic wants you to do a full sniper simulation for the team. Don't be late. A flicker of adrenaline cuts through my weariness. So, it is showtime. They want to see Red Spectre in action. A small grin tugs at my lips as I pocket my phone. Perfect. Let them watch. By the time I reach the VR training wing, the clock reads 7:58. I step into the large, rectangular space dominated by 6 state-of-the-art VR pods. Each stands open like a futuristic cocoon, bright LED strips pulsing along their edges. The hush in the air is punctuated by the low thrum of powerful cooling fans, keeping the hardware stable. Half the unit is already present, chatting among themselves. Dominic stands near the center, arms folded, wearing tactical pants and a black compression shirt that emphasizes his powerful frame. I try not to let my eyes linger too long on the way those muscles flex beneath the fabric. We have a job to do, and I don't let the sparks between us overshadow that. Still, my pulse kicks up as our gazes collide. He gives a curt nod in greeting. Miss Monroe, ready to demonstrate your sniper run? My lips curve in a faint smirk. Always. Jay steps forward with a small data pad. We've set up an urban infiltration scenario, culminating in a long-range extraction shot. We'd like you to run the team through it. Show them your methods and how you'd coordinate Overwatch in a real mission. I glance around. A few of the men from my earlier run-ins linger, including Walker, the coder who butts heads with me over the encryption rewrite. He offers a polite, if guarded, nod. There is also Miles, the ex-Navy EOD tech, looking curious, and Reyes, infiltration specialist, arms folded. I sense skepticism from some of them, but no overt hostility. Not yet. All right, I say, taking a breath. Let's load up the sim. Walker taps a terminal. The overhead lights dim, and a wide monitor flickers on, showing the VR environment's vantage point. You'll be in Pod 1. Everyone else can watch from the viewer's gallery. Dominic takes a step closer, voice pitched low enough for only me to hear. Show them why I hired you. I hold his gaze, a crackle of energy dancing between us. Count on it. Without waiting for a response, I cross to the first pod. The door slides open with a soft hiss, revealing the harness and visor inside. Sliding into place feels second nature, like returning to a well-loved cockpit. My heart thuds in a steady cadence. Nerves, or anticipation, I'm not sure. Maybe both. This is more than just a demonstration for me. It is a statement. I belong here, and I can hold my own. The pod seals, the visor lowers, and the environment boots up around me in a swirl of neon. In seconds, I find myself perched atop a high-rise building in a futuristic cityscape. The scenario brief scrolls on my HUD. Objective: provide overwatch while infiltration team extracts a high-value asset. Eliminate hostiles without detection. Protect the team at all costs. My digital avatar, sleek, agile, armed with a high-powered sniper rifle, fits like a second skin. I inhale, forcing my mind to clear. This is my domain. Red Spectre, I murmur under my breath. Let's do this. The cityscape below me stretches in glimmering detail, skyscrapers, neon signs, and vehicular traffic. Opposing forces patrol key rooftops and alleyways. I toggle the scope on my rifle, scanning for vantage points. My objective is to safeguard an infiltration unit simulating Dominic's men. I spot the allied infiltration avatars creeping through a side street. 2 hostiles hover on a balcony overhead. Shifting my vantage by half an inch, I align the reticle. A single controlled exhale, a gentle squeeze, and one hostile goes down in a silent takedown. The second jerks in surprise. Before he can radio for backup, I recalculate my angle and fire again. Both targets out, clean. The feed in my headset crackles with simulated comms. Clear for movement, says a digitized voice. I track them as they advance deeper into enemy territory. Another cluster of hostiles patrols an adjoining rooftop. My mind clicks through possible angles. I toggle to a specialized subroutine I code to highlight vantage points. The building across from me offers a partial line of sight, so I execute a quick infiltration hack, something only advanced VR systems allow. Within moments, my avatar ghosts across a digitally conjured cable line to land on the opposite rooftop. In the observation gallery, they see me pulling off near impossible stunts with calm precision. This isn't about flashy kills. Any fool can spam the trigger. This is about controlling the battlefield, making each shot count, and never wasting a second. My every breath, every shift is measured. I take out 2 more tangos, allowing the infiltration unit to slip past a guard post undetected. Finally, the Allied avatars reach the extraction zone on a far corner of the map, which overlooks a wide plaza crawling with patrolling enemies. My adrenaline peaks. Sniper vantage combined with infiltration timing is my sweet spot. One by one, I pick off guards from a distance, coordinating with the infiltration route. The hits come swift, silent, lethal. Headshot after headshot, timed so no one discovers the bodies until it is too late. By the time the infiltration team reaches the final corridor, I clear a path through the plaza. A final wave of hostiles pours in from a hidden spawn point, attempting to ambush the Allied team. The scenario's biggest challenge, no doubt. My scope zeroes in on the key vantage where a rocket launcher perches. That is the real threat. Quick exhale, fire. The rocket-carrying unit drops, leaving the rest in disarray. My infiltration allies sprint for the extraction point. The mission timer flashes. 10 seconds to secure the package. I pivot, scanning for any last potential threats. A final pair of snipers has taken position on a distant rooftop. They start to aim. 10 seconds, 9, 8. I adjust. The crosshairs slide across the first sniper. A swift, precise kill. The second whips around, already firing. My avatar jerks sideways as the bullet grazes my virtual armor. The sim registers a partial hit, draining half my health. I grit my teeth, ignoring the slight vibration in my harness that mimics pain. Lining up the second shot, I steady my breath and pull the trigger. Mission complete. The infiltration unit and the package both extract safely. My kill count soars at the top of the scoreboard. Red Spectre, 18 hostiles eliminated, 0 allies lost. The sim dissolves around me in a wash of digital confetti, signifying success. My visor lifts, heart hammering. I take a second to reorient myself to the real world. I want to see the faces of the watchers in the gallery. The pod door slides open. A small group has gathered by the display screen, which is replaying the highlight reel of my final kills. I unstrap myself and step out, adrenaline still buzzing in my veins. Damn, Miles mutters, staring at the screen. That's, impressive. Fast and methodical, Reyes adds, giving me an evaluating look. I've never seen someone toggle vantage points that quickly. Even Walker, always so stoic, seems grudgingly impressed. Your code trick for crossing that rooftop? I didn't know we'd built that capability into the sim. I shrug. We didn't, not fully. I improvised a subroutine, just a minor rewrite. Only you'd call that minor, he says dryly. A ripple of respect courses through the men. I can't deny the small surge of pride in my chest. Part of me has always thrived on showing up the doubters, especially in a tech-driven environment that rarely respects women. Here in a place that is half military, half tech, the challenge is doubled. Yet, I prove I am not just talk. I catch Dominic watching from a few feet away, arms folded across his broad chest, a quiet intensity in his gaze. He steps forward. Well done, he says softly. You executed the scenario flawlessly. Was there ever any doubt? I tease, my tone light to mask the swirl of warmth in my stomach, because the way he looks at me, like I am both a wild card and exactly what he needs, makes my pulse race. His expression flickers with what might be amusement. In this line of work, there's always doubt. You just minimize it. Around us, the remaining team member starts drifting away, returning to their own tasks. I realize they are giving us space, whether intentionally or not, I'm not sure. Suddenly, it feels like just Dominic and me in the silence of the VR wing, the monitors around us displaying my still glowing scoreboard. The spark between us is palpable, but we never acknowledge it openly, not here. Instead, Dominic clears his throat. Now that the demonstration's over, let's talk next steps. I nod, forcing my mind back to business. Right. I assume we'll keep building synergy with the infiltration modules? He nods. Yes. And we'll need your help refining real-world tactics based on your vantage approach. You might be needed on an upcoming assignment if we can confirm an external threat. My brow furrows. Speaking of external threats, any leads on the sabotage or who might be behind it? I'd like to dive deeper into the data logs I pulled from last night. His features harden. We suspect someone is funneling intel to a competitor or possibly a rogue faction. If they sabotage your match to dox you, they might be after bigger fish, including Vanguard itself. Goosebumps prickle my skin. I recall the menacing email from the unknown hacker, the threatening message telling me to step down. Do we have an internal leak, or is it purely external? That's what we need to figure out, Dominic replies, voice tight. We've spotted strange data transmissions that vanish into the system. No definitive proof yet, but there's a chance we have a traitor among us. A chill trickles through me. The possibility of infiltration from someone inside the compound sets my nerves on edge. We need to isolate the logs, track footprints. If there's a traitor, they might try to sabotage not just the VR systems, but real missions. He exhales, tension radiating off him. Exactly. I want you to keep your eyes open, especially around the VR labs. You see anything off, lines of code tampered with, suspicious usage logs? Tell me immediately. I straighten my posture. You have my word. For a heartbeat longer, we lock gazes, that unspoken current crackling again. He is close enough that I catch the faint scent of something woodsy on him, a subtle cologne, or maybe just the smell of his soap. It sends a thread of warmth skittering along my nerves. I remind myself we are at work, with potential watchers. We'd never act on that tension, but it hovers in every charged moment we spend together. Keep me updated, he says at last, stepping back. The next few days will be critical. If we find sabotage, we move fast. Right. I clear my throat. I'll dive into the server logs, let you know what I find. He nods, then turns and walks off. The shift in his posture telling me he is back in command mode. Even so, I linger, watching him go. Then, with a half-frustrated sigh, I force myself to exit the VR bay. I spend the remainder of the morning buried in code analysis, combing through every network log in search of anomalies. The encryption I rework seems intact. If there is infiltration, it is subtle. That alone stokes my paranoia. Someone in the compound might have the skill to cover their tracks. Shortly after noon, Jace pages me to a side office near the infiltration labs. He looks tense. Found something weird in the VR test logs, he says, pointing at a screen. These logs were accessed at 2 a.m., but we can't figure out who authorized it. The user ID is scrambled. I frown, studying the lines of data. This looks like a ghost login, somebody piggybacking on a legitimate user's credentials. He nods. Yeah, and they tried to run a patch on the infiltration module. The system recognized it as an unauthorized override and froze, but they still had time to copy some data. My heart pounds. They're after the infiltration codes, possibly your advanced VR simulations, which could be worth millions on the black market. Jace's expression darkens. Could be worse than a black market sale. If they use these codes to sabotage real ops, we're talking about weaponized infiltration. That's lethal potential. A chill slides down my spine. We have a traitor, all right. Someone inside Vanguard. I glance around, conscious of the many vantage points in the lab. My mind flicks back to the men I've met. Could it be Walker? Annoyed I overruled him. Or Reyes? Maybe acting friendly but secretly orchestrating sabotage. Even Miles, who seems benign, has a complex background. Any leads on which user they piggybacked? I ask, pulse throbbing. Jay shakes his head. Not yet. The system flagged it as a legitimate user, but the data was so thoroughly masked that we can't see who. Walker's trying to trace the server logs, but no luck yet. Tension coils in my gut. If we have a traitor, they might be watching every move we make, staying one step ahead. We can't let them strike again. A new thought dawns. If the traitor is cunning enough, they could attempt to frame me. After all, I'm the new arrival. I've already doxed myself by existing in the public eye. It wouldn't be hard to point a finger at the black woman who is used to being an outsider. My jaw clenches. We need to lock down the VR servers completely. No external connections. No user logins that aren't physically verified. Jace gives a tight nod. I'll talk to Dominic. If we isolate the system, we might catch the traitor next time they try to slip in. I exhale, dread curling under my ribs. The atmosphere in Vanguard is shifting. Tension thrums in the corridors. People cast wary glances at each other. In a place built on camaraderie and trust, the notion of betrayal eats away at morale. And me? I'm stuck in the crossfire, still reeling from my own doxing, now entangled in a new web of sabotage. I rub my temple, the fatigue from last night reasserting itself. Let's do that, and keep me posted. I'll keep digging. Got it. Jace's jaw sets in grim determination. As afternoon bleeds into evening, I find myself in the facility's cafeteria, picking at a bland meal of protein and vegetables. My appetite is non-existent, overshadowed by swirling thoughts of potential sabotage. The hum of conversation around me feels tense and guarded. Men speak in low voices, side-eyed glances exchanging across tables. Dominic enters at one point, striding with his usual purposeful grace. Our eyes meet briefly. A hint of question flickers there, like he is silently asking if I've discovered anything else. I give him a small shake of my head. Not yet. He dips his chin, then continues on, presumably to check in with other staff. But for one heated moment, I wish we were anywhere else, somewhere we could speak freely, maybe even drop the walls we've both built. Instead, I finish my meal, disposing of my tray. By the time I return to the VR wing, the sense of unease has settled into my bones. The men who watched my demonstration earlier still respect me, but the knowledge that one of them, or someone else in the building, could be a traitor curdles that camaraderie into suspicion. Back in Lab 3, I recheck system logs from the last 24 hours. The more I search, the more I confirm that someone is methodically covering their tracks. They know enough about Vanguard's infrastructure to avoid leaving an obvious trail. If they get bolder, though, a slip might eventually appear. In the meantime, I have to remain vigilant. When I finally shut down the terminal, it is late. My brain throbs with coding details, infiltration routines, and the puzzle of who might be betraying us. My gaze drifts to the silent VR pods, illuminated only by the faint radiance of their standby lights. A swirl of anger rises within me. Anger at the sabotage, the hacker who doxed me, and the unknown hand trying to dismantle the place I'm starting to see as a new challenge, maybe even a new home. I brush my fingertips across the sleek metal of Pod 1, the same one I used that morning. The Red Spectre side of me yearns for the clarity of a match I can win or lose through skill alone. Real life is murkier, with motives and betrayals that code alone can't fix. Before I head to my bunk, I send Dominic a terse text, updating him on my progress. No conclusive ID on the traitor. Requesting temporary system isolation to force them out of hiding. Let me know if you approve. RM. His response comes almost immediately despite the late hour. Approved. We'll lock down at 0600. Good work. DK. My chest tightens at his praise. This is more than just a mission. It feels personal, like we are forging an unspoken alliance in the middle chaos. Maybe we can root out this threat before it tears Vanguard apart. A wave of exhaustion hits me, and I turn off the lab lights, heading for my bunk. As I trudge through the corridors, I picture the moment earlier when I snipe every hostile in the VR scenario. The team is impressed, maybe even a little unnerved. But the real unnerving presence is the traitor lurking among us. For all my confidence, a whisper of fear flickers in the back of my mind. Had I stepped from one war zone to another, VR might teach me to anticipate every angle, but real betrayals don't always come from enemies wearing bright red tags. Sometimes they stand beside you, wearing the same uniform. Resolve hardens inside me. I won't let anyone sabotage me again. I will find them, whoever they are, and end this. If Dominic King insists on standing at my side, well, maybe I'll let him. Because in the haze of tension and uncertainty, the one thing I know for sure is that we are in this fight together, no matter what lines we might cross. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 8. Reese. 2 weeks slip by in a flash of dawn drills, VR simulations, intense late-night coding sessions. The lockdown Dominic approves after our discovery of a possible traitor has thrown the entire Vanguard facility into high alert. No one, not even the highest-ranked operatives, can access certain servers without going through me or Jace. Frustration simmers among the team, but beneath it lies an undercurrent of adrenaline-laced purpose. We are under threat, and will damn well fight back. I feel it in the way men's gazes follow me down corridors, equal parts respect and wariness. I sense it in the clipped, urgent tone of every briefing. Mostly, I see it in Dominic's eyes each time we cross paths, steely resolve, layered over something deeper, something that crackles like live electricity whenever we come within arm's reach. During these 2 weeks, my days settle into a relentless routine. By sunrise, I am out on the concrete courtyard with the other operatives, running laps or sparring in the training ring. Mid-morning finds me buried in code, analyzing the infiltration modules for signs of tampering or plugging potential exploits. Afternoons mean VR simulations or live fire exercises. Evenings shift back into more coding or a second round of physical drills. Each time I return to my bunk, muscles aching and mind spinning, the same question burns through my thoughts. When will the traitor strike? And how close to danger are we, really? If I'm honest, another question looms almost as large. What exactly is going on between Dominic King and me? Because it is more than just professional tension. Over those 2 weeks, we collaborate closely, sometimes alone, sometimes with Jace or the others. Every time Dominic's hand brushes mine while pointing out a tactical route, or every time our gazes lock across the firing range, an electric jolt ripples through me. Our conversations grow increasingly intense, both of us testing each other's boundaries, albeit discreetly. It isn't blatant flirting. We are too guarded for that. But it is there humming beneath the surface like a coded signal we haven't dared to code. The day starts with an overcast sky that matches the building tension in the facility. At 0600 sharp, I stand in the courtyard, lined up with a dozen other operatives. The sun is just a pale glow behind a thick layer of clouds. Dominic stands at the front, wearing a dark tactical shirt and cargo pants, arms crossed, surveying us like a general about to lead his troops. "We're pushing training intensity again," he announces, voice resonating across the courtyard. "That means faster runs, heavier gear, and more advanced drills. In the field, we don't have the luxury of comfort." His gaze turns toward me, then moves on. I keep my face neutral, a simmer of anticipation coiling in my gut. He singles me out twice in the past week for personal sparring sessions, each time turning into a silent dance of jabs and feints that leaves my pulse hammering more from the closeness of him than from the exertion. "Let's move," Dominic barks. We take off on a run around the facility perimeter. The industrial surroundings blur by as I find my rhythm, boots pounding the pavement. Reyes and Miles run at my sides, breathing hard. Several men pull ahead, trying to show off. I pace myself, remembering a key principle. Finishing strong matters more than starting fast. Over the weeks, I get used to the jeers or quiet doubts from certain corners. Some guys still cling to old chauvinistic mindsets, but I thrive on proving them wrong. Near the halfway mark, we veer into an obstacle course, a series of walls, cargo nets, and rope climbs. The 2 men in front of me, slow, uncertain. I vault the first wall, adrenaline spiking. My muscles burn as I swing over the top and drop. Quick steps. Then I tackle the rope climb. The man to my right, Weston, a cocky ex-ranger who occasionally scoffs at the idea of a woman in VR ops, fumbles. He stares, breath heaving, as I shimmy up the rope. By the time I hit the ground on the far end, Dominic stands off to the side, arms still folded, expression unreadable. I catch the faintest gleam in his eyes as he watches me land lightly on my feet. Behind me, Weston curses under his breath. "Lucky break," he mutters. I grit my teeth, refusing to respond. It's not luck. It's skill. Instead of arguing, I push harder, sprinting for the next obstacle. The entire time, I feel Dominic's gaze like a tangible heat at my back. When we finally reach the end of the course, I am among the first to arrive. Weston pants behind me, hands braced on his knees, face flushed. He shoots me a glare. I merely wipe sweat from my forehead and force my breathing into a steadier rhythm. Dominic steps forward, scanning the group. "Not bad for a warm-up," he says, voice clipped. "We'll debrief in the training bay at 0700. Shower, rehydrate, and be ready." His gaze lingers on me a half-second longer than everyone else's. The subtle nod he gives me feels like a private acknowledgement. My heart gives a traitorous little flip. It is insane how that moment of silent recognition overshadows the entire run. At 0900, I find myself in one of Vanguard's high-tech VR labs, the scenario loaded for advanced infiltration practice. We run these drills daily, each time ramping up complexity. This one combines urban warfare with puzzle-like hacking sequences, forcing me to rely on a combination of raw aim and cunning code manipulation in real time. Dominic observes from behind the main console, along with a small audience of watchers. I am the one in the hot seat, strapped into a specialized harness that allows partial free movement while reading my body's signals. Jace compiles the scenario with me the night before, ensuring it will stretch my skills to the brink. "Ready, Miss Monroe?" Dominic asks, voice carrying over the low buzz of the equipment. I give a tight nod. "As ever." An instant later, my visor lights up with a digital cityscape. The countdown beeps, and I launch into my infiltration path, weaving through simulated rooftops and alleyways. My avatar carries a sniper rifle on her back, plus a sidearm for close quarters. The objective? Hack 3 security nodes without triggering alarms, then exfiltrate. The real challenge is an AI-driven enemy force that adapts to my approach, trying to corner me. The harness lets me pivot physically, my body motions translating to the avatar. Sweat slicks my skin as I navigate through a digital corridor, carefully dismantling a security protocol I recognize from earlier infiltration modules. The crowd behind me watches on a wall-sized screen, gasping when an AI soldier nearly spots me around a corner. I drop him with a suppressed shot. 1 node down, 2 to go. My heartbeat thunders. I toggle to the sniper rifle, scanning the rooftops. Sure enough, an AI sniper perches in a vantage point. We lock scopes simultaneously. I fire a millisecond before the digital muzzle flash. The enemy sniper drops. The adrenaline spike rushes through my veins. The final node is deeply guarded. I trigger a subroutine, rewriting part of the environment's code to open a new path. That trick is a hallmark of my VR play as Red Spectre, finding ways to exploit the system that no one else notices. It works. I bypass 3 heavily armed guards, slip inside, and plant my hack. The node fizzles out in a shower of digital static. Now for exfil. The AI scrambles, sounding alarms as I sprint toward the extraction zone. Bullets whiz, the harness giving me slight haptic feedback on near misses. I zigzag, returning fire. A final guard blocks my exit, raising a rocket launcher. My breath catches. No time to hack. I swap back to the sniper rifle, take a single breath, fire. The guard collapses. The rocket soars wild, exploding harmlessly against a digital building. Mission complete. I grin as I look at the screen. Then I turn to Dominic, and our gazes lock. The heat in his eyes makes my heart race. What is it? I hold my breath, wondering what he sees in me when he looks at me like that. "We really need someone like you in our team," he says, voice husky. "Now, we just need to find that saboteur, and everything's going to be as perfect as can be." Determination ignites my entire being. Definitely, I'm going to find that saboteur and put him or her in their proper place.
Chapter 9. Dominic. I end the day with sore shoulders, a throbbing headache, and an unshakable tension that has been building for weeks. Officially, I blame the stress of dealing with a potential saboteur in our midst, an invisible threat that haunts every corner of Vanguard's systems. Unofficially, I know better. Most of this tension centers on one person, Reese Monroe. It is impossible to ignore the charge between us. She keeps outpacing my men in training, pushing the boundaries of VR infiltration, and pushing me just as hard. Every time we spar, I feel the flicker of something dangerously electric. Every time she meets my eyes after a flawless mission run, my pulse ticks a little faster. For 2 weeks, I convince myself it is manageable. A crackle of mutual respect tinged with attraction that we can both compartmentalize. Tonight, that self-control feels like it is hanging by a thread. I leave my office past midnight, the corridors dimly lit and nearly deserted. The day has been brutal. 8 hours of tense coding sessions to isolate suspicious logins, plus 3 separate training blocks. My body aches, but my mind refuses to rest, the same questions looping. Who's betraying us? How do we stop them? Overshadowing those practical worries, another question stirs restlessly. How do I keep ignoring what's happening with Reese? On a whim, I decide to check on the VR lab. Perhaps burying myself in logs for another hour will quiet the relentless swirl in my thoughts. The walk there is silent, except for the soft hum of air conditioning. A few overhead lights flicker, casting shadows across the concrete floor. When I arrive at the lab, I find the door ajar. Light spills into the hallway. My pulse quickens for reasons I can't fully name. I step inside. Amid the glow of servers and monitors, Reese stands at a central console, tapping away at lines of code. She wears black cargo pants and a fitted t-shirt, her short natural coils haloed by the fluorescent lighting. The set of her jaw speaks of stubborn focus, but there is a weariness around her eyes that tugs at me. She glances up, and our gazes collide in that now familiar burst of awareness. "Dominic," she says softly, straightening from her hunched posture. "Couldn't sleep either." I move my head side to side, trying to maintain a neutral expression. "Figured I'd do a final check on system logs. And you?" Her shoulders lift in a half shrug. "I am cross-referencing infiltration data with our backup servers. Think maybe I'd catch whoever's been tampering if they log in at an odd hour." We stand there for a beat, the hush in the lab pressing in from all sides. It feels like the quiet before a storm, one we've been skirting for days. My eyes drop briefly to her mouth before I force them back up. It is a mistake. The flicker of her gaze tells me she catches the slip and recognizes it for what it is. "Any luck?" I ask, voice tight. She exhales. "No, the logs are clean tonight. Either our saboteur is lying low or they're just that good." Frustration coils in my chest. I step closer, looking at the lines of code on the screen. I can feel her warmth beside me, smell the faint trace of soap and something more distinctly her. My senses sharpen. "We'll catch them," I say, clearing my throat. "It's only a matter of time." She nods, but her brow creases with the same tension I feel gnawing at me. "This place is hostile in more ways than one," she admits quietly, her voice laced with exhaustion. "Not just because of the traitor. Some of the guys, well, they're not subtle when it comes to doubting my place here." Anger flares inside me. "You've proven them wrong every day." "Yeah, but I hate that I even have to," she murmurs, closing her eyes briefly. Then she huffs a humorless laugh. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to whine, it's just some nights it gets to me." I recognize that note of vulnerability, and it twists something in my chest. Reese is strong, fiercely so, but she shouldn't have to carry that weight alone. Against my better judgment, I reach out and touch her shoulder. That small contact shoots a spark up my arm. She inhales sharply, turning to face me fully. Our eyes lock, the air buzzing. This close, I see faint circles under her eyes, the tension in the contour of her jaw. My hand slides off her shoulder, but I don't back away. My mind shouts warnings. This is a mistake, but I can't force myself to retreat. She parts her lips, a soft breath escaping. "Dominic," she says, my name a quiet plea. It has been 2 weeks of near misses and building pressure. The walls we've erected for professionalism feel about an inch from crumbling. That is all it takes. One glance at the flicker in her eyes, and self-restraint snaps. I cup her chin, tilting her face up just enough to meet my gaze clearly. The moment freezes in a taut hush. Then I bend my head and kiss her. It isn't gentle. Weeks of pent-up tension and unspoken desire ignite in a rush. Her lips part under mine and a low sound escapes her throat, somewhere between surprise and need. My heart hammers as I taste the faint salt of her skin, my other hand sliding around her waist, pulling her against me. She responds with equal fervor, her fingers twisting in the front of my shirt. I feel the press of her body against mine, warm and alive. For a second, I can't quite believe we've crossed this line, but it is too late for second-guessing now. The lab's humming servers bear silent witness as we lose ourselves in a rush of heated contact.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Reese pulls down her rumpled shirt, cheeks burning, though I can't tell if it is from exertion or embarrassment. Slowly she meets my gaze, swallowing hard. We shouldn't have... She trails off, voice unsteady. I struggle to breathe. You're right. It was impulsive. We're both tired, stressed. It doesn't mean anything, she finishes, her tone hollow. She nods to herself as if trying to solidify the lie. Then her eyes flick to me, a flicker of pain in them. Right? I exhale, forcing my jaw to unclench. Everything in me rebels at that statement. It sure as hell feels like it means something. But we are in no position to let feelings complicate an already precarious situation. Right, I force out, each syllable like lead. It's not personal. We were just... She winces, and I realize I choose my words poorly. She turns her head, hair falling forward to shield her eyes. Of course. Just stress relief, right? A knot twists in my gut. I want to say more. To explain that it isn't just stress relief, that she matters to me in a way I can hardly articulate. But the rational side of me, the soldier side, insists we keep this from escalating. We can't afford personal entanglements with a saboteur lurking and an entire unit depending on our leadership. So I say nothing, letting the silence grow between us. After a moment, she carefully stands, smoothing her clothes. I follow suit, bracing a hand against the console to steady myself. My muscles feel shaky, part from spent adrenaline and part from a roiling mess of emotion. She picks up a few scattered files, placing them back on the console. Neither of us looks at each other. The lab is too small, the air too thick with the echo of what we just do. When she finally speaks, her voice is a strained whisper. Let's just forget this, okay? No one has to know. We can go back to normal. Normal is a bitter concept now, but I nod anyway, swallowing a lump in my throat. Agreed. No complications. Her lips press into a thin line. She grabs her laptop, stuffs it into her backpack, and walks to the door, each step seeming heavier than the last. Just before leaving, she pauses, shooting me a look that holds equal parts regret and lingering desire. She disappears into the corridor, the door clicking shut behind her. I stand there, the overhead lights glaring down at the mess of scattered papers and rumpled clothing. My body still buzzes with the aftershocks of that moment of reckless passion, but my mind is already spinning with the consequences. It means nothing, I tell myself, even as my chest aches with how wrong that feels. Eventually, I stoop to gather the files we knock off the console, each page a jarring reminder of where we are and who we are. The unstoppable force, the unstoppable woman, colliding in the worst possible place. I want to storm after her, to make her take back that vow that this means nothing. Yet I stay, paralyzed by the knowledge that we are both in too deep already. By the time I finish tidying up, the lab feels emptier than ever. The monitors glow with lines of code, ironically echoing the question, what now? In the hush, I close my eyes, inhaling a shaky breath, and try to center myself. This is a war zone, albeit a hidden one. Saboteurs, infiltration, potential betrayal. Now we introduce a fault line into our own ranks, a vulnerability I have no idea how to manage. Means nothing, I whisper into the silence, testing the lie. It tastes bitter on my tongue, as if my own body refuses to believe it. But for the sake of Vanguard, for the sake of the mission, I shove this impulsive act deep into the shadows of my memory. No attachments, no vulnerabilities. That is the code I live by since the day I leave the service. Reese Monroe challenges that code with every breath, every glance, every brush of her skin against mine. Tonight we push beyond the boundaries. Tomorrow we pretend it never happens. My chest hollows with the effort it takes to convince myself. But in the end, I leave the lab, the echoes of our frantic coupling trailing behind me like a ghost. If we are lucky, we bury this collision under the weight of duty and never speak of it again. If we are lucky.
Chapter 10. Reese. I don't sleep. Not really. After everything that happens in the lab, how Dominic and I slam headlong into that moment of raw, unfiltered need, my mind refuses to settle. My body still buzzes with the echoes of his touch, but my chest aches with the vow we both make. It means nothing. A lie that tastes sour on my tongue, even as part of me insists it is necessary. By the time dawn breaks, I shower, change, and march straight to the server room. Throwing myself into work is the only way I know to keep from replaying every stolen breath and whispered moan. Vanguard might have a saboteur, and I intend to catch them before we face a bigger threat. But I am not prepared for what I find. The server room is unusually quiet as I slip inside. Rows of towering computer racks hum in rhythmic unity, the heavy thrum of cooling fans, a white noise that normally steadies my nerves. Not today. My thoughts are too jumbled. Half locked on the betrayal in our midst, half locked on Dominic's body, crushing mine against the cold lab floor. Compartmentalize, I tell myself fiercely. Focus on the bigger picture. Booting up the main console, I pull the most recent infiltration logs. Over the last few days, I set up a series of stealthy checks, tripwires, as I call them, to catch any unauthorized user or code infiltration. I am certain the saboteur will slip up eventually. They have to, if they intend to do real damage. A few minutes later, lines of code sprawl across the screen, and a faint adrenaline spike grips me. The logs show anomalies during the late hours, unexpected access to restricted VR modules traced to an internal IP. My heart pounds as I drill down deeper. This is no random glitch. Someone from inside Vanguard is messing with our infiltration system, again. But this time, I have a new lead, a partial user credential that matches a piece of code from the day I am doxxed. I recognize the signature style of the infiltration scripts, like a twisted version of the subroutines I develop as Red Spectre. The saboteur is building on my approach, weaving malicious code that piggybacks on legitimate credentials. They're turning my own methods against me. My gut twists. I save the logs to an encrypted drive, mind whirling with questions. Who inside Vanguard has studied my code enough to replicate it? Over the past 2 weeks, I become more convinced the saboteur is someone we all see daily, someone who wears the same Vanguard crest on their uniform. That realization stings more than I'd like to admit. Still, the data doesn't lie. We have internal tampering, and the infiltration is evolving. We need a full lockdown, I think. Adrenaline spiking, no half measures. If we let this continue, they'd sabotage our VR ops or hijack them for something worse. But Dominic has the final say. And after last night, can we even talk about this without it blowing up in our faces? My tension only worsens when Dominic doesn't show for the morning briefing. Jace runs the session instead, going over routine training schedules. As we discuss the day's VR drills, my foot taps a rapid rhythm beneath the conference table. My discoveries need immediate attention, but the man in charge is conspicuously absent. After the briefing, Jace corners me. "You look like you swallowed a grenade," he says, half jokingly. I grimace. "We have a serious problem. I find more infiltration attempts last night. Internal tampering. It's definitely not accidental." His expression grows sober. "So you're sure it's the same person who doxed you?" I hand him a flash drive. I can't prove it's the exact same person, but the infiltration scripts are eerily similar. We're dealing with an insider, no question. He whistles low. "Does Dominic know?" My face heats, remembering exactly what Dominic and I do in the lab the night before. He knows other things, I think bitterly, but not this. He didn't show this morning. I need to talk to him. Jay studies me for a moment, concern flashing in his gaze. He had an urgent call with some of our backers. Something about funding and timelines. He's been under a ton of pressure. I nod stiffly, a pang of frustration twisting my gut. So that's why he's avoiding me? But I thank Jace and head toward Dominic's office, determined to bring him these findings. Dominic's office is deep in the administrative wing, where floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the courtyard. I hesitate outside his door, hand raised to knock, my heart thudding uncomfortably. After last night, how do we even face each other without the memory crashing back? Then I hear his voice through the door, low and urgent. Another voice responds, muffled but intense. I can't make out the words. Something about budgets, deadlines, and DC contacts. My annoyance flares. He's in crisis mode with the money people. Typical. We discover a real sabotage threat, but he's too bogged down in external demands to see what's right under his nose. Still, the infiltration threat can't wait. I give a firm knock, silence, then footsteps, and the door cracks open. Dominic stands there, phone in one hand, tension carved across his features. A flicker of something, surprise, guilt, or maybe desire flashes in his eyes before he slams his expression back to neutral. "Miss Monroe," he says, reverting to the formal tone he rarely uses with me. "I'm in a call." His distance stings. My chest tightens, but I push the emotion down. "I have to show you something. It's urgent." He exhales, brow furrowing. "I can't right now. Give me 5 minutes, then." A sharp voice from the phone squawks something about funds and accountability. He curses under his breath, lifting the phone back to his ear. "Fine," he says to me. 10 minutes in the command room, okay? Before I can protest, he shuts the door. My nails dig into my palm, anger swelling. He won't even let me talk? Last night we are tangled in each other's arms. Now he can't spare me 5 minutes. I spin on my heel and stalk away, ignoring the suspicious looks from a pair of passing recruits. My mind churns. Calm down, Reese. He's the CEO. He has responsibilities. But that logic doesn't quell the hurt. Even if we vow last night means nothing, we are still supposed to be allies in protecting Vanguard. Right now, he doesn't act like it. I wait in the command room for 15 minutes, then 20. By the half-hour mark, I am ready to explode. I pace between the console stations, glare fixed on the door. Finally, it slides open. Dominic walks in, phone still in hand, forehead creased with frustration. "Sorry," he mutters, stuffing the phone into his pocket. "The board's bugging me about next quarter's demonstration." "Yeah," I say, voice tense. Meanwhile, we have an internal saboteur who's evolving their infiltration scripts. Think that might be an issue. He winces, running a hand down his face. Of course it's an issue, but I'm juggling multiple crises, Reese. He uses my name this time, but it isn't enough to soothe the anger flaring in my chest. Juggling? You're ignoring the real threat right here inside your facility. The infiltration logs prove someone's copying my subroutines, forging credentials at night. If they escalate, we could lose everything. I shove the flash drive toward him. "Read it." He glances at it, but doesn't reach out. "I will, okay? But I can't just shut down the entire VR system. We have a demonstration in 2 weeks for the government backers, and if we bail on that... So money's more important than security?" I snap, voice rising. "God, I knew you were a businessman, but I didn't think you'd put your precious funding above people's lives." He stiffens, anger flickering across his features. "That's not fair. I built Vanguard to save lives. The military-backed demonstration is crucial to continuing that work. Without it, we lose the pipeline that keeps the doors open." I release a harsh laugh, the tension from last night boiling over. "Sure, keep the doors open so the traitor can stroll right in and sabotage us." His eyes narrow. "Do you think I want that? You have no idea what kind of pressure I'm under. These external forces, government officials, sponsors, they can shut us down in a heartbeat if we don't meet their demands." A bitter taste fills my mouth. "I thought we were on the same side, that you trusted me, especially after everything, but you've shut me out." He glances away, jaw clenched. "I'm trying to protect you," he says, voice dangerously soft. "If I clamp down too hard, it draws more attention to the infiltration. People start pointing fingers, maybe even at you. You've been doxxed before. Don't forget how quickly they turn on you." My cheeks flame. He is right, in a twisted way, but that doesn't lessen my frustration. "I won't hide just because it's inconvenient for your political balancing act. Let them question me. We need a full lockdown to catch the traitor." "Impossible," he growls. "We're too close to this demonstration. We can't freeze operations." A taut silence snaps between us, thick enough to choke on. My heart hammers with a toxic mix of hurt, anger, and something more vulnerable, a sense of betrayal that we are no longer a united front. Our vow that it means nothing hovers like a ghost in the room, overshadowing everything we say. "You know what?" I say, voice trembling. "Fine, don't do the lockdown. But when this saboteur strikes again, don't expect me to pretend I'm not telling you I told you so." He combs his hair back with his hand, frustration etched in every line of his face. "Reese?" "No." I cut him off, spinning away, arms hugging my middle. If I look at him any longer, I'll break, either in anger or in some raw emotion I can't handle. "Just go do whatever your backers want, Dominic. I'll be in the control room actually trying to protect this place." He stands there in silence, tension rolling off him. Then, with a low exhale, he turns and walks out, the war room door sliding shut behind him. I swallow the lump in my throat, chest heaving in the aftermath. The console monitors flicker around me, displaying lines of code that feel as tangled as my feelings. Why do I even care so much? A voice in my head demands. I pride myself on independence, on not needing anyone else's support. Yet Dominic's reluctance to stand with me on this burns deeper than I want to admit. The next few hours pass in a blur of activity. I try to bury my focus in the server logs, refining the infiltration tripwires. Jay swings by, sensing the tension on my face, but I brush him off. I have no desire to explain how Dominic and I crossed lines in that lab, or how we are now miles apart on handling the sabotage threat. Deep down, I worry, if we are so at odds professionally, what does that mean for the spark we ignite personally? Nothing, I remind myself bitterly. We agree it means nothing. So why does my heart ache with each passing minute that he stays away? By mid-afternoon, I am shaky from too much caffeine and too little food, but the logs demand my attention. My tripwires flag an attempt at 1325. Someone tries to access a restricted VR subroutine. The script is quickly aborted, as if they realize they are about to get caught. A clue. I record the IP address and partial user signature. It belongs to Reyes, one of the infiltration specialists. But is it really him? Or is someone forging his credentials? The only way to know is to confront him, or run a deeper scan to confirm. My mind whirls. If the saboteur is forging these credentials, they might be setting us up to suspect an innocent operative. Or maybe Reyes is compromised. The possibilities tangle in my head like a spider's web. I need Dominic's support, a small voice insists. But the memory of his stony expression during our confrontation still stings. Forget it. I'll do this alone if I have to. Late evening finds me in a secluded corridor near the infiltration labs, hunting for a quiet moment to call up Reyes' system logs on my handheld device. I'd glean more detail if I accessed the facility's secondary hub. The corridor lights hum overhead, casting long shadows on the concrete floor. Halfway to the hub, I nearly collide with Dominic coming around a corner. We freeze, eyes locking. My heart lurches. He looks as tired as I feel. Shadows etched under his eyes, lines of tension bracketing his mouth. A fleeting pang of concern tugs at me despite my anger. For a moment, silence envelops us. The hallway feels too narrow, the air too thick with words unspoken. He exhales, taking a hesitant step closer. Reese, can we talk? I press my lips together. I'm busy. Please, he murmurs, voice low, laced with regret. Just a minute. His vulnerability tugs at my defenses. But I'm still raw from our argument. I force a nod, stepping aside into a small alcove. We stand a foot apart. The tension lingers between us, as tangible as the buzz of the overhead lights. He runs his hands through his hair, frustration evident. I'm not ignoring your warnings. I need you to know that. My hands are tied with these backers, breathing down my neck. I'm trying to keep Vanguard afloat. I swallow hard. And I'm trying to keep it secure from the inside out. We both have the same goal, Dominic. My voice catches on his name, betraying more emotion than I intend. Silence stretches. He stares at me, eyes stormy with an intensity I've grown addicted to. We're at odds, but I trust you, Reese. He finally says, voice husky. I know you wouldn't raise the alarm without cause. I'm just juggling 100 angles, and I'm not handling them well. The quiet admission startles me. You're not alone in this, I whisper. If there's a saboteur, we have to act decisively, together. But right now, you're so distracted by politics, you're forgetting the real threat. He reaches out, fingers brushing my wrist. The contact sparks a wave of longing. I hate how easily I respond to his slightest touch. I'm sorry, he murmurs. I can't promise a full lockdown, but I won't dismiss your findings. Show me everything, tonight. We'll devise a plan that protects both the operation and the mission. Despite my resolve to stay angry, a flicker of relief threads through me. Okay, I've got logs that pinpoint unauthorized attempts on VR subroutines under certain user IDs. It's complex, but if we coordinate a targeted lockdown on those modules... My phone buzzes abruptly, jarring us. Another infiltration attempt? I glance down, shoulders tensing. But it is Jace texting. Major red flag on new logs. Where are you? Dominic sees the shift in my expression. What is it? I hold up my phone, adrenaline spiking. Jace found something. Another infiltration attempt. Let's go. We take off down the corridor side by side, a fragile truce formed because of urgency. Even though the tension of our fight lingers, a part of me recognizes that we are better together than apart. If we want to protect Vanguard, we have to trust each other no matter what personal turmoil simmers underneath. In the War Central, Jace and a handful of operatives hover around the main console. When Dominic and I arrive, they step aside, letting us see the screen. A flurry of code scrolls highlighting a distinct infiltration attempt, time-stamped less than 10 minutes ago. This is different, Jace says grimly. Whoever it is, they're not just copying Miss Monroe's subroutines anymore. They've spliced them with advanced encryption elements from our own code library. If they succeed, they might gain total access to all VR modules. Dominic's jaw clenches. Where's it coming from? Unknown. The IP trace routes internally, but bounces through multiple subnets. Could be Reyes's ID, or maybe it's forged. We can't be certain. I lock eyes with Dominic. This is the escalation we fear. A traitor with near-free reign over the VR system? If they harness the infiltration modules for real-world harm? His gaze flicks back to Jace. Shut it down. Isolate the nodes. I'll handle the fallout with the backers if we lose functionality. My breath catches. He is effectively ordering a partial lockdown, albeit belatedly. This is the step I urge him to take. Relief wars with dread as Jace scrambles to comply. Dominic turns to me, his voice low but urgent. We can't let them slip away. You and I, let's trace their infiltration route in real time. If we're lucky, we'll pinpoint the sabotage location inside the facility. I give a curt nod, heart hammering. Our argument from earlier still lingers, but the sense of a shared mission overshadows it. We are two sides of a coin, finally aligned in action. That synergy sparks a familiar, if dangerous, warmth inside me. We settle at adjacent consoles, shoulders brushing whenever we shift. Despite the war zone of code we face, my body reacts to his closeness. An echo of last night's intimacy that I force down, focusing on the screen. Lines of data pour in, each second a frantic race to outrun the traitor's advanced encryption. Here, I say, pointing at a suspicious spike in resource usage. They're duplicating code to different VR nodes. If we can isolate that process, we might trace their exact workstation. Dominic's eyes flick across the lines. On it. His hands move swiftly over the keyboard, inputting commands. My breath catches, remembering how those hands feel against my skin not long ago. Focus, Reese. Seconds drag into minutes of furious typing. The friction in the War Central mounts. Jace directs the others to block external ports, preventing any data from leaving. My tripwires light up the screen, attempting to corner the saboteur's infiltration path. We almost have them pinned when, abruptly, the infiltration logs cut out. They sever the connection. I hiss, fingers flying. Damn it! They realize we're onto them. The monitors flare red with failure messages. Dominic slams a fist on the console, rage flashing in his eyes. So close, he mutters. We nearly have them. A hushed pall falls over the team. We lose this round, but at least we prevent them from doing further damage. For now, Jace sighs, rubbing the base of his skull. they'll probably lay low again. Dominic turns to me. His expression is torn, part frustration, part something softer. Still, this proves you are right. We have an active saboteur escalating their efforts. I should have listened to you earlier. My anger from before ebbs slightly, replaced by a weary acceptance. We both want the same thing, to protect Vanguard. Let's make sure we do it together now. He nods. For a moment, it is just the two of us, locked in each other's gaze. The war room fading away. The tension from our earlier fight lingers, but the sense of partnership feels stronger than the conflict. Maybe that's enough for now, I tell myself, chest tightening with a strange, hopeful ache. After everyone else disperses, Dominic and I linger by the consoles, the overhead lights harsh on our tired faces. In that hush, the weight of all that happens, our fight, the infiltration attempt, our unspoken bond, settles like dust. He clears his throat. I know this doesn't fix everything, he says quietly. But let's start here. We pool resources. No more secrets. No more half measures. A flicker of emotion dances in my chest. Agreed. No more ignoring the threat. And no more ignoring each other, he adds softly, eyes shadowed with regret. I'm sorry for how I handle things, including... He trails off, gaze flicking away. The mention of last night's collision flashes through my mind, a mix of heat and longing. We said it meant nothing, I whisper, though it sounds hollow to my own ears. He grimaces, painful honesty flickering in his gaze. Yeah, we lie. My heart twists. We can't solve that tangle now, not with the saboteur still lurking and the facility on edge. But acknowledging the lie feels like a sliver of relief. Maybe once we secure Vanguard, we can figure out what the hell this is between us, and whether it has a chance to last. For now, I reach out and squeeze his arm gently. We'll handle the sabotage first, I say. Then, we'll see. His expression shudders with conflicting emotions, but he offers a faint nod. Then we'll see, he echoes. We part ways, tension still clinging to the air, but at least we have a fragile alignment, a mutual understanding that trust has to come before everything else. We discover proof of internal tampering, and we face it, together, if only belatedly. I leave the war room, with my mind churning. The saboteur eludes us again, but next time we will be ready. And as for Dominic, we are standing on unsteady ground, caught between longing and duty. But maybe, just maybe, we find solid footing once the smoke clears, if we manage to navigate the storms that still lie ahead.
Chapter 11. Dominic. The morning after our partial lockdown attempt, I stand at the heart of the Vanguard compound, watching the sunrise blaze orange and pink across the horizon. In a different life, I might pause to admire the view, let the quiet hush of dawn soothe me, but I can practically feel the clock ticking. The traitor creeps within our walls, the government demands progress, and the woman I can't stop wanting is the key to everything. I rub the back of my neck, tension burning between my shoulder blades. Sleep has been scarce, ever since Reese and I reach a fragile truce, deciding to stand together against the sabotage threat. My mind refuses to shut off at night. Memories of her flash with each blink, the slow burn of her gaze, the anger in her voice when she thinks I'm prioritizing politics over security, the way her body once feels under mine. Shaking off the memory, I turn away from the sunrise and head inside. Today, I have to juggle more than just internal sabotage. A government delegation is due within hours, demanding tangible proof our Black Ops VR program is worth every dime of funding. Normally, I thrive under scrutiny, but with a saboteur nipping at our heels, I need to pull off a minor miracle if we are to appear unified and functional. By mid-morning, the facility buzzes with nervous energy. Tech teams triple-check system stability, while operators prepare for a VR demonstration that has been planned weeks ago. Security stands at full alert. I force each muscle to stay relaxed as I stride through the main atrium toward the conference lounge, where the government reps await. Outside the lounge doors, Jace gives me a somber nod. They've got a laundry list of concerns, he murmurs. Budget usage, timeline slippage, and rumors of infiltration. I inhale slowly, rage prickling at the back of my skull. Rumors? They must have sources in here or in DC. Let's contain it. He opens his mouth to protest, but I ease the door open before he can reply. The lounge is a stark, glass-walled room with a sweeping view of the courtyard. 4 men and 1 woman in dark suits stand at the long table. They radiate impatience and bureaucratic authority in equal measure. Dominic King, the lead representative says, stepping forward with a handshake that feels more perfunctory than genuine. Thank you for seeing us. Of course. My voice is civil, my posture politely assertive. We have a demonstration lined up so you can see for yourselves how our VR Black Ops system integrates with real-world tactics. The woman, stone-faced and clearly unimpressed, pushes a pair of glasses up her nose. Before we get to that, we want answers on a few items. Specifically, rumors of an internal security breach. My gut twists. So they've caught wind of the sabotage. Vanguard Systems experiences the same mild infiltration attempts as any high-security facility, I reply carefully. We have it under control. A short, stocky man at the back clears his throat. The DoD demands better than vague assurances, Mr. King. We've poured millions into your program. We need proof that your team can handle threats from within and without. I hold his gaze. You'll get your proof today. Our demonstration will include a live infiltration drill, combined with real-time threat response. My lead cybersecurity operative will walk you through how we neutralize hacking attempts. His eyebrows rise. You mean Reese Monroe? The one who was doxxed a few weeks ago? My chest tightens, a flicker of protectiveness stirring. Yes, Miss Monroe. She's the best in the business. Her involvement ensures our VR infiltration protocols are unmatched. Another male rep snorts. Unmatched? That's not what the tabloids say. We've seen chatter. Something about her being a liability. Heat pricks at my neck. I force a calm tone. With respect, tabloids don't dictate my operational decisions. Miss Monroe is integral to our success. No one else can do what she does, especially under the pressures we face. The friction in the air feels like a warning shot. These reps smell blood in the water, hoping to pounce if we show any weakness. They demand results, but they also want a scapegoat if anything goes wrong. I won't let them pin that scapegoat on Reese. All right, Mr. King, the lead representative says. We expect to see this demonstration shortly, and we expect it to be flawless. With respect, I counter, voice clipped. Real-world missions are never flawless. But we'll show you exactly how we adapt in real time, which is the whole point of advanced VR ops. I suggest we move to the control center now. Time is short. They exchange looks, clearly unaccustomed to being redirected so curtly. But I turn on my heel, motioning for them to follow. My pulse thrums with adrenaline. We'll do the demonstration, and it'll be damned good. No one's throwing my team under the bus, especially not Reese. Our makeshift audience gathers behind a bank of monitors in the control center. A wide observation window overlooks the VR training pods below, each gleaming in the stark overhead lighting. Technicians scramble, finalizing calibrations. Jace handles briefing the government reps on the basics. I scan the room, seeking Reese. She stands near pod 1 with a few operators, eyes flicking restlessly across the screens. My chest eases when I see her. She wears slim cargo pants and a black t-shirt emblazoned with Vanguard's insignia. Her face is set in focused determination, though I don't miss the brief shadow of nerves behind her dark eyes. This demonstration is a high-wire act under normal circumstances. With a saboteur in the mix, any slip could become catastrophic. As if sensing my gaze, she turns. Our eyes meet across the control center. A spark of awareness flickers. An unspoken, "Are we doing this?" My nod is slight, but certain. Yes, we stand together. She breaks contact, stepping away from her group to approach me. The hum of voices fades as we meet by a console in the corner, half shielded from the prying ears of the delegation. "Everything set on your end?" I ask, pitching my voice low. She exhales. "As ready as we can be. I've triple-checked the system after last night's infiltration attempt. No sign of tampering yet." Her mention of last night churns a swirl of conflicting memories. The urgent scramble to corner the traitor, the arguments that test our fragile trust, and the echo of that vow that what happened in the lab meant nothing. Neither of us has the luxury to delve into personal regrets right now, so we let it hang. "Any chance the saboteur tries something today?" I press. "Pretty high," she admits. "If they want to undermine us, this demonstration is prime time. The reps are here, the stakes are huge. Perfect moment for sabotage." A muscle in my jaw tightens. Then we stay vigilant. I won't let them blindside us or you. Something warm softens her expression just for a blink. "Thanks." Over her shoulder, I spot the lead government rep lingering too close, obviously trying to eavesdrop. Tension bristles, a reminder that half our battle today is political theater. "All right," I say, stepping back. "Let's brief the reps. Then we'll show them exactly why we're the best at Black Ops VR." 5 minutes later, we've assembled at the observation deck inside the control center. Rows of monitors display the VR environment, a simulated urban sprawl riddled with AI-driven adversaries, planned infiltration routes, and strategic vantage points. The operators in the pods, each manning a specialized role, stand ready to begin. Reese mans the master console, tapping swiftly to sync the final data streams. One of the government reps, the stone-faced woman, clears her throat. "So, Miss Monroe is controlling the infiltration environment. That's quite a bit of power to hand someone with a compromised background." I can almost feel Reese bristle. Before she can respond, I step forward. She's not just controlling it. She's the one who wrote half our infiltration subroutines. She also designed the tripwires that catch unauthorized hacks. If anyone is qualified to steer this demonstration, it's Miss Monroe. Her eyes flick to me, gratitude mingled with relief. The rep frowns. "We have concerns about potential leaks or sabotage from an operator with such extensive system access." My patience thins. I lock eyes with the rep. "Your concerns are noted, but Miss Monroe's loyalty is not in question. She's proven herself time and again, not just to me, but to this entire facility. If you want results, she's the reason we can deliver them." The woman purses her lips, but doesn't argue further. Another man in the group chimes in. "Prove it, then." I swallow a flare of anger. For a heartbeat, I recall all the times Reese single-handedly outmaneuvered entire squads in VR. The countless hours she spent patching infiltration holes, the near-obsessive dedication she poured into safeguarding Vanguard. If these suits want a scapegoat, they'll have to fight me for it. "We will," I say firmly. "Watch." Reese toggles a command on her console and the VR scenario launches. Monitors flare to life, showing a half-dozen operatives inside the simulation. The feed splits into multiple windows, vantage cams, infiltration routes, and real-time stats. As planned, we have a squad executing a mock rescue mission behind enemy lines, while an AI-driven force adapts to counter them. The government reps lean in, expressions shifting from skepticism to fascination as the squad advances. The simulated environment is eerily lifelike, neon-lit cityscapes, rooftops crawling with patrols and hidden snipers. Each operator moves in perfect sync, guided by the infiltration data piped in from Reese's subroutines. "Here comes the real test," Jace mutters near my shoulder. "If the traitor tries to sabotage us, it'll be now." I nod, every nerve humming with alertness. My gaze flicks to Reese. She works the console with fluid precision, scanning lines of code and adjusting AI threat levels. Under normal circumstances, I'd admire the surety in her movements, the calm focus that has become her trademark. Today, each second feels like a countdown to a potential strike. Sure enough, an alarm suddenly beeps. Reese's hand freezes over the keyboard. "We've got a foreign command injection," she announces quietly, voice tight. Someone's tampering with the scenario's live feed, trying to break in from outside the authorized user list. A hush falls over the control center. The reps exchange startled glances while my heart jackhammers. So the saboteur is making their move here and now. The lead rep clears his throat. "Is this part of the demonstration?" Reese glances at me, then back to the console. "No," she says, each syllable clipped with tension. "This is an unauthorized infiltration attempt. I'm locking it down." Her fingers fly, firing off a series of countermeasures. I watch the screen in alarmed fascination. Someone is actively feeding malicious code into the VR environment, presumably aiming to crash the demonstration, or worse, hijack it, and embarrass us in front of these officials. Reese's face hardens as she types. "They're good. They're bouncing their signal internally, forging credentials." "We can't let them disrupt the mission," I bite out, turning to the perplexed reps. "You wanted to see how we handle real threats? You're getting a front row seat." The woman with the glasses stares, half in disbelief. "You mean there really is a saboteur?" "Focus on the sim," I order, ignoring her question. Inside the VR feed, our squad advances into a dangerous alley. If the sabotage succeeds, the AI might go haywire. That would be catastrophic, not only for the demonstration, but for the physical safety of our operators. Excessive neural feedback from a glitched VR environment could cause real harm. Reese's jaw clenches. They're trying to scramble the AI's parameters and overload the infiltration data. We'll lose scenario integrity in less than 30 seconds if I don't block them. My gut tightens. "Need me to do anything?" "Just keep them from pulling the plug," she shoots back, nodding toward the reps who look increasingly anxious. "I've got the infiltration side." She turns back to her console, tapping a rapid flurry of commands. On the monitors, lines of code scroll in frantic bursts like a digital dogfight unfolding. The saboteur hammers at the VR system's firewall, while Reese deploys subroutine after subroutine to repel them. Time seems to slow. The operators' avatars in the sim press forward, unaware of the behind-the-scenes war. Tense seconds tick by. Then, with a sharp beep, the infiltration alert blinks out. A message scrolls across the screen. "Unauthorized access terminated." Reese sags, letting out a shaky breath. She's done it. The saboteur's attempt has failed. Our sim is stable. I realize my hands are clenched so tight my knuckles ache. In the next moment, the VR feed shows our squad successfully completing the mock rescue, extracting the hostage AI from a fortified building. A triumphant final screen declares, "Mission success." A wave of relief and exhilaration washes through me. I tear my gaze from the monitors to the stunned government reps. Their expressions range from shock to grudging admiration. Reese turns, cheeks flushed from the intensity of her battle at the console. She locks eyes with me, and a surge of pride and something deeper burns in my chest. I reach for that feeling, the knowledge that, for all our friction, we are unstoppable as a team. "Well," I say into the tense hush, letting my voice carry, "you demanded results. That demonstration just showcases exactly how we handle real-time threats, both external and internal. Miss Monroe neutralized a live infiltration attempt under pressure, and our squad completed the mission with 0 casualties." The reps exchange weighted glances. The lead man clears his throat. "Impressive," he manages, though he doesn't sound particularly happy about it. We'll need to debrief on the infiltration attempt, but as far as demonstrations go, we see the potential." My lips twitch in a restrained smile. "I'd say you've seen more than potential. You've seen capability. That's what your funding supports. A Black Ops VR unit that can adapt to any threat. The woman in glasses nods, clearly still rattled by the sabotage reveal. Fine. We'll be in touch. For now, we've seen enough. They turn to leave, Jace escorting them out. As soon as the door slides shut, the entire control center erupts in relieved chatter. Operators high-five. Techs sag in their chairs, grinning. The demonstration has been a success by the skin of our teeth. Through the swirl of celebration, I make my way to Reese. She stands at her console, arms folded, eyes reflecting a mixture of relief and residual anger at the saboteur's daring attempt. You okay? I ask quietly. She nods, though her shoulders remain tense. I'm pissed we let them get so close, but at least we shut them down in front of those suits. My chest warms with admiration. You were brilliant. If you hadn't been here, we would have lost the scenario. A fleeting smile touches her lips, but it doesn't mask the weariness in her gaze. Thanks. I hesitate, conscious of onlookers, but the moment demands more than a polite nod. Screw appearances. I turn toward the cluster of operators behind us. Everyone, I call, voice carrying above the din. Let's give credit where it's due. Miss Monroe just saved our asses. I'd say that more than justifies her place here, wouldn't you? A stunned hush falls, followed by a burst of clapping. Even Weston, the chauvinistic doubter, looks grudgingly impressed. Many of them have never heard me publicly single out one person this way. But after weeks of whispers questioning her credibility, it is time to put them to rest. Reese's eyes widen, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. For a woman who rarely shows surprise, she looks momentarily speechless. That alone makes the risk worth it. If I have to publicly defend her to keep the team united, so be it. When the applause dies down, she looks at me, gratitude softening the line of her mouth. You didn't have to do that. Needed to, I say simply. They needed to hear it, and you needed to know I meant every word. For a beat, emotion glimmers in her dark eyes, something too raw to name in public. Then she lowers her gaze, nodding once. Thank you, she whispers. I can't speak for a moment, my pulse hammering at the vulnerability in her voice. We stand at a precipice. Applauding operators mill around us, celebrating, but I can sense her tension. This is a victory, but it barely masks the deeper threat still prowling. Let's enjoy the win for 5 minutes, I manage. Then we get back to the sabotage hunt, yeah? Her lips curve, a touch bitter. Yeah, the traitor's not done. Neither are we, I say, voice low. And we stand together. Understood? Her eyes linger on mine. Understood. She turns to recheck the system logs, and I survey the room, adrenaline still coursing through me. In front of the entire unit and government reps, I've defended her without hesitation. It feels like a vow. If anyone tries to scapegoat her, they'll face me first. The strangest part, that certainty in my chest that I'd protect her at any cost feels more solid than ever. Maybe it is reckless. Maybe it risks the objectivity demanded by leadership. But in this moment, I can't bring myself to regret it. The sabotage threat still looms, the government might demand more scrutiny, and we are far from safe. But for once, I can say with pride and conviction that our bond, whatever name we give it, is unbreakable in front of those who try to tear us down. If that means standing at her side and publicly staking my claim, so be it. Because as the applause ebbs and I catch her quick smile from across the monitors, I realize I'm done pretending that we're anything less than a formidable, unified front. Even if behind closed doors, our hearts fight a different, more perilous battle entirely.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape Your Life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 12. Reese. The adrenaline from our triumphant demonstration still buzzes under my skin as I walk the corridors of Vanguard, trying to ignore the knot of uncertainty lodged in my gut. It has been only a day since Dominic publicly defends me in front of those government reps, shutting down every whisper that I might be some liability. In that moment, my chest swells with relief and gratitude. He stands by me, staking his reputation on my worth. Right now, it feels like I truly belong. But if there is one thing I've learned in this place, victory never lasts long. Early this morning, I get the news. Another wave of hacks targets our VR modules overnight, enough to cause minor disruptions in the infiltration subroutines I wrote. My subroutines. The chatter in the halls carries an uneasy undercurrent. Could Reese be behind this? The doxed coder with inside access, a hacker's skill set, and plenty of reasons to sabotage an institution that once doubted her. I try to brush it off. Who in their right mind would think I sabotage my own code? But as I make my way to the server room, I see the sideways glances, hear the low murmurs that fall silent the moment I approach. Even some of the men who came around to respecting me after the demonstration have that flicker of doubt in their eyes. What if she's playing us? It stings more than I care to admit. Trust is fragile here, I remind myself. I have to prove my innocence all over again. I find Jace at the central console, his posture stiff. The overhead lights buzz with a faint hum, reflecting off the polished floors. He glances up when I enter, relief etched on his face. Finally, been waiting for you? My stomach twists. Who else is here? He gestures to a cluster of uniformed men and women in the corner. Military representatives I haven't met before, all with serious expressions. One of them, a tall man with a tight jaw, watches me like he's sizing up a threat. Brass? They carry a heavier aura of authority than your typical Vanguard operative. They must be the special inquiry team Dominic mentions might arrive. I force a neutral expression. Guess the cavalry's here. Jace nods grimly. Yeah. They want answers on the VR hacks. Some of them already suspect an inside job. He hesitates, lowering his voice. Watch your back, Reese. They're gunning for someone to blame. A spike of anger flares. Of course they are, I mutter, stepping forward. If these uniformed brass think I'll roll over, they have another thing coming. The tall man, whose badge reads Colonel Emmett, turns with a cool expression. Miss Monroe, I presume? Yes, I say, crossing my arms. You're the ones investigating the new infiltration attempts. He gives a curt nod. We're here on behalf of the DoD to determine if these attacks pose a national security risk. Given your background, we have questions about your involvement. His eyes flicks to the console behind me, an unspoken insinuation that my code is the direct link to the sabotage. I can feel Jace's tension from a foot away. My fists clench. I wrote those subroutines to prevent infiltration. Why in the world would I sabotage them? A wry look curves Emmett's mouth. A disgruntled insider, operative with a grudge. We've seen it before. Sometimes the best saboteur is the one with the most intimate system knowledge. Anger burns in my chest. That's ridiculous. I have more reason than anyone to stop these hacks. I was doxxed by whoever is messing with Vanguard. I nearly lost everything. Emmett shrugs, unperturbed. Doxing can be a convenient cover story, makes you look like a victim. His voice is too smooth, like he's practiced these lines. Or maybe that was an elaborate ploy to throw us off. The question stands. Are you responsible for the infiltration attempts last night? I take a slow breath, forcing myself not to explode. No, and I'll prove it. He nods once, like he expects that answer. Then he turns to a woman standing behind him, Major Fields. She wears a stern expression as she consults a tablet. The infiltration code used last night is suspiciously similar to Miss Monroe's coding signature, Fields says, reading from her screen. Line for line, it mimics sequences Miss Monroe used in earlier VR prototypes. I swallow. Great. Now they have code evidence that ironically points back to me. I told you, the saboteur is using my own subroutines as a template, I say. It's not hard to replicate a coder's style if you've studied their modules for weeks. Emmett lifts a brow. Or if you wrote them in the first place. A rush of fury wells up. Jay steps in, looking between Emmett and me. Colonel, Miss Monroe's been investigating the sabotage from day one. She's flagged multiple infiltration attempts and thwarted them in real time. She helped us pass the demonstration with flying colors. Why risk all that? She's good, Emmett agrees flatly. But maybe playing both sides is how she looks so indispensable. My vision tunnels. This is exactly the scenario I dread. Someone with authority pinning blame on me. The leaps in logic make me furious, but fear curls under my anger. If Dominic or anyone else in power doesn't step up for me, how far would these accusations go? Suddenly, the door hisses open. Dominic enters with 2 more uniformed personnel. My heart gives a jolt at the sight of him, broad-shouldered, expression grim. Relief mingles with a sense of dread. At least he's here now, but can he stop this? Colonel Emmett, Dominic says, voice tight with barely leashed irritation. Major Fields, care to explain why you're grilling one of my top operatives without my knowledge? Emmett's lips thinned. Mr. King, we have full authority to conduct an inquiry on these infiltration attempts. Miss Monroe is a prime suspect, given the code similarities. Dominic's gaze snaps to me, brief concern in his gray eyes. Then he turns back, arms folding over his chest, in a posture that radiates alpha confidence. Nonsense. Monroe's the reason we've discovered half of these infiltration attempts. She's been instrumental in thwarting each one. Fields clears her throat. That's debatable. The code used last night bears her unique style, an uncanny resemblance, you might say. If she's compromised, it would explain the unauthorized access. Emmett narrows his eyes. Are you certain you haven't been duped, King? This wouldn't be the first time an asset turned out to be a double agent. I feel Dominic's rage like a furnace. The unease in the room spiking. My pulse hammers. The fear that they could lock me away on suspicion alone is too real, especially given my compromised status post-doxing. Dominic takes a measured breath. Colonel, if you're going to accuse Miss Monroe, you better have more than code similarities. She had every reason to stop these hacks, and she's proven her loyalty by saving our demonstration in front of the government reps. Emmett and Fields exchange looks. The major clears her throat. Then we'll question her more formally, get a sworn statement. We'll need her to step aside from critical VR access until we verify her innocence. No, Dominic snaps immediately. My head whips around, surprise flaring. I'd expected him to defend me, but to openly refuse these brass, that is a calculated risk. Emmett's brows shoot up. Excuse me? You don't have the authority to override our investigation. This is my facility, Dominic says, voice low and menacing. My men, my security. If you want to question Miss Monroe, do it through proper channels. She's not stepping away from her role unless you bring irrefutable proof she's compromised. A hush drops, thick with tension. My heart pounds so loud I think everyone can hear it. The last time Dominic shielded me publicly, during the demonstration, had been a statement of unity. This is something else, a direct challenge to the chain of command these officers represent. Fields bristles. You're treading on dangerous ground, King. The DOD can suspend your contract if you refuse to cooperate. Dominic's posture never wavers. I'm cooperating? You can question Miss Monroe, under my supervision, but she stays on the job? You want proof she's innocent? Let her continue unmasking the real saboteur. At that, Emmett's stare hardens, but he finally jerks his head in a tense nod. Fine. We'll conduct the interrogation with both of you present, but if we find any evidence, any real evidence, this goes straight to the top. Understood? Dominic returns his glare with equal force. Crystal? Less than an hour later, I find myself in a small interrogation room on the administrative side of the facility. The fluorescent lights glare off bare walls, casting harsh shadows. A metal table separates me from Emmett and Fields, who sit with their tablets and notes. Dominic leans against the back wall, arms folded, presence radiating silent support. My stomach clenches at how quickly we've gone from celebrating success to fighting for my credibility. Fields begins, voice clipped. State your name, role, and reason for being at Vanguard Systems. I force steady calm. Reese Monroe, lead cybersecurity engineer and VR infiltration specialist. I'm recruited due to my expertise in advanced code subroutines, specifically the ones used in Vanguard's Black Ops VR program. She types something on her tablet, then glances up. You were doxxed recently, correct? Did that compromise your loyalty in any way? I bite back a bitter laugh. Compromise my loyalty? No. It threatened my life and career. I have more reason than anyone to catch the person who did it. Emmett taps his stylus. Some might say you had a motive to lash out. Revenge, perhaps? Or to prove a point about the vulnerability of this system? Heat flares under my skin. That's ridiculous. If I wanted revenge, I wouldn't be dismantling infiltration attempts and patching vulnerabilities. Fields eyes me. People lie. Let's talk about the code. You wrote a chunk of the infiltration modules, correct? I nod. Yes, at Dominic's request. Meaning you know how to exploit them, Emmett says, just like the saboteur. Anger coils in my chest, but Dominic interjects, voice cold. And she's used that knowledge to prevent breaches, Colonel. The fact that someone's replicating her style only proves they studied her code extensively. That doesn't implicate her. It points to the traitor trying to frame her. Fields' gaze darts between us. Mr. King, I'm aware of your personal investment in Miss Monroe, but... That's enough, Dominic cuts in, tone lethal. I'll vouch for her. Let's keep this professional. A flicker of discomfort shows in Fields' eyes. She types another note. Fine. Miss Monroe, can you explain exactly how these infiltration scripts mimic your style? I inhale slowly, thinking of a calmer time when code is my refuge. The traitor is using subroutines I pioneered, like stealth piggybacks and ghost jumps that manipulate VR architecture mid-simulation. But the sabotage calls for destructive ends. My subroutines are structured for infiltration or defense, not sabotage. The saboteur twisted them, likely after analyzing my code from the inside. Emmett studies me intently. If you're so certain, can you prove you didn't create these destructive variants? I suppress a flare of exasperation. I'm working on it. I set up tripwires to catch them in real time. Yesterday, we almost pinned them. If you let me keep access, I'll gather the final proof that nails them. Locking me out only helps the saboteur stay hidden. Fields and Emmett exchange a look. Then Fields speaks. All right, we'll allow you limited access under Dominic King's supervision, but we'll be monitoring your activity, Miss Monroe. One misstep and... Understood, I say, voice clipped. I have no reason to hide. They nod, grudgingly satisfied. Emmett stands, stepping back from the table. His expression is less hostile, but still guarded. We'll be reviewing your logs regularly. If we find any contradictory evidence, we reopen this interrogation. Is that clear? My chest tightens at the underlying threat. Crystal. They dismiss me with a terse nod, ordering me to remain on call for additional questions. As I step out of the interrogation room, my breath whooshes out. The hallway feels too bright, too cold. Dominic is on my heels. He grabs my elbow gently, steering me into a quieter corner away from the military watchers. Hey, he murmurs, voice low. You okay? I swallow, adrenaline still pumping. Peachy, I love being accused of sabotage and dragged into an interrogation. My sarcasm rings hollow. They almost pinned it on me. If you hadn't stepped in, his jaw tightens. I wasn't about to let them railroad you. The sincerity in his eyes tugs at my anger, disarming me. Thank you, I mutter, resisting the urge to lean into him. As if reading my mind, he lets go of my elbow. We can't afford to appear too close, not when half the facility already whispers about our dynamic. He combs his hair using his fingers, tension radiating off him. I should have seen this coming. The saboteur's tactic was obvious. Replicate your style to throw suspicion on you. They knew your doxing made you a prime target for blame. I nod, a bitter taste in my mouth. Guess they're not as incompetent as I hoped. Silence stretches between us. The overhead lights buzz, casting harsh shadows on Dominic's face. I glimpse the fatigue etched in the lines around his eyes, the weight of carrying this entire operation. Despite my anger at the brass, the frustration with constant suspicion, I can't ignore the sense of relief that at least he believes me, unequivocally. Don't let them corner you again, he says softly. If any official demands a private interrogation, call me. Emotion swells in my chest. I will. Our eyes lock, and the friction that lingers between us shifts, humming with the unspoken attraction and the new bond forged by his public defense. For a moment, I let myself remember that we once told each other it means nothing, yet every time he shields me, it is something I crave more than I want to admit. He clears his throat, stepping back. Let's return to the server room, see if we can pick up the saboteur's trail before they strike again. I nod. I'll keep a close eye on who logs in. If anyone tries forging credentials or copying my code, I'll catch them. Exactly, he says, voice steady, then quieter. We'll prove your innocence, and we'll prove we can handle this infiltration better than any outside investigator. I promise. My jaw stiffens, fighting an unexpected surge of emotion. You already did so much, I murmur, remembering how he faced down Emmett and Fields. They're not used to pushback. He reaches out, fingertips grazing my forearm in a brief, private gesture of reassurance. I told you, I've got your back. Let me worry about the brass. You do what you do best. Save us from sabotage. A half smile tugs at my lips. Deal. We part ways soon after, each returning to our respective tasks. I make a beeline for the server room, adrenaline still coursing from the interrogation. In that hush of technology, surrounded by blinking lights and scrolling code, I try to calm my ragged nerves. They can suspect me all they want, I think, heart twisting with defiance. I'll unmask the real saboteur and show them exactly who they're messing with. And Dominic? He'd stand at my side, no matter how high the brass try to push him. Even if we once vowed that our intimate collision meant nothing, we both know that vow is about as real as the illusions conjured in VR. Something deeper binds us together, something that might just get us through this. If we survive the next wave of sabotage and suspicion, maybe we'll finally have the chance to explore what that something really is. Chapter 13. Reese. 4 days blur by in a haze of stress, half measures, and tense glances. Each sunrise brings a new round of speculation about the traitor's next move. Each night ends in fitful attempts to catch a few hours of sleep. The military brass who interrogated me still hang around, prowling the halls like wolves waiting for a hint of blood. Meanwhile, Dominic juggles them, external funding pressures, and the suspicious eyes of half our own operators. Despite it all, I stay at my post. If the saboteur strikes again, I want to catch them in the act. Yet, I didn't matter how many lines of code I scour and the tripwires I set, the infiltration attempts seem to fade into the background. It's as though the traitor is lying low, waiting. That constant vigilance weighs on me, turning each day into a slow, steady grind of tension. Looming underneath it all is the complicated bond between Dominic and me. We've set aside personal confusion for the sake of unity. He shields me from accusations, and I pour my skill into safeguarding Vanguard. But the magnetic pull between us only grows stronger, fueled by the friction of high stakes and guarded hearts. By the 4th night since my interrogation, I am running on coffee fumes and raw determination. Yet I can't shake the prickling sense that everything is about to crack open, personally and professionally. The fluorescent lights in the control room hum at half bright, subdued for the night shift. I've grown used to the swirl of cooling fans, the lines of blinking LEDs reflecting off polished floors. It's past midnight, and I've spent the last few hours combing logs for any clue about the saboteur. Each hack from earlier in the week has abruptly stopped, leaving behind only speculation. Exhaustion turns the lines of code into a blur. My eyes sting, and my back aches from hunching over the console. But I keep at it, too wired to attempt sleep. A swirl of bitterness and relief has set in these past days. At least they're not hacking again. But also, we can't catch them if they vanish. I rub my temple, wishing for a 3rd cup of coffee. Part of me is grateful Dominic forces the brass to give me continued access, letting me track infiltration attempts. Another part simmers with resentment that we've been forced to prove my innocence all over again. One misstep, and they'll pounce. The door hisses open behind me. My pulse jumps, tension flaring in my shoulders, but it's only Dominic, stepping into the dim room like a storm cloud trailing from a restless sky. He wears black tactical pants and a snug dark t-shirt, hair slightly disheveled, like he's run his hands through it a dozen times in frustration. Our eyes meet across the row of servers. A spark of awareness flits through me. Even after everything, my body recognizes him. Longing aches in the pit of my stomach. Memories of how he pinned me to the floor weeks ago, how we once vowed it meant nothing, a vow neither of us believes. "Reese," he says quietly, coming closer, "why am I not surprised to find you here?" I force a wry smile. Because I'm a masochist who loves code at 2 a.m, apparently. He pauses, something flickering in his eyes. Concern, maybe? No new infiltration attempts? None, I mutter, leaning back in my chair. It's like they've gone silent, which only makes me more nervous. He nods, crossing his arms. The subtle clench of his jaw tells me he's carrying the weight of the entire facility on his back. I just came from a meeting with the brass. They're demanding results tomorrow morning. Some update on the infiltration leads, or new proof we're close to identifying the traitor. My chest tightens. They want a scapegoat. Exactly. And if we don't give them a suspect soon, they might double down on you again. His gaze darkens, a hint of protectiveness edging his tone. Frustration snaps inside me. Let them try. I've done everything to prove I'm not the saboteur. He glances down, tension knotting in his shoulders. I know, We're caught in a vicious cycle. No new hacks or new data, so they assume we're not looking hard enough, or worse, you're covering your tracks. It's insane. A taut silence follows, thick with all the words we haven't said. In these 4 days of stoic tension, we've only had fleeting exchanges, discussions about code, infiltration, or the sabotage threat. Nothing personal. No mention of the meltdown in the lab weeks ago, or how he's publicly defended me since. But the unspoken awareness has grown, thrumming at the edge of each conversation. Finally, he breaks the silence with a weary question. When's the last time you ate? My stomach growls at the mention of food, but I shrug. I can't remember. Doesn't matter. He frowns, stepping closer. It does. You look dead on your feet. Anger flares, mingling with exhaustion. What else am I supposed to do, Dominic? Sleep peacefully while the brass hunts for any excuse to nail me, while the traitor might strike any second? He glances away, jaw clenched. Maybe I don't have the luxury of being human. He mutters so soft I almost miss it. A swell of emotion prickles my eyes. I stand abruptly, the chair rolling back. You're not a machine, Dominic. You can't keep ignoring your limits. We're both going to break if we keep this up. He massages the back of his head, stepping even closer. Now we're a mere foot apart. The buzz of computers the only witness. My heart hammers. I can't break, he says, voice low. Too many people depend on me. Raw sympathy wars with my own frustration. I try to steady my breath. You don't have to do it alone. That's why I'm here. He stares at me, that fierce gray gaze churning with unnamed emotions. That's what scares me, Reese, he says, voice cracking. I'm used to carrying everything, shutting people out. Letting someone else share the burden feels risky. My throat tightens. It's called trust. He swallows, a flash of vulnerability crossing his face. Trust can get people killed. I think of the soldier he once lost, the guilt etched into his psyche. A wave of empathy rises, mingling with the anger and confusion inside me. Not trusting can kill people too, I whisper. For a brief instant, neither of us moves. The hush in the central room feels charged with the echo of everything unspoken. Then, with a quiet exhalation, he cups the back of my neck. The touch sends a jolt of electricity through me. Our eyes lock, and I see his conflict mirrored in my own reflection. Danger, desire, desperation. This is stupid, he mutters half to himself. Yeah, I breathe, heart pounding. It's a lie. That admission is all it takes. His mouth captures mine in a fierce, punishing kiss, every ounce of pent-up frustration and fear pouring into it. I gasp against his lips, grabbing his shirt for balance. Our breaths mingle in ragged bursts, the tension we've buried for days erupting like a wild flame. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We should get out of here, he says, lips quirking in a rueful smile. Before someone finds us like this, the brass might have a field day. A wry laugh escapes me. I can only imagine their reaction. My cheeks flame at the thought. But maybe we should talk. In private, an actual private place. His gaze softens, regret flickering. I want that, but I have an early briefing with Jace and the brass in. He glances at his watch. 3 hours? My stomach sinks. Of course you do. He brushes his knuckles against my cheek in a comforting gesture. We'll find a time, I promise. I'm not letting this revert to a convenient lie. Nodding, I try to steady the swirl of emotions. Right. Me neither. After a last lingering look, he turns toward the door. The hush presses in again, thick with the secret we share. I watch his broad shoulders as he slips out, the door hissing shut behind him. I sink into the nearest chair, pressing trembling fingers to my lips. The air still crackles with the ghost of our touch, and my thoughts spin in 1,000 directions. We're risking so much. The saboteur, the brass, the entire paramilitary world we inhabit. Any sign of weakness or impropriety could tear us apart. But for one volatile, necessary moment, we've let ourselves be human in a place that demands stoic invincibility. In that raw, messy vulnerability, we've found a connection we can't dismiss. My gaze strays to the console screen. Lines of code drifting in idle data. The sabotage crisis still looms unsolved, a ticking bomb. We have precious little time to uproot the threat before the next blow. But for now, exhaustion and a sated warmth lull at the edges of my consciousness. Maybe I can rest just a little before the next wave crashes. Wrapping my arms around myself, I inhale, remembering the quiet admission in Dominic's eyes, the promise that he wouldn't walk away. We are both scarred, both terrified of losing or being betrayed. Yet for all the dangers swirling around us, we choose to share those wounds. Maybe that's how trust grows, I think, blinking back tears that have no place here. If the traitor strikes tomorrow, if the brass demands blood, we'll face it. We'll fight with everything we have, our code, our cunning, our fragile bond. Because this second collision, more vulnerable than the first, proves we aren't alone in this war. Maybe that realization is enough to keep us going when the storm finally hits.
Chapter 14. Dominic. I stand at the window of my office, staring out at a gray dawn that rolls in overnight. Low clouds press against the horizon, smothering the early light. The scenery seems to mirror the weight in my chest, and I can't decide if it's a blessing or an omen. For 4 days, we've waded through tense standoffs with military brass, half-baked sabotage attempts, and too many rumors about an internal traitor. Last night, Reese and I find a fragile moment of truth behind closed doors, giving in to something we've both been fighting far too long. But this morning, the storm clouds feel more literal than metaphorical. The phone on my desk beeps, cutting through my thoughts. I pivot, striding across the polished floor. "Yes?" I say, voice clipped. "It's Jace, sir," comes the muffled reply. "We've got a problem in Lab 3. Another sabotage attempt, and this one's bad." My stomach drops. I'm on my way. I grab my sidearm from the desk drawer out of habit. These days I trust nothing. A traitor lurks among us, and if they're bold enough to attempt sabotage again, we might be in for a head-on confrontation. My mind flashes on Reese's determined face and the memory of our tangled bodies in the silence of the server room. A pang of worry grips me. If the sabotage is this big, they'll try pinning it on her again. Exhaling, I force my thoughts to steady, one crisis at a time. Lab 3 houses some of our advanced VR pods and infiltration modules. When I arrive, half the facility's tech staff is already there, shouting over a cacophony of alarms and blinking red lights. Screens normally filled with code now display error messages, system meltdown warnings, and a frantic array of digital static. Jace paces near a console, barking orders. "Shut down the secondary server," he snaps to one of the operators. "Isolate the corrupted files, don't let them spread." The operator types frantically, beads of sweat dripping down his temple. "I'm trying, sir. It's like the malicious code is replicating itself." "Damn it," Jace mutters. Then he spots me. Dom, this is bad. The infiltration modules are compromised. If it keeps going, we could lose half our VR functionality. My jaw clenches. Is it a denial of service attack or a malicious rewrite? He rubs his neck. Closer to a malicious rewrite. It's piggybacking on the infiltration subroutines, injecting code that tries to corrupt the entire VR environment. Adrenaline surges. A meltdown here could cripple Vanguard's entire reason for existing, our VR Black Ops system. Can we contain it? We're trying, but it's spreading fast. Jace gestures to a technician hunched over a console. We need Reese. She's got the code wizardry to handle this. Where is she? I freeze, mind racing. I leave Reese in her bunk hours ago after our shared moment in the control room. She's likely asleep or back at work by now. My chest tightens with the memory of our intimate confession, how she admitted her fear of betrayal, how I let my own guilt slip out. Focus. She should be on her way, I say, forcing composure. Give me a status update in 2 minutes. Jace nods, pivoting back to the frantic operators. Meanwhile, I scan the lab. The overhead lights flicker, half the workstations going dark, then rebooting in fits and starts. This is a deliberate, high-level infiltration. Someone wants to cripple us from inside, and they know exactly how to strike where we're most vulnerable. In the corner of my eye, I notice a figure lingering near a row of monitors. Davis, one of my longtime confidants at Vanguard. He's been with me from the early days, quiet, steady, and a trusted ear for my frustrations. But the moment I catch his eye, my gut twists. His expression is rigid, troubled. He moves closer, lowering his voice. Dom, can we talk? My patience is thin, but we've known each other too long to dismiss him. Make it quick, I say. He casts a wary glance around the chaotic lab. This sabotage, it's the exact subroutine style as before, right? The same infiltration code we suspected came from Monroe's design. I bristle. Her design was hijacked, Davis. It doesn't mean... He holds up a palm to stop me. Look, I know she's done good work and you're vouching for her, but I've seen the logs. The code that's crippling us now, it's not just inspired by Reese's style. It's identical. Ice threads through my veins. Someone's forging her signature. We've been through this. She's the one trying to stop it. Davis's gaze flicks over the chaos. I'm just saying, there's a lot of talk. The military brass is sniffing around, and you're personally defending her at every turn. If she is the traitor, Dominic, you realize what that does to your credibility? Fury coils in my chest. You seriously think Reese is behind this? After everything she's done? He sighs, eyes shadowed. I don't want to think that. But the best saboteur is the one who appears invaluable. Think about it. She's ex-military tech, docs before, with enough skill to run circles around us all. Maybe she's playing both sides. I glare at him, the urge to snap barely contained. But Davis has been a loyal ally from the start. He isn't speaking out of malice. He's worried about me, about Vanguard. That only makes the suspicion burn more. If even Davis is uncertain, the rumor mill must be spiraling out of control. Reese isn't betraying us, I say coldly. I won't entertain that rumor. His features harden. You can't let your feelings blind you, Dom. I know you care about her. This place is buzzing with the possibility that you two are close. Don't let that close your eyes to a worst-case scenario. My anger spikes. I'm not blinded, I growl, though part of me recognizes the hypocrisy. My chest roils with memories of the night before, how I bared my soul in her arms, how we found solace in the stillness of the data room. She's innocent, I repeat, voice quieter. Trust me on that. Davis studies me for a long moment. Then he exhales. I hope you're right. Before I can respond, the door slams open. Reese rushes in, breathless, wearing a hoodie thrown over rumpled clothes. My entire body relaxes whenever she's around like a man surfacing for air. but the strain in the space skyrockets when the nearest operator spots her. "She's here!" someone hisses, half in relief, half in suspicion. Ignoring the whispers, she hurries over to me and Jace by the main console. "What's the damage?" she asks, voice laced with urgency. Jace launches into a rapid-fire explanation of the infiltration meltdown. Her brows snap together, anger and determination flaring in her eyes. "They're rewriting my infiltration subroutines for mass sabotage," she mutters, fists clenching. "We need a deeper patch or we'll lose the entire VR platform." "You can fix this?" I ask, voice low enough for just her and Jace to hear. She nods, though her jaw tightens. "Yes, but I'll need root-level access again. It's going to take time, a few hours at least." My gaze flicks to Jace. "Do it. Full root access. Shut off any attempts at remote monitoring that might slow her down." He grimaces. "The brass might flip out." I set my shoulders. "I'll handle them." Reese's eyes flicker with gratitude, then steel. "All right, I'll dive in. Just keep everyone off my back while I isolate this sabotage." She slides into the main console seat, tapping commands like a woman possessed. Operators nearby exchange uneasy looks. Some clearly wonder if giving her more access is wise. My nostrils flare, but I bite back a retort. "Prove them wrong, Reese." What follows is a frantic, nerve-wracking hour of partial system shutdowns and code rewrites. The VR modules blink in and out of life on the overhead monitors, each fluctuation greeted by a chorus of curses from the staff. Reese barely lifts her gaze from the console, brow knit in concentration as her fingers fly over the keyboard. Occasionally I scan the room, acutely aware of the distrust creeping in. Operators who once cheered her victory at the demonstration now whisper behind their hands. My conversation with Davis echoes in my mind. Don't let your feelings blind you. Yet every time I look at Reese, see her posture hunched with furious focus, I know she isn't our enemy. The same quiet intensity that drives her to code unstoppable infiltration scripts now fuels her battle to preserve Vanguard. If that's not loyalty, I don't have any idea what it is. Finally, the overhead monitors stabilize. The alarm klaxon that has rung incessantly cuts off, replaced by a hush of relief. Reese slumps back, blowing out a shaky breath. "That should stop the spread. The malicious code is contained in a quarantine folder." The staff erupts in muted cheers, some collapsing into chairs with exhausted smiles. Jace lets out a long exhale. "Saved us again, Monroe." She gives a nod, glancing at me. Our eyes lock for a moment, a ripple of unspoken warmth passing between us. She did it. But before either of us can speak, a tall figure in a crisp uniform strides in Colonel Emmett, flanked by Major Fields. My blood runs cold. They take in the scene, exhausted operators, Reese at the console with root access. Suspicion flashes in Emmett's gaze. "What's going on?" he barks. "We heard the alarm. Another infiltration attempt?" Jace steps forward, trying to explain. "Yeah, a big one. Miss Monroe just shut it down." Emmett's gaze flicks to Reese with thinly veiled distrust. "Monroe again, Every time there's sabotage, she's at the center." My temper flares, but Reese beats me to it. "I'm at the center because I'm the one fixing it," she says, voice edged with anger. "The sabotage nearly destroyed our VR modules." He folds his arms. "Or so you say. How do we know you didn't plant it, just to stage another heroic rescue?" "Colonel," I growl, stepping in. "She just saved us from a catastrophic meltdown again. You want to accuse her? You better have hard evidence." Fields eyes the monitors. "We have enough circumstantial evidence to raise questions, King. Miss Monroe has root access now. If she wanted to hide her tracks, it would be easy." A murmur ripples through the room. My fists clench. Reese's shoulders tense, her knuckles white as she grips the console ledge. She's ready to snap. "Look," she says, keeping her voice steady despite the tremor I hear beneath. "The corrupted code is quarantined. Check it yourself. Compare it to my logs. If I'm lying, it'll show." Major Fields purses her lips, not entirely convinced. Emmett seems poised to argue, but at that moment, Jace clears his throat and steps in with a display of the quarantined code. We can do a direct analysis, Colonel. If Miss Monroe wrote the sabotage, it would share a distinct signature, like a fingerprint. Emmett glances at Fields. She shrugs. Fine, let's see it. A subdued hush falls as Jace and another tech start comparing lines of code against the official backup logs from Reese's earlier infiltration modules. The tension feels suffocating, as though one tiny mismatch could condemn her. I linger by her side, fists clenching at the suspicious stares. After a few minutes, the tech rubs his eyes. This malicious code is definitely built for Miss Monroe's subroutines, but there are differences, like a deliberate attempt to mimic her style while adding destructive twists. It's not identical to her usual pattern. Jace nods, relief evident. Meaning it's a forgery, close but not a perfect match. Enough to implicate her if you don't look too closely, but we can see the subtle misalignments. I exhale. I haven't realized I'm holding. Reese closes her eyes briefly, tension fading from her face. See? I say to Emmett, voice cooling. She's not the saboteur. She's the one they're trying to frame. Emmett's mouth tightens as though hating to concede. We'll run additional checks. But for now, we can't prove she's guilty. He motions to Fields and they step aside. As they confer in hushed tones, the lab quietly resumes stabilizing our systems. Jace gestures to the code comparison on the monitor. That was close, Reese, he murmurs, shaking his head. Good job. She manages a wan smile, exhaustion etched in her eyes. Thanks, Jace. While Jace helps the techs finalize system integrity, I steer Reese to a quieter corner. She looks worn, her face pale under the fluorescent lights. Yet there is a stubborn set to her jaw, the same iron will that drew me to her from the start. You okay? I ask softly. She exhales shakily. I'm fine. Just tired of constantly defending myself. They show up every time I fix something and accuse me. It's like I can't breathe without proving my innocence. A surge of protectiveness swells in my chest. You shouldn't have to live like that. We'll find the real traitor soon. And this will end. Her gaze flickers with relief, but also lingering anxiety. I hope so, because each time sabotage hits, it's my code they weaponize, and half the facility sees me as the easiest target. I step closer, lowering my voice so no one else overhears. Don't let them get in your head. You're the best chance we have at stopping this. I know it. Jace knows it, and deep down, so do they. That's why the saboteur keeps framing you. She searches my face, something warming in her eyes. Thank you, she whispers, voice catching, for believing me. I hesitate, thinking of Davis's warning, of the whispers I've been hearing. Even some of my oldest allies urge me to be cautious, fearful my closeness to her would blind me to a potential betrayal. But staring at her now, I can't imagine a scenario where she'd tear Vanguard apart. Her anger, her frustration, they're real, born of caring too much. Before I can respond, Davis approaches with a stiff expression. Dom, he says quietly, nodding to Reese. The brass wants you for a private chat. My gut twists. Another interrogation or demand, no doubt. All right, I murmur. Reese, wait here for me, okay? I'll handle them. She nods, lips thinning. I'll keep stabilizing the system. Call me if they try anything. A small, grim smile tugs at my mouth. Count on it. Following Davis out of the lab, I note his rigid posture. The corridor we enter is dimmer than usual, the overhead lights flickering. When I glance at him, I see the conflict etched in his features. That uneasy coil in my gut tightens. Davis, I say, voice low, what's going on? He stops abruptly, turning to face me. They're rattled, Dom. These sabotage attempts are escalating, and you're staking everything on Monroe's innocence. People are questioning your judgment. My chest burns with anger. She just saved our entire VR infrastructure from meltdown. How is that questionable? He throws up his hands. Because the sabotage was her code, adapted or not. Let's face it, your closeness to her only stokes rumors. Some say you're compromised by personal feelings. I stiffen, but I know he's just relaying the facility's mood. I'm not ignoring any threat. Reese is the reason we can fight back at all. Davis sighs. Look, I trust you, all right? But the brass, the operators, they see how protective you are. If they suspect you're ignoring a threat because you're involved. Stop! My voice cuts the air like a blade. I'm not ignoring any threat. She's the reason we can fight back. If anyone suggests otherwise, they'll answer to me. He studies me, guilt flickering in his gaze. I'm just trying to warn you. The seeds of distrust are spreading. Some say it'd be better to bench Monroe until we catch the traitor, just to remove suspicion. Keep her away from critical systems. Unacceptable, I growl. We'd lose our best defense. Davis's shoulders slump. I had a feeling you'd say that. He glances away, voice subdued. I'm on your side, Dom, but be careful. The more you shield her, the more you become a target too. Anger wars with gratitude for his concern. If that's the price, I'll pay it. End of story. With that, I turn on my heel, leaving him behind in the corridor. My steps pound against the floor, mind churning. Damn it all. If Davis, my oldest confidant, harbors doubts, the facility might as well be a powder keg. And if the saboteur triggers one more meltdown, who knows how fast the brass will demand Reese's head. I find the brass waiting in a side briefing room, but my mind is already half-formed around a singular, unwavering vow. I won't let them scapegoat her, even if it means risking my own credibility, my entire leadership role, hell, even if it means walking away from Vanguard if it comes to that. Because after last night, after seeing the raw fear and trust in Reese's eyes, there is no turning back. She's mine to protect, and I'll do whatever it takes. Hours later, after a grueling meeting with Emmett and Fields, I return to Lab 3. The sabotage meltdown has been contained, but morale is shaky at best. Operators whisper, eyes darting from me to Reese. The pressure in the air feels suffocating. She is at the console still, finalizing some patch or script. Exhaustion etches her face, but her posture remains straight, refusing to bow under suspicion. My heart twists at the sight. It isn't just professional respect I feel. It's a deeper connection, born of shared vulnerability and the spark we never quite tamed. I approach quietly. She glances up, eyes betraying her weariness. How'd it go? I grimace. They demanded an inquiry once again. I convinced them to hold off, but they're circling like vultures. A flicker of pain shadows her gaze. Great, she says bitterly. So I guess I'm enemy number one until further notice. I lower my voice. Not if I can help it. We'll find whoever's really behind this. Then you'll be cleared. She exhales shakily, nodding. I just hope we do it soon. A swirl of fierce protectiveness surges. Right then, it strikes me how close we teeter on the edge. Sabotage from within, a facility losing trust, and us caught in the middle. If the next infiltration attempt succeeds, it might be the final blow for both of us. We can't let that happen. I lay a hand gently on her shoulder, ignoring the stares of those around us. We will, I say, voice firm. I promise. She studies me with a pained softness, as if weighing the risk of believing in someone again. Then she gives a short, resolute nod, bracing herself. That's my Reese, I think, pride and concern tangling in my chest. As the lab buzzes with quiet recovery efforts, we stand side by side at the console. The screens are calmer now, lines of stable code replacing the swirling red errors. Yet underneath that calm, a deeper storm brews. Distrust, rumors, and the traitor's next move. I don't have an inkling what the next day, hell, the next hour will bring. But I know one thing. I'll face it with Reese at my side, no matter who questions our loyalty or tries to tear us apart. Because this bond we forged equal parts. Desperation and fierce devotion is the only anchor we have in a world determined to sink us. If defending her means I have to stand against old allies, old confidants, or even the entire paramilitary chain of command, so be it. I've made my choice, consequences be damned.
Chapter 15. Reese. I dread returning to the war room, but I have no choice. After days of spiraling sabotage accusations, intense standoffs, my code is still being used against Vanguard, and Dominic's vow to protect me collides with the harsh reality that half the facility believes I might be complicit. My every step echoes down the corridor, a steady drumbeat of tension that won't subside. The overhead fluorescents flicker as I pass, revealing anxious faces peeking from doorways. The place feels as if it is waiting for a spark to ignite a fresh explosion of chaos. Still, I cling to Dominic's promise, repeated in my mind like a mantra. We'll find the real traitor. We'll prove you're innocent. Except each new day brings more rumors, more sabotage attempts that look suspiciously like my infiltration style, as if the true culprit delights in pinning every meltdown on me. Halfway to the war room, Jace jogs up, breathless. "Reese, you better hurry. Dominic's inside with Colonel Emmett. They're arguing about the infiltration modules." My stomach twists. Another confrontation with the brass? Great. Did they find a new lead? I ask, anxiety sharpening my words. He shakes his head, a grim expression crossing his face. No. Another wave of sabotage just rattled our VR networks. The brass wants your head on a platter. I swallow hard. Guess I should brace for a grilling. Jace nods, lowering his voice. "I'll back you, but watch your six. Tensions are high." With that warning, we slip into the war room. Sure enough, Dominic stands near the main console, face taut with anger. Colonel Emmett and Major Fields hover on the opposite side, flanked by 2 uniformed officers. The overhead monitors glow, lines of code scrolling alongside error logs. My code, or a twisted version of it. Eyes flick toward me the moment I enter. Emmett's stare feels like a scalpel slicing across my throat. Dominic spots me and gives the smallest nod of encouragement, but tension coils in his posture. "You're late, Miss Monroe," Emmett says, voice clipped. "We're discussing the infiltration meltdown that just occurred, once again traced to subroutines you designed." "I'm doing everything I can to stop these attacks, Colonel. If the saboteur is mimicking my style, that's not my fault." Field snorts. "It's suspiciously convenient that only you have the skills to fix it. Yet each meltdown bears your signature. This must end." I clench my jaw. "Then let me prove who's really behind it. But if you keep interrogating me instead of letting me do my job, we'll never catch them." Dominic places a steadying hand on my arm, a subtle move, but enough to stir whispers among the watchers. "We've been through this," he tells the brass, voice tight. "Reese is more valuable tracking infiltration attempts than sitting in an interrogation room." Emmett's lips curl in disdain. "This entire facility is under scrutiny, King. The next sabotage might be catastrophic. If Miss Monroe can't produce results soon, we'll have no choice but to detain her as the prime suspect." My pulse hammers. I shoot Dominic a quick glance, and he presses his hand ever so slightly against my arm in a silent vow. But I see the worry cloud his eyes. He can't shield me forever, I realize. My heart twists in fear. If I can't unmask the saboteur soon, the brass will make good on their threat. Before Emmett can demand more, an alarm shrieks, loud, jarring. Red lights flare across the war room. The overhead monitors display a sudden spike in system alerts. Jace's eyes widen. "This isn't just another sabotage attempt. This is a perimeter breach." An icy chill courses down my spine. A perimeter breach? That means real physical infiltration, not just VR meltdown. We built physical defenses around Vanguard, including advanced gate protocols tied to code I refined. If an intruder is getting in, they must have found a way through those protocols. Chaos erupts. Operators rush for terminals, voices overlapping in frantic calls. Dominic stiffens beside me, jaw set. Which gate? Sector C, Jace answers, typing furiously. They've overridden the locks with a cloned access key, and I'm seeing a second wave at Sector E. Holy, someone's jamming our security channels? How many intruders? Dominic asks. Another operator glances up, pallor draining from his face. A full squad, maybe more, armed. They're inside. A tremor ripples through the war room. Emmett barks orders, telling the uniformed officers to scramble security teams. Fields looks ashen, already calling for reinforcements over a handheld radio. I stand in stunned disbelief, heart racing. An armed assault? Dominic grabs a sidearm from a wall cabinet and tosses another to Jace. Get the squads to secure vantage points, he orders. We contain them room by room if we have to. Jace nods. I'll handle the north corridor. The alarms intensify, each shrill note pounding into my skull. Emmett and Fields rush out, presumably to coordinate troops, leaving me with Dominic in the panicked war room. The monitors flash images from security cams, masked figures, in tactical gear sweeping through corridors, taking down guards. My stomach lurches. They're inside already. They bypass the infiltration code around the gates. I whisper, horror dawning. They're using my subroutines. That's how they're doing this. Dominic's gaze snaps to me, fury swirling in his eyes. Your infiltration code. They're turning it against us physically, not just digitally. He inhales sharply, voice rough. That saboteur must have shared it. We need to secure you somewhere safe. But I shake my head, adrenaline spiking. No, I can help. I know how they think. If I can get to a console, maybe I can lock them out from inside. He clenches his fists, torn. We're under direct attack. The brass will say this assault is your doing. My mind whirls. The infiltration meltdown was bad enough, but this armed incursion feels like the final blow. If the attackers wear stolen Vanguard credentials, it would implicate me further, painting me as an inside accomplice. They want me scapegoated. My breath catches as I realize the danger I'm in. My own side might shoot me on sight if they believe I orchestrated this. Dominic seems to register that possibility at the same time. Stay close, he mutters, voice low. If we're separated, they'll blame you for sure. But Jace's frantic voice crackles over the intercom near Dominic's ear. Dom, we have casualties in Corridor B. They're pushing toward the main VR labs. We need backup now. Dominic swallows, resolve hardening. I'm on it. Reese, stay behind me. No chance to argue. We sprint out. The war room dissolving into chaos behind us. The corridor outside is a riot of blaring sirens and flickering lights. I glimpse uniformed Vanguard guards crouched behind barricades, exchanging fire with masked assailants in the distance. The stench of gunpowder hangs in the air. My heart thuds so loud, it nearly drowns out the gunfire. We duck around a corner. An overhead blast rocking the ceiling. Dominic shields me with his broader frame, cursing under his breath. If they reach the VR labs, they can physically wipe out everything we've built. Our entire Black Ops program. I clench my teeth. And my entire chance at exoneration. Those labs hold crucial data that might prove how my code was altered. If these attackers destroy it, I'd have nothing left to show I wasn't the traitor. Another explosion thunders, and Dominic tugs me down behind an overturned table. We have to push them back. Jace's squad is pinned at the next junction. He peers around the table edge, sidearm ready. Stay low. I nod, pulse hammering. In that chaotic moment, all I want is a laptop, a console, some digital fight I know how to handle. But bullets are not my realm, and the swirl of dust and echoes makes my head spin. Shouting erupts ahead. Dominic squeezes off a few shots, providing cover fire as I scramble behind more rubble. My mind reels. This is insane. My infiltration code let them bypass top-tier security. People are dying. This is my fault. No, a voice in me fights back. It's not your fault. Someone used your code, but guilt still gnaws at me like acid, fueling a desperation to fix it somehow. Suddenly, a guard from our own ranks appears from behind a collapsed door frame, rifle aimed at me. My breath hitches. Does he see me as an ally or enemy? His eyes flick with confusion, then recognition and suspicion. I freeze, hands raised. Dominic barks, "She's with me. Stand down." The guard hesitates, then complies, turning back to the firefight. My chest burns with relief. But how many others will think differently? In the swirl of combat, an incoming radio call crackles from Dominic's belt. A panicked voice. "They're at Lab 3. We can't hold them." They use subroutines from Miss Monroe's infiltration, like a master key. Static cuts off the rest. My stomach plummets. If the attackers have reached Lab 3, they might be seconds from destroying all data that could clear me. Dominic's gaze meets mine, both of us realizing the same thing. We have to get there, fast. We dash through the debris-strewn corridors, following the echo of gunfire. No time to worry about friendly fire or suspicious guards. Everywhere we run, flickering lights cast the facility in a haze of smoke and dust. The entire building feels like a war zone. My heart aches for the place that once hummed with quiet confidence and advanced VR simulations. Rounding the final corner, we stumble upon a scene of devastation. Lab 3's doors blasted open. The interior screens flickering with half-scrambled code. 2 masked attackers rifle through consoles, while another trio stands guard. Bodies of Vanguard defenders lie strewn about, some groaning, some too still. My eyes sting with horror. Dominic raises his weapon. Before he can fire, an explosion rocks the corridor behind us, cutting off our escape route. We both spin, cursing. Flames lick up the walls, acrid smoke billowing, trapped on 2 sides. Masked gunmen ahead, fire behind. The trio of guards pivots, guns leveled. One hisses through his mask, "Don't move." Dominic's jaw clenches. My own mind buzzes with panic. This is it. All is lost. We are pinned. My code infiltration subroutines brought an army of paramilitary attackers inside, and the brass likely believes I've enabled it. Tears threaten to blur my vision. I failed. We couldn't repel them. Couldn't prove my innocence now that Lab 3 was compromised. Couldn't salvage the data. The saboteur orchestrated the perfect storm. One attacker approaches, rifle aimed at Dominic's chest. "We've got King," he growls to his squad. "And the coder, primary targets?" My breath catches. They specifically want us. For what? Leverage? Another swirl of guilt slams into me. If not for my subroutines, they wouldn't be standing here, guns trained on us. Dominic's gaze flicks to me, and in that brief moment, I see heartbreak. We're out of moves. He whispers, "Stay behind me," though we both know that won't stop bullets. Suddenly, a flash of movement from behind the attackers. Jace and 2 guards storm into the lab, guns blazing. The attackers swivel, exchanging fire. The corridor fills with deafening blasts and smoke. Dominic yanks me down, shielding me with his body as the bullets ricochet off metal walls. In the chaos, the masked men scramble. One barks, "Fall back. We have what we need. Extraction in 2 minutes." They lob a smoke grenade, and white haze billows, blinding everyone. I cough, eyes watering. The gunfire quiets as the attackers retreat in the haze. Dominic tries to follow, but the swirling smoke makes it impossible. By the time the air clears, Lab 3 lies in ruins. Consoles sparking, data servers shot to pieces. My heart sinks. Everything we need to prove my innocence. Gone. Jay staggers forward, face pale. They overran us, he gasps, glancing at Dominic. I'm so sorry. Dominic presses his palms to his eyes, rage and grief pouring off him. They used your code, Reese, to crack open everything. He stares at the rubble, voice shaking. Damn it, we're undone. I exhale a ragged breath, shoulders slumping. The swirl of smoke and tears blurs my vision. All is lost. The paramilitary attack has gutted our labs. The brass already hate me, and now there is no data left to exonerate me. Within minutes, Colonel Emmett and a squad of armed Vanguard soldiers rush in. Emmett's glare pins me like a hawk. Grab her, he barks. She's responsible for this breach. My lungs seize with panic. No, you don't understand. I tried to stop them. He points a pistol at me, stepping over debris. And yet they waltzed in using your infiltration protocols. I've seen enough. Arrest her. 2 soldiers advance, rifles raised. My stomach lurches. Dominic steps in front of me, arms out. This is insane. She isn't to blame. Emmett's eyes narrow. Stand down, King, or we'll charge you with conspiracy. This entire fiasco has your fingerprints too. You and your precious coder. Jace looks torn, uncertain. The room sways. I can't let Dominic sacrifice himself for me. My code was the reason they stormed in so easily. Every burning console reminds me that I failed. If I let them arrest me, I'll never have a chance to prove the saboteur's duplicity. I have to run. I catch Dominic's gaze, heartbreak lancing my chest. He wants to protect me, but we've been overrun. If I stay, the brass would bury me, the saboteur's plan would succeed, and Dominic might go down with me. My breath trembles. I'm sorry, I whisper, voice cracking. Then, before anyone can react, I bolt. Skirting the fallen desks, I run for the corridor exit. Gunshots ring out. Someone fires. I dive, adrenaline roaring, rolling behind a toppled server. Bullets ping off metal. My mind whirls. I can't die here. I can't let them take me. Jace shouts something, but it's drowned by Colonel Emmett's furious yells. I scramble through the wreckage, ignoring the sting of shrapnel in my arm. A side hallway beckons, half choked with smoke. Go, go, go. Heart pounding, I flee into the corridor, stumbling over fallen debris. Alarms blare, the facility's lights flickering. My entire world shrinks to one desperate thought. Escape. Without proof of my innocence, I'd be scapegoated. The saboteur would keep tearing Vanguard apart, and Dominic might... Dominic. The ache in my chest nearly stops me, but I force my legs to keep moving, tears blurring my vision. If I let them capture me, we'd both be destroyed. Somehow I reach an auxiliary stairwell. No one guards it. Maybe they assume I'm pinned in Lab 3. Choking down sobs, I half limp down the steps, each footstep echoing with frantic finality. The devastation behind me hammers in my thoughts. The lab in ruins. The swirling accusations. My infiltration code turned lethal. They'll kill me or lock me away. At ground level, the stairwell door leads to a utility corridor near the loading docks. I burst through, chest heaving. A single guard whirls, rifle raised, but I'm moving too fast. I dart behind a stack of crates, weaving as a bullet cracks the concrete wall. Fear and guilt churn. I've attacked my own side by refusing to surrender, but they brand me a traitor if they caught me. No choice. My code let the paramilitary raiders in, and now the brass likely believe I enabled it. I have to gather evidence from outside, then come back. I cling to that plan like a lifeline. Amid the chaos, I spot a battered sedan near the loading bay exit. I recognize it as a staff car for out-of-town runs. My heart surges with faint hope. Transportation. Bullets ricochet behind me as the guard fires again. I dive for the driver's seat, smashing the window with my elbow to unlock it. Glass rains over my arms, fresh cuts stinging. Inside, wires dangle beneath the steering column. This is never meant to be a personal getaway. Hands shaking, I tear at them, hot wiring the engine. Sweat drips into my eyes, mixing with tears as I pray the car will turn over. Please, please. A roar, the engine coughs, sputters, then springs to life. The loading dock door is half lowered, but there's enough clearance to squeak through. Gunning the gas, I ram forward, the sedan scraping metal. Shouts ring out, more bullets pinging off the trunk. I hunch low, knuckles white on the wheel, tears streaming. I'm sorry, Dominic. Then I'm free, racing across the outside lot, under the pall of smoke rising from the battered facility. The once impenetrable perimeter fence lies twisted, courtesy of the attackers. I speed through the gap, heart slamming in my chest. Spotlights flicker overhead. I fully expect a hail of gunfire to end me, but somehow no one gives chase. Beyond the fence, a deserted back road snakes into the pre-dawn gloom. I pound the accelerator. My eyes burn, tears slipping unchecked. I'd run from the only place I'd begun to call home. I'd run from Dominic, who was risking everything to defend me. I have no plan except survival, in the vague hope that I can find proof of the real traitor. Guilt and heartbreak war in my chest. But what else can I do? With the lab destroyed, the infiltration code weaponized, and half the facility's leadership convinced I'm the culprit, staying would be suicide. I have to gather evidence from outside, I tell myself. Then I'll come back and fix this. The car rattles on the uneven road, matching the tremor in my hands. In the rearview mirror, smoke billows from the Vanguard compound. My breath hitches in a sob. Please let Dominic survive that assault, I pray silently. Please let him understand I had no choice. A bitter voice reminds me I carry almost nothing with me. No thorough logs, no advanced gear, just the clothes on my back, a bullet-grazed arm, and my coding knowledge rattling in my exhausted brain. Not exactly a surefire plan to clear my name. Still, I decline to believe the saboteur has won for good. I'm not giving up. I'll prove the truth if it kills me. Tears blur the road ahead. The sky lightens with dawn's first blush, mocking my despair. Just hours ago, I was holed up in Vanguard with a tenuous alliance holding me afloat. Now I am a fugitive, chasing the faint hope I can salvage enough evidence to return. Dominic, please hold on. Don't lose faith in me. Speeding into the unknown, I press my foot to the pedal until the engine roars in protest. The last I see of Vanguard is a swirl of black smoke and flashing lights. All is lost. A hollow voice echoes in my mind, but beneath that despair, a stubborn spark of defiance glows. Because as long as I live, as long as I cling to the code mastery that once made me unstoppable, I still have a chance. Maybe, if Dominic believes in me even now, we can reclaim what the saboteur has stolen. I tighten my grip on the wheel, blinking away tears. No matter how impossible it seems, I will find a way back. Wait for me, Dominic. My heart hammers with the promise. This isn't over. Chapter 16. Reese. I don't even remember how many miles I drive, or how many exits I pass in a day's search for anonymity. Everything feels surreal, half lit by the bleeding edge of dawn, while an ache throbs behind my eyes, part fatigue, part heartbreak. By the time the sun fully clears the horizon, I wind my way off the highway and down a dusty back road until I find a nameless, peeling motel. It's the kind of place you'd never glance at twice, with a flickering vacancy sign and a front office that smells faintly of burned coffee and disinfectant. I check in under a fake name, forging a stammering story about visiting a sick relative. The bored clerk barely looks at me. Paranoia stabs my gut, whispering that any official check of the motel's registry exposes me. But if I stay on the road, I'm even more vulnerable. My battered sedan runs on fumes, and every muscle in my body screams for rest. So here I am, paying cash for a key to a rundown room that probably serves as my bed, my bunker, and my prison for however long it takes me to gather my wits. Once inside, the first thing I do is lock the door behind me, twice. Then I shove a rickety wooden chair beneath the doorknob, heart pounding, as though I expect armed men to burst in at any moment. The tiny window near the bed reveals an empty parking lot and a cinder block wall beyond. No sign of watchers, no suspicious vehicles. The battered sedan is hidden around the corner, out of direct sight from the road. My chest deflates on a long, trembling exhale. I am safe, at least for now. The motel room is a shrine to neglect. The carpet has a suspicious stain near the foot of the queen-sized bed, and the walls bear scuff marks from years of abuse. A single overhead light flickers, painting everything in a sickly yellow hue. It reminds me of 1,000 cheap crime TV episodes I half watch in the background, while coding through sleepless nights. Except now I am the fugitive at the center of the story, with no comforting end credits in sight. I strip off my blood-smeared shirt, wincing as I brush a fresh bruise on my shoulder. The bullet that ricochets near me during the final meltdown in Lab 3 leaves a ragged burn on my upper arm. I rummage in the dingy bathroom, find a rough towel and press it against the wound. Stinging pain flares, but it is manageable, less dire than the gnawing ache in my heart. Memories of the assault on Vanguard race through my mind. The concussive blasts, the masked attackers, the swirling smoke, the echo of bullets ricocheting off metal walls. Above all, the heartbreak in Dominic's eyes as I flee. The self-doubt feels like a physical weight pressing on my chest. Could I have stayed? The question burns. If I try to fight with Dominic, do we beat the saboteur? My rational mind insists it is suicide. The brass wants to pin the entire fiasco on me. Soldiers have shoot-on-sight orders, and the raiders blast half the facility to ruins. But guilt gnaws. If Dominic is still inside that hell, I abandon him to face the aftermath alone. Exhaustion finally wins over my frantic thoughts. I collapse onto the squeaky bed, every muscle quivering. A wave of nausea and andalia churns in my stomach from equal parts fear and hunger. No, you can't break down now. But my body has other ideas. My eyes close, and I sink into a heavy, dream-haunted sleep. I must have slept for hours, because when I jolt awake, the sun slants through the grimy window at an afternoon angle, turning the room's walls a dull, oppressive beige. For a panicked moment, I forget where I am. My heart hammers, expecting to find the familiar metal bunk of Vanguard. But the stale motel smell and scratchy sheets remind me of my new reality. I sit up, tangles of sweat-damp hair clinging to my forehead. My phone lies on the nightstand, battery drained. Idiot, I scold myself. You could have missed an important call from Dominic, but then I remember, he might not call me at all. The entire facility is probably in meltdown. A fresh wave of guilt squeezes my chest. Groaning, I find the charger in my duffel, one of the few things I grab from the car's glove compartment in my frantic flight. I plug the phone in, rummaging for any snacks or water. The duffel holds random wires, a few circuit boards from older VR prototypes, and a protein bar that expires last month. Desperate, I tear the wrapper, biting off a chunk. My empty stomach lurches at the stale taste, but it is better than nothing. The phone screen finally flickers to life. No messages. My heart sinks. Dominic hasn't tried to reach me. Then again, he might be fighting to keep Vanguard from total collapse. And if the brass suspect him of aiding me, he is under scrutiny. He might not be able to risk contact. The thought makes my eyes burn with tears, but I blink them away. We're both trapped by this madness. Hours pass in a blur of scanning code on the battered laptop I snagged from the sedan's trunk. It isn't my high-end rig from Vanguard, but it is better than nothing. I comb through infiltration logs I download before the final meltdown, hoping to find a digital fingerprint that names the saboteur. My mind drifts between lines of logic and memories of Dominic's unwavering defense, his voice echoing. She isn't to blame. If you want proof, let her keep working. I need that memory like oxygen, reassurance that someone believes me. The rest of Vanguard and the brass likely peg me as the villain who orchestrates an armed assault. My infiltration code has been twisted into a physical breach. Could I blame them for condemning me? I hiss a curse, jabbing a finger at a line of suspicious code. There, I mutter. That's the exploit that lets them clone passcards. A wave of frustration wells. They use my subroutine, one I once designed for an advanced VR infiltration scenario, and repurpose it for real gate bypasses. I never intend that for actual gates, but the saboteur bridges VR and reality with horrifying results. Time blurs again. The overhead light sputters to life as dusk settles outside. My stomach grumbles angrily, but I don't have the energy to hunt for food. The code demands all my attention. For every snippet that suggests a possible traitor, 1,000 lines obfuscate the truth. They're good. Another pang of admiration for the saboteur's skill cuts me, fueling a flicker of rage. Who the hell are you? Why do you pin it on me? Eventually, I can't ignore hunger. I leave the laptop open, rummaging for my wallet. Barely any cash. I grimace. Credit cards are out. Any use flags my location to the brass or the saboteur's watchers. Sighing, I slip outside, hoodie pulled tight over my head, scanning for threats. The motel parking lot is deserted, except for 2 dusty pickups. A neon sign flickers overhead, half the letters burned out. Across the street, a dying strip mall offers a convenience store with bars on the windows. My stomach growls, so I hurry across the cracked asphalt. Glancing over my shoulder at every sound, the moan of distant traffic on the highway gives me no comfort. Inside the store, the board clerk eyes me with mild suspicion. I grab a few canned items and a bottle of water, paying in cash. Paranoia flares with each second, but no alarm bells ring. The clerk gives me my change and turns back to his phone. So far, so good. Walking back, I feel like a ghost in someone else's life. My old routine, coding at Vanguard, sharing late-night coffee with Dominic, teasing Jace about code inefficiencies, feels a million miles away. We are building something incredible. Now, saboteurs, bullets, and betrayal leave me a hunted woman with no anchor. I hurry into my motel room, lock the door, and kick the chair back under the knob. My phone blinks on the bed, fully charged now, still no calls or messages. Disappointment pinches my heart. He's not going to contact you. He can't. He's probably dealing with 1,000 crises. I set the bag of groceries down, ignoring the pang in my chest. Night descends swiftly, drowning the motel in shadows. The single overhead bulb flickers, making my eyes ache. I force down a few bites of canned ravioli, tasting more metal than sauce. Then I return to the battered laptop, switching between infiltration logs and a half-dozen local newscasts. My heart hammers when I find a small mention of possible internal sabotage at a private defense facility, rumored to have resulted in multiple casualties. No names, no specifics. Still, dread coils in my stomach. How many die because of my subroutines? By midnight, exhaustion turns my thoughts to sludge. I shut the laptop, burying my face in my hands. My breath shakes. I'm alone, wanted and powerless to fix any of this. The room feels like a cage. My mind plays a loop of Lab 3's final meltdown. The moment Dominic tries to shield me from the Colonel's wrath, the scorching heartbreak in his eyes. Tears spill down my cheeks, silent and hot. 100 regrets batter me. Should I have insisted we search deeper for the saboteur sooner? Should I have locked down my code? Should I have listened to Dominic's pleas not to run? None of it matters now. The facility likely considers me an armed traitor. Even if Dominic believes me, the others won't. Curling on the bed, I stare at the chipped ceiling, tears blurring my vision. My entire world reduces to a single question. How do I clear my name and protect Dominic from the fallout? If the saboteur turns everyone else against him for defending me, he'll be next on their list. That thought tears at me more viciously than the bullet graze on my arm. I don't know when I drift off, but I must have, because I wake with a jerk to the sound of my phone buzzing. For a heartbeat, confusion rattles me. Dawn's pale light glows through the thin curtains, revealing the same wretched motel furniture. My heart leaps. A call? Fumbling, I grab the phone. A single text message from a private number. My pulse roars in my ears. I need you. Don't run. D. My chest constricts, tears instantly burning my eyes. Dominic? He finds a way to reach me, or at least he guesses I have this phone. Don't run, he says, as if I haven't spent the last day doing exactly that. My throat feels tight with longing and relief. He's alive. He's still fighting for me. Before my brain fully engages, I type back in a rush. Dom, are you okay? I had no choice. They were going to arrest me, or worse. A million questions swirl. How he overcomes the brass's lockdown, how many casualties from the raid, whether the sabotage continues. My hands shake, fear and hope warring. Does he blame me for leaving? The screen blinks again. I'm okay, but we're on high alert. Colonel Emmett wants your head. I can't hold them off forever. We can fix this if you come back. A sob chokes my throat. Come back. They'll shoot me. My mind reels. But if Dominic has a plan, he must. Tapping furiously, I respond. If I come back now, Emmett will have me locked up. You know that. I can't prove my innocence. The labs are destroyed. His reply comes fast. We have partial backups. Jace recovered data. We can pin the real traitor if we get your help to decode it. I need you here. Trust me. Trust me. My breath trembles. After everything, he still believes in me enough to defy the entire chain of command. My heart tightens with conflicting desires. Yes, I want to help, but terror gnaws. If I step foot in Vanguard, Emmett's men might shoot first, or the saboteur might intercept me. It's insane. Yet the alternative is drifting from motel to motel, forever a fugitive. I type, you promise they won't kill me on sight? I can't do this alone. The wait feels endless. Then, promise, we have loyal men. Jace is on standby. I'll get you inside quietly. Just tell me where you are. I hesitate. The fear of a trap tangles my thoughts. Maybe Emmett forces Dominic to set me up. But no, I refuse to believe Dominic would betray me. The memory of his eyes, blazing with determination, anchors me. This is our only shot. I type again, heart in my throat. About 50 miles out, near the old Redwood Motel off Highway 19. I can meet you halfway if it's safer. Seconds tick by. Finally, we'll come to you. Hang tight. Don't let anyone see you. I'm bringing a small team. If Emmett finds out, we're all screwed, but it's the only way. D. A wave of relief and fresh terror crashes over me. Dominic is risking his entire standing at Vanguard to secretly bring me in. Of course he is. That is who he's always been. The man who demands results, who refuses to lose someone he believes in. The memory of his arms around me in the server room returns full force, stirring a shaky smile. For what feels like days, finally, a genuine flicker of hope lights my chest. I text a final acknowledgement, then set the phone aside. A swirl of conflicting emotions wars under my skin. Fear of returning to the place that nearly destroys me. relief that Dominic is still on my side, and a desperate yearning to see him again. He needs me. He says so. That single statement is enough to make me push aside the dread. Slipping from the bed, I force myself to think practically. If Dominic is coming, we need a safe rendezvous. Meeting right at the motel might draw attention, but leaving the area could risk detection. We'll figure it out when he arrives. For now, I freshen up as best I can in the dingy bathroom, cleaning my bullet graze and tying a bandage from the meager first aid kit I find in the car. The reflection in the streaked mirror shows tired eyes, bruised arms, but a flicker of determination. Outside, the sky blushes pink, a new dawn, ironically bright, while my life balances on the edge of ruin. But I cling to Dominic's text messages like lifelines. He wants me back to decode partial backups. That means someone recovers fragments from Lab 3's meltdown. If those fragments reveal the saboteur's real identity, we might salvage everything. My phone buzzes one last time, his message, finalizing details. They arrive at midday. Hush, hush. I force a shaky exhale, mind flashing with images of Colonel Emmett confronting Dominic if this plan fails. We're risking everything. Yet the alternative is letting the saboteur roam free, burying my name in the mud forever. Standing by the grimy window, I sip cold water, watching the rising sun paint the parking lot in dusty gold. My heart slams with the knowledge that soon I see Dominic again. Do we even get a moment to speak privately, to address the raw intimacy we share, the confessions of guilt and fear? Or does the saboteur's shadow overshadow it all? Nodding at the sky, I exhale a trembling breath. It's time. The dark night of my soul ends, replaced by a precarious dawn of possibilities. I don't know if Dominic's plan truly shields me from arrest, or if we face a firefight the moment we step foot in Vanguard. But I know one thing. I am not alone in the gloom anymore. The text from him, simple but so powerful, reminds me that trust can defy the darkest odds. Shutting the curtains, I return to the bed, hugging my arms for comfort. Fear still pulses under my skin, but hope now beats in tandem, a reminder that I am not just a scapegoat or a runaway coder. I am Reese Monroe, Red Spectre, as they once called me online. An infiltration genius who refuses to let a saboteur write her final chapter. If Dominic believes we can rewrite it together, then I meet him halfway, bullets or no bullets. My phone dims, resting on the stained nightstand. I let out one last wavering sigh. Hold on, Dominic. I'm coming back. This time we face them together.
Chapter 17. Dominic. I stare at the rear hatch of the nondescript SUV, the interior packed with spare tactical gear, comm devices, and 2 battered duffel bags. The mid-morning sun glints off the dusty windows, baking the asphalt beneath my boots. My mind buzzes with too many conflicting thoughts. The armed incursion that guts half of Vanguard, Colonel Emmett's unrelenting demands, and the single text from Reese that feels like a lifeline in a sea of betrayal. She's alive, holed up somewhere on Highway 19, waiting for me to come through on a promise that might get us both court-martialed, or worse. I clench my jaw against the swirl of tension building in my chest. 4 days have passed since she flees during that final assault. 4 days of charred hallways, jammed frequencies, and the brass running amok, fueling the rumor that she orchestrates the attack. In truth, I spend most of that time fending off Colonel Emmett's attempts to brand me a co-conspirator. The only reason he doesn't arrest me outright is that I still know Vanguard systems and the backers well enough to keep vital operations afloat. He needs me, but I need Reese. I need her code brilliance to help salvage the remains of the VR infiltration logs, to finally unmask the saboteur who twists her subroutines into a real-world weapon. If we pull it off, we might clear her name and, selfishly, validate my faith in her. One wrong move, though, and we're both finished. Dom. Jace's voice jerks me from my thoughts. He stands by the driver's side door, eyes shadowed from days of little sleep. He wears standard-issue tactical pants and a plain black t-shirt, no insignia that might tie him directly to Vanguard. We are in covert mode now. We're set. You okay? Yeah, I say quietly, though the knot in my gut suggests otherwise. I pat the pocket of my cargo pants, confirming the presence of the handheld scanner and the makeshift comm device. If all goes well, we slip out, rendezvous with Reese, and slip back inside with the data we need to corner the real traitor. If it goes south, Colonel Emmett brands me a traitor right alongside her. Jace clears his throat. You're sure about this? If Emmett finds out we left the compound without authorization, I'll handle Emmett, I snap, harsher than intended. Then, softening. Thanks for backing me, Jace. I know you're risking everything. He shrugs, trying to muster a wry grin. Vanguard's gone to hell since the raid. If you and Reese can fix it, I'm all in. Nodding, I climb into the passenger seat. Jace starts the engine, and the SUV rumbles out of the half-collapsed loading bay that serves as our secret exit. We tell Emmett we're investigating leads off-site, which is partly true. I just haven't specified whose leads. My heart hammers as we pass the perimeter fence, twisted from the attack. Hang tight, Reese. I'm coming. The drive along the highway stretches under a harsh midday sun, the battered roads flanked by scraggly brush and rusting signage. My mind replays each text I exchange with Reese. Her fear that Emmett's men shoot her on sight, my promise that we have a partial backup of infiltration logs she can decode to prove her innocence, her final reluctant trust that I keep her safe. Don't run, I tell her, as though I have any real authority over a system fractured from the inside. Jace remains mostly quiet, probably sensing my roiling thoughts. The pressure in the SUV feels thick enough to choke on. We have minimal intel on the saboteur's next move. No guarantee Colonel Emmett doesn't dispatch a tail to monitor us. If the saboteur learns of this rendezvous, they can intercept. One misfire, and we're done. Yet none of that matters if I let Reese stay out there alone, forced into running indefinitely. At a lone gas station, we refuel. Jace ambles inside to pay cash, while I hover by the pump, scanning the horizon. The entire landscape feels strangely empty, as if the chaos at Vanguard bleeds the region dry of normal life. God, how do we get here? I remember the early days of building Vanguard with a sense of pride, never imagining sabotage or half the staff suspecting an innocent coder of orchestrating an armed incursion. I force myself to breathe, recalling how Reese breezes in with her unstoppable VR talents, every bit the alpha presence in a male-dominated environment. From the moment I recognize her raw skill, I can't keep my distance. And now I'm driving across the state to pull her from a motel. The irony stings, but a surge of protectiveness kindles in my gut. She's worth it. I shove aside the doubt gnawing at my conscience and climb back into the SUV as Jace returns. We leave the highway for an old county route, dust billowing behind the tires. According to her text, Reese is holed up at a run-down redwood motel near an abandoned strip mall. The midday sun glares overhead, intensifying the sense of exposure. If we are spotted, we have no cover story other than private op. At last, we spot the motel's flickering neon sign. Jace parks behind the building, near a side alley where Reese says she'll wait. My pulse kicks into high gear, a swirl of anxiety and relief. She's here. If she changes her mind and runs again, what should I do? Exiting the SUV, I scan the alley with a soldier's wariness. A figure leans against the building's rear wall, hood pulled low, shoulders tense. Even from 50 feet, I recognize her posture, coiled strength, the hint of restless energy. Reese. Watch my six, I murmur to Jace. He nods, hand resting on his concealed sidearm. I walk forward, each step echoing in the deserted back lot. The stench of rotting trash from a nearby dumpster hangs in the air. My chest tightens with anticipation. When I'm about 15 feet away, Reese lifts her head. My heart jolts. Her eyes mirror exhaustion and wariness, but also a flicker of relief. This is the woman who faces digital sabotage, armed attackers, and an entire facility's suspicion, yet still stands upright, unbroken. "Hey," I say softly, forcing a calm tone. The wind ruffles my hair, dryness catching in my throat. "It's good to see you." She swallows, arms folded protectively. Likewise. She scans the alley behind me, tense. "No one else with you?" "Just Jace, we're off the radar. Emmett thinks I'm chasing a lead somewhere else." Her shoulders slump, relief or fatigue, maybe both. Then she straightens, voice tight. "You're sure it's safe to talk here?" I nod. "Relatively. We have about 30 minutes before we need to move. Can we go inside your room, or is that compromised?" She shakes her head. The clerk doesn't even look at me, but I'm not sure how secure it is. "We can talk in your SUV if you'd rather. I clear the room, no devices, but..." She trails off, clearly uncertain. Letting out a breath, I gesture toward the SUV. "Let's do that. Less chance of prying ears." A quiver of emotion flickers through her gaze, but she nods. We're both caught in a war that demands total caution. We slide into the back seat of the SUV, windows tinted enough to grant privacy. Jace posts outside, leaning against the hood with arms crossed, guarding us from any random onlooker. My heart hammers, 1,000 unspoken words jostling at the tip of my tongue. But the moment I inhale, the tension in her posture stills me. She turns slightly toward me, voice hushed. "So you said Jace recovered partial backups from Lab 3's meltdown?" I nod, retrieving a small flash drive from my pocket. He salvaged fragments from the server wreckage. It's incomplete, but it might show who accessed your infiltration subroutines. We can't decrypt it without your input, though. The brass blocks everything else. Her eyes flick to the flash drive, a hunger lighting her gaze. "If that data points to the saboteur, we can prove I'm not behind the attacks." "That's the idea," I agree, exhaling. "But we can't do it alone. We need your code brilliance, plus Jace's infiltration clearance, and time." I grimace. Time we don't have if Emmett clamps down. She chews her lower lip, shoulders taut. "Emmett wants me in a cell. How do I avoid that if I come back?" I steady my breath. "We bring you in quietly. Stash you in a secure lab, Jace, and I control. You work on decrypting these backups, fast. Once we have hard proof, we confront Emmett. If he tries to arrest you first..." I pause. "We handle it. I still have enough leverage with certain backers to stall him, but not forever." Her chin lifts, that familiar spark of defiance flaring in her eyes. "I'll do it, but don't expect me to roll over if Emmett storms in. I'm done being scapegoated." A smile tugs at my lips. Wouldn't expect anything less. For a beat, relief and pride war in my chest. She's not broken. She's still ready to fight. Then her gaze flickers with pain. "What about the saboteur? If they realize I'm back, they might strike again or kill me to tie up loose ends." Rage coils in my gut at the thought of losing her to some shadowy traitor. "They'll have to get through me first," I growl, "and I'm done letting them roam free. Between your code expertise and the partial backups, we corner them." She stares at me, searching my face. "You really believe that?" I swallow. I have to. I can't let them destroy what's left of Vanguard. Silence stretches, charged with unspoken tension. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Or maybe it's just the harsh sunlight bleeding into the tinted windows. She's lost so much. We both have. My chest tightens, recalling the conversation we start weeks ago. The guilt I carry about a soldier's death, the reason I keep people at arm's length. We hint at it, but never fully lay it bare. Now seems the moment to trust her with the rest. She's risking everything for me. I owe her my truth. Taking a breath, I take her hand gently, relief coursing through me when she doesn't pull away. Reese, there's something you need to know before we re-enter that war zone. My throat constricts. Well, I'm so determined not to lose you. She blinks. Dominic. I glance at the tinted window, recalling a dusty outpost on the far side of the world. The memory cuts deeper than any bullet. I told you about losing a soldier under my command. I never told you the details. My voice shakes. His name is Alvarez. He was fresh out of training, full of fire. We were deployed on a covert op, collecting intel behind enemy lines. I have the final call on the intel we used. Her hand tightens around mine, silent encouragement. I force the words out. That intel was compromised. The coordinates led us into an ambush. Alvarez took a bullet meant for me. I tried to haul him out, but he died in my arms. The rest of our squad barely escaped. My eyes sting. Years later, it still hurts like an open wound. She swallows audibly. I'm so sorry. I nod, jaw clenched. I came back broken, convinced that letting anyone close, trusting them, caring for them is a mistake, because caring means losing them, or failing them. So I build Vanguard, tell myself I never again rely on uncertain intel. I control everything, shape every outcome. A shaky breath leaves me. But I can't control everything, can I? This sabotage, these betrayals. I'm naive to think I can lock down every threat. Reese's eyes shimmer, compassion softening her features. You try to protect everyone so you won't lose another Alvarez. That's it, I whisper, the raw admission splitting me open. But I fail again. People die in that raid. And if I lose you... My voice cracks. I can't let that happen. A tear slips down her cheek, though her voice holds steady. You won't lose me, Dom. If we stand together, we find this traitor. It's not your fault the brass pins it on me. They twist my code, yes, but you fought for me when no one else believed me. I shiver with a surge of emotion, every nerve raw. I fight because you matter, I admit, voice husky. Not just to Vanguard, but to me. You see through my nonsense, push back when I try to bury myself in control. You don't flinch from the dark corners. Hell, you match them with your own. She breathes a trembling laugh, tears gleaming in her eyes. I guess we're both messed up, huh? Yeah, I say, heartbreak and relief mingling. We are, but I'd rather be messed up together than alone. Her lips part, a faint, watery smile curving. So would I. Without warning, she leans in, pressing her forehead to mine. The closeness sends a wave of warmth through me, an anchor in the storm. Outside, Jace paces a few yards away, probably giving us privacy. For a moment, we savor the hush, hearts beating in tandem. Finally, she sighs, drawing back slightly. We should finalize how we do this. I'll come back with you, but I need to be sure we're not walking into Emmett's ambush. I nod, clearing my throat. We have a hidden lab. We slip you in through a disused service tunnel that the saboteur might not know about. Jace mans the security cameras, forging logs so Emmett thinks we're still off-site. Once we're inside, we get you a secure terminal with the partial backups. You decrypt, find the saboteur's identity. Then we confront Emmett with evidence. He'll have no choice but to clear you. Her eyes narrow. And if the saboteur tries to sabotage us again? A grim smile touches my lips. We're setting traps. Digital tripwires on every route leading to your lab. If they poke around your console, we track them in real time. She exhales, tension easing from her shoulders. That could work if we're fast enough. I squeeze her hand. We will be. We step out of the SUV. Jace looks over, brow lifting in question. I meet his gaze, nodding. She's in. He offers a lopsided smile. Welcome back, Reese. Let's get the hell out of here before any watchers pick us up. She brushes away a tear, face set with resolve. Lead the way. We gather her meager belongings from the dingy motel room, paying cash for her checkout so no record remains. The clerk barely blinks, half asleep behind the counter. Within minutes, we pile into the SUV again, The tension hangs in the air, shifting from despair to determined purpose. Jace drives, taking side roads that snake away from the main highway, weaving a route that no one from Vanguard's official channels anticipates. Reese rides shotgun, scanning the horizon, and I sit behind them, double-checking gear. We have sidearms, a small stash of rations, and a handheld console loaded with the partial infiltration backups. My chest feels lighter, an undercurrent of hope coursing through me. We're not alone anymore, we're a team. We spend the drive quietly hashing out final details. Reese cloaks her presence under a dummy username once inside, while Jace redirects security cameras. I handle Emmett if he gets suspicious, spinning a story about investigating leads on the saboteur outside the compound. It isn't airtight, but it might buy us time. The real question remains. Who inside Vanguard orchestrates the infiltration meltdown? Reese points out coded anomalies she finds in the earlier logs. Someone systematically studies her infiltration methods for months. That spells deep infiltration or a traitor in a high position. Each mile brings us closer to the compound, the air crackling with tension. But beneath the dread, a sense of solidarity swells. I won't fail you again, Reese. If I have to stand between her and Colonel Emmett with a gun in hand, I will, because losing her to suspicion or bullets would break something in me I couldn't rebuild. By the time we see the distant silhouette of Vanguard's outer fence, dusk falls, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and orange. The damage from the raid is still evident, twisted sections of metal and guard towers scorched. My jaw clenches at the reminder of how fragile our defenses have become. We'll fix it, or die trying. Jace parks near a service road, switching off the headlights. In the gloom, I catch Reese's profile, head high, eyes blazing with determination. A flutter of admiration and longing flickers through me. We come a long way from that first day I watch her VR brilliance. And now, she's risking her life to help me save Vanguard, and trusting me not to betray her to the brass. I take her hand again, finding it in the dim interior. She squeezes gently, an unspoken vow passing between us. "Ready?" she murmurs. "Ready," I echo. Jace turns in his seat, face grim. We move fast and quiet. 10 minutes and we'll be inside that hidden tunnel. Let's do this. With that, we exit the SUV. The wind rustles through the damaged fence, carrying the scent of ash and tension. Reese stands at my side, the soft glow of the setting sun catching the resolve in her eyes. My heart thunders with the knowledge that the next hours can define our fates. Either we unmask the saboteur and reclaim our future, or we are crushed under Emmett's wrath, lost in the chaos. But this time, we're together, I remind myself. That simple truth steadies me. I see the same resolve in her, a silent reflection of the vow I share in the SUV. Even if we face bullets, code meltdown, or the traitor lurking behind every corridor, we have each other's backs. No more running alone, no more guilt tearing us apart. I guide her around a section of fallen fence, our footsteps light on cracked concrete. Jace moves ahead, scanning for watchers. None of us speak. The hush envelops us like a final calm before the storm. My chest tightens, adrenaline surging. This is it, the moment we break into three, forging a new path that might cost us everything, but might also save it all. I catch Reese's gaze one last time, seeing the flicker of nerves and fierce hope. I offer a faint, determined smile, and she nods, lips curving in that stubborn way that first steals my attention. Then, pressing forward into the dim tunnel that leads beneath the wounded compound, we take our first steps toward redemption, side by side. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 18. Reese. I never think I'd be relieved to see the underbelly of Vanguard Systems again, but here I am, slipping through a half-concealed service tunnel, soot clinging to the walls from the recent attack. The cold hum of distant machinery vibrates beneath my boots, while Dominic walks at my side, tension etched in his every movement. We are well beneath the main corridors that once thrived with VR simulations and high-level briefings. Now they lie, scorched and battered above us. But in this secret hollow, we cling to the hope that maybe, just maybe, we can salvage the last scraps of truth. Jace leads the way, weapon at the ready, scanning each bend with a soldier's vigilance. Despite the gloom, my heart constricts an odd mixture of determination and relief. I'm back inside Vanguard, the very place I flee not so long ago, labeled a traitor. If Colonel Emmett or his men find me down here, they haul me away, no questions asked. But Dominic makes this infiltration possible, forging a hush-hush route that skirts official rosters. The plan is simple. Get me to a hidden lab, let me decode the partial infiltration logs, and if we're lucky, unmask the real saboteur. The entire operation feels like balancing on a razor's edge, but we have no choice. With a soft gesture, Jay signals for us to halt. He pulls up a blueprint on a small handheld console, the device's glow illuminating his face. We're close, he whispers. Another 15 yards, then a ladder up into the underground lab. I've looped the security cams in this sector. Dominic gives a curt nod, stepping aside so we can peer at the flickering image. The labyrinth of tunnels beneath Vanguard is a legacy from the building's initial design, meant for maintenance and emergency power. We never used them extensively, until now. The memory of how these halls bustle with sleek technology stings. Our pristine compound is a war zone above, battered by the saboteur's infiltration. This is all that's left, hidden corners to plan our last stand. I take a steadying breath, glancing at Dominic. In the dim light, his gray eyes glint with fierce resolve, undercut by worry lines at his brow. He catches me looking and gives the smallest reassuring smile. We stand together, that look says. I swallow an unexpected surge of emotion, recalling how he risks everything to bring me back, trusting I can decode the sabotage. I won't fail him. We reach the ladder, Jace going first to confirm no guards patrol above. A rush of musty air hits us as we climb, the walls here marked by scorch patterns from old electrical surges. I hoist myself up, muscles protesting after days of tension and subpar rest. Dominic follows close behind, his hand brushing my arm in a fleeting gesture of support. Once in the sub-level corridor, I blink at the half-flickering lights overhead. This is a place rarely used by the main staff. An older lab that once houses prototype VR modules, now overshadowed by Lab 3 and its advanced facilities. Good, I tell myself. Fewer people means fewer prying eyes. The thought that Colonel Emmett's men might still roam these corridors sends a prickle of anxiety down my spine. But we have no better option. Jace leads us through a heavy metal door. Inside, the space opens into a modest lab. Old consoles lining the walls, dust thick on the corners. A single overhead fluorescent glows with a faint hum, casting everything in a pallid wash. My heart clenches at the sight. Once, this might have been a cutting-edge testing area. Now, it feels like a relic. It's not much, Jace mutters, confirming my thoughts. But the hardware is functional. We reroute minimal power here to keep it off the main grid. Emmett's men shouldn't notice. Dominic exhales slowly, tension radiating off him. It'll do. Let's seal the door. The clank of metal locks sliding into place echoes in the quiet. I survey the banks of terminals, checking for signs of sabotage. They seem untouched. No bullet holes, no scorch marks from the raid. Relief mingles with urgency. We have a fighting chance here, if I can decode those partial logs fast enough. Dominic gently places a small flash drive on a nearby table. This is everything Jace salvages from Lab 3. You'll need to cross-reference it with your old infiltration subroutines. We hope that shows us who manipulates them. I nod, heart pounding. If the data is intact enough, I find a digital signature or user ID trace. The saboteur can't hide forever. Jace rubs the back of his neck. We suspect they have high-level access, someone Dominic once trusts. Problem is, we can't narrow it down yet. Emmett thinks you're that traitor, so we have to act fast. Then let's act, I say, turning toward the nearest console. Despite the dusty keys, the system boots up with a comforting hum. A swirl of nostalgia mingles with dread. This used to be my domain: code, logic, the thrill of problem solving. Now it's a lifeline for clearing my name and saving Vanguard from collapse. Moments later, a faint beep sounds, heralding the secure door opening again. My pulse lurches. Fear that Emmett's men find us. But I spin around to see two familiar faces. Miles, the ex-Navy EOD tech, and Reyes, an infiltration specialist. Dominic mentions we need allies, but I don't expect them to appear in person. Miles? Reyes? I gasp. How? They both give me cautious nods. Miles's wide frame takes up half the doorway, a sidearm strapped to his thigh. Dom says you're back. Figured we'd lend a hand, he mutters. Not everyone thinks you're the saboteur. Reyes folds his arms, expression tight. We lost good people in that attack. We want justice. If you can give us a real traitor, we'll help. Prove us right not to doubt you. Tension coils in my chest, part gratitude, part bitterness at how suspicion still lingers, but I muster a small nod. I will. Thanks for trusting me. Dominic steps forward, voice low. Miles, Reyes, we're glad you're here. We need muscle if Emmett's men sniff this out. Jace will loop you in on perimeter coverage. Keep a low profile. They nod grimly, splitting to different corners of the lab, scanning for threats. My throat tightens. We're forming a mini task force, hidden in a decrepit lab, to root out the real saboteur. A stark contrast to the polished veneer Vanguard once has, yet somehow, it feels more real. People united by loyalty and conviction rather than strict protocol. Without further delay, I turn back to the console. Okay, let's see what we've got. My fingers fly, bypassing archaic passwords, booting into a stripped-down OS. The partial logs load from Dominic's flash drive, lines of raw data scrolling across the screen. My chest tightens at the familiarity of it. Code I write, twisted into sabotage that nearly destroys everything. Dominic and Jace hover behind me, anxious. I sink into the old metal chair, ignoring the squeak of protest from the rusted hinges. I cross-reference my original infiltration subroutines, I murmur, hooking up an external drive I tuck in my backpack. If the saboteur uses them, they might leave behind an unintentional fingerprint. Minutes blur into hours as I comb the data. My shoulders ache from hunching over the terminal, scanning reams of code for anomalies. Occasionally, Jace fetches coffee from a thermos. Dominic steps away to confer with Miles about the security cameras, then returns to check on me. Each time he hovers near, a warmth flickers in my chest. The weight of his quiet presence steadies me, reminding me we're not alone. Eventually, something catches my eye. A repeated block of code that doesn't match my standard patterns. Close but not identical. My heart thumps. Dominic, I call. He moves to my side instantly, tension etched in his posture. What is it? He asks. This subroutine. It's like mine, but reversed in certain parts. I never invert my array indices like this. I zoom in on the lines. Whoever designs it uses the same structure, but they make these specific inverts to mask their identity. That's a signature. Jace leans over, brows furrowing. A signature? I nod, excitement stirring. Every coder has quirks. The saboteur tries mimicking me, but they accidentally, or deliberately, leave a personal flourish. If I compare it to archived VR code from others we know, maybe I can find a match. Dominic's eyes flicker with hope. You can do that? If the archives from older VR modules are still on some backup, I say, biting my lip. Yes, we might find the saboteur's real identity. He exhales, relief mixing with wariness. Then let's do it. We suspect it might be, well, it could be a top-level operative, or even a former colleague of mine. A shadow crosses his features. Someone I once mentor. My chest tightens, a former protege. That explains his earlier hints about betrayal from within. Can you name them? He presses his lips together, eyes dark with regret. Gabe Hansen. He's ex-military, brilliant with infiltration code. We part ways a year ago. I don't see eye to eye with him on methods. He leaves under tense circumstances. His voice drops. He's like a younger version of me, minus the moral lines I try to uphold. A chill goes through my spine. If he's behind this sabotage, he knows your tactics intimately. Dominic nods, jaw clenching. He does. And if he's using your code, he's forging a lethal combination. Jace curses softly. Why would Hansen come back now? Just to burn Vanguard down? I don't know, Dominic grounds out. Maybe revenge or a bigger play with outside funding? But if this code snippet ties back to him, we have a lead. My pulse hammers. So the traitor might be Dominic's ex-protege. That twisted sense of betrayal hits me anew, remembering all the sabotage pinned on me. The cruelty of it all ignites fresh anger. Then let's see if the coding style matches, I say, spinning back to the console. We run a style analysis, compare it to the old VR prototypes Hansen works on. Dominic swallows, voice tight. Do it. I work feverishly, each keystroke fueled by the desire to unmask Hansen, if he truly is behind this. Time blurs again, the overhead light flickering as evening creeps through the meager windows. Reyes, Miles, and Jace stand guard, occasionally rotating shifts to ensure no uninvited visitors find us. Dominic hovers, tension radiating off him with each hour that passes. Finally, the console spits out a result. I lean forward, heart pounding. Yes, the corrupted code is a 92% match to a series of infiltration modules coded by one G. Hansen back in the early days of your VR expansions. Dominic's face pales. 92%? I nod, eyes blazing. That's about as conclusive as it gets for style analysis. Hansen is either the direct saboteur or working with them. He definitely frames me by twisting my subroutines. Jace lets out a slow breath. Son of a... Hansen uses to brag about being unstoppable. He must know you'd guess it is him eventually. Dominic's fists clench at his sides. He must also have backers, The raid isn't a one-man job. Then he closes his eyes for a beat, voice shaking. But at least now we know for sure. Hanson's behind it. And Emmett can't ignore a 92% match. My chest tightens with a flood of relief and anger. We finally have proof. Yet the question of how to present it to Emmett remains. If we confront Emmett now, how do we ensure he believes us? He already thinks I'm the culprit. Jace purses his lips. We can't go directly to Emmett. We set a trap for Hanson, catch him in the act, then show Emmett undeniable footage or logs. That's the only way to force Emmett's hand. Dominic nods. Right. If Hanson thinks he can slip in again, maybe to finish off whatever remains of the VR system, we lure him into a final infiltration attempt. His gaze sweeps the room, alighting on me. We use your subroutines as bait. Make it look like we're restoring something critical, so he can't resist messing with it. My pulse kicks up. That means risking another meltdown. But if that's how we catch him, I'm in. Reyes, silent until now, chimes in. We can rig false security protocols. Let him think he has a golden path. The moment he logs in to sabotage it, we trace his location. Miles nods, crossing his arms. And if he shows up physically like before, we'll be ready. So, in that cramped hidden lab, we forge the next step of our plan. Jace and I hash out the digital details. How to embed a back door that pings us the instant someone tries replicating my infiltration code. Miles and Reyes organize a physical perimeter, ensuring that if Hanson or any hired guns try another assault, they face armed allies waiting in the shadows. Dominic presides over it all, his presence steady despite the turmoil beneath. Once, I would have teased him about being a control freak. Now, I see how he wields it to unify us, bridging each skill set into a cohesive plan. The ache in my heart softens, replaced by admiration, and a deeper feeling I'm hesitant to name. When we finish, the clock on the dusty console reads just past midnight. The lab's overhead light flickers, and exhaustion tugs at my limbs, but the glow in Dominic's eyes says we can't rest yet. He pulls me aside, away from the group, speaking in a low voice so they can't hear. You did it, he murmurs, voice husky. We have a name, Hanson, and we have a plan. I offer a trembling smile. Yeah, but the hardest part's ahead, catching him in the act without getting ourselves killed or arrested. His hand drifts to my arm, a warm, comforting weight. We do it together. I won't let Emmett claim you're at fault. Once Hanson is exposed, you are vindicated. My chest clenches. Vindicated. The word tastes like relief after so many sleepless nights of fear. Thanks, I whisper throat tight. For risking your position, your life, all of it. He shakes his head, stepping closer. The stale lab air crackles with the tension between us, both personal and professional. I lost a soldier before. I won't lose you too, especially not to some twisted vendetta from a man I once think has potential. A swirl of emotion makes my knees feel weak. Dom. He glances at my lips, but he reins in whatever urge flickers there, stepping back a fraction. We should rest a bit, he says, voice a rasp. Tomorrow we rally more loyal team members, then we set the trap. I bob my head, though my heart hammers at the closeness we just share. It's impossible to forget the nights we cling to each other, or the confessions that bear our deepest wounds. We come so far from that initial collision, yet the bond feels stronger now, forged by adversity. We spend the next hour tidying the lab, ensuring everything is ready for morning. Jace collapses into a corner chair, rifle propped at his side, eyes half-lidded but still alert. Miles and Reyes rotate guard duty outside the door, whispering updates on any movement in the corridors above. The facility dozes in uneasy slumber, if they sleep at all. Dominic and I claim a quiet corner behind a row of dusty terminals. I sink onto the floor, back against the cold metal, exhaustion dragging my eyelids down. He crouches beside me, arms resting on his knees. The overhead fluorescent buzzes, lending a surreal hush to our private moment. I study his face in the dim light, noticing new lines of stress bracketing his mouth. My chest tightens with empathy. "Are you okay?" I ask softly. He scoffs a short laugh. "I've been better, but I'm better now that you're here." Then his voice drops. "I mean that, Reese. This place feels hopeless without you." Emotion thickens in my throat. I reach for his hand, lacing our fingers, ignoring the sting of my battered knuckles. Likewise, being out there alone, I hate it. But I have to gather enough courage to come back. His eyes soften. "We finish this. Then maybe we figure out where we stand once the chaos is over." My heart flips. I'd like that. Warmth simmers between us, too fraught with danger to fully explore. But the promise is there, unspoken. When this ends, we see if there's a future beyond sabotage and bullets. A comfortable silence settles as we lean against each other, the steady vibration of the lab's machines lulling me into a half doze. My mind skates over the plan to trap Hansen. How we carefully plant an enticing infiltration script in the VR system's remains. How we wait for him to take the bait, then trace his location. If it works, we have him cornered physically and digitally. If not, no. I force the thought away. We can't afford to fail. I feel genuine hope stirring in my heart. And maybe, if we succeed, Dominic and I breathe without living in survival mode, exploring the connection that flares beneath every heated glance. At last, the overhead light flickers again, reminding me time is ticking. I rouse, standing and stretching cramped muscles. Dominic rises too, scanning the lab. We should all get a couple hours of sleep. We'll finalize the trap at dawn. Jay stirs, half saluting. "I'll keep watch. You two rest." I want to protest, but exhaustion gnaws at me. Nodding, I retreat to a corner near a cluster of old crates. Dominic stands watch for a bit longer, conferring with Miles and Reyes outside. Then he returns, slipping down beside me, arms crossing as he leans back. I stare at his profile, the strong line of his jaw, the tension in his brow that never seems to fully disappear. "Sleep," he murmurs, voice low. "We need you sharp tomorrow." I manage a small grin, heart twisting. We. For so long, I operate behind a screen, alone in code. Now that single word reminds me I have a team, allies determined to see me vindicated, and a man who risks everything to protect me. A wave of gratitude and something deeper warms my chest. My eyes drift shut, lulled by the light hum of servers, still receiving minimal power. Despite the dust and the precariousness of our hideout, a sense of rightness settles over me. We discover the saboteur's identity, Dominic's former protege. Tomorrow, we gather more allies, setting up a final confrontation that might either free me or seal my fate. But for now, in this stolen moment of quiet, I let Dominic's steady presence anchor me against the tide of uncertainty. As sleep tugs me under, I recall the early days of meeting Dominic, how his commanding aura intimidates me, how I bristle under his gaze. Now that aura feels like a shield. His unwavering commitment to clearing my name, the only constant in a world turned upside down. A soft, unspoken vow forms in my chest. I fight for him too. I won't let fear break us. With that, I surrender to dreams filled with lines of code, morphing into the shape of a man's face, haunted, determined, and dear. Tomorrow, the final trap springs, but tonight, I sleep with a fragile sense of belonging, secure in the knowledge that I'm not alone. Chapter 19. Reese. I wake in the dingy sub-level lab to the sound of hushed voices and the light hum of outdated hardware. My entire body aches from sleeping on the cold floor, but adrenaline stirs the moment I open my eyes. Today is the day we set the trap. No more hiding in these dusty corners. No more working in the shadows. We have the saboteur's name. We have an ally network willing to protect me. And we have a plan to take Hansen down for good. Rising carefully, I run a hand over my bruised shoulder, courtesy of the frantic scramble during the facility's raid. My cuts have scabbed over, but the memory of bullets whizzing past, fire-licking corridors, and the clang of metal doors still haunts me. At least, I'm not alone. I glance around the lab, heart squeezing with guarded relief. Dominic is by the far wall, conferring with Jace and Reyes, all three of them peering at a handheld device. Miles stands near the sealed door, arms folded, scanning the lab for any sign of trouble. Dominic looks up, meeting my eyes across the half-lit space. For a moment, my breath catches. We confess so much in these past hours. He shows me the raw guilt he carries from losing a soldier. I reveal my terror of betrayal and the shame of my code twisted into sabotage. Yet somehow in that exchange, we forge a deeper bond. Even now, a silent current of recognition passes between us. We're in this together. Tension coils in my stomach, not just from fear, but from an undeniable warmth that thrums every time we lock eyes. I join the group near a row of battered terminals, adjusting my hoodie's hood over my short hair in a futile attempt to look less disheveled. Dominic passes me a thermos with the faintest smile. "Coffee," he says, voice low. "Figured you'd need it?" My lips twitch in a grateful half-smile. "Thanks, I'll take anything with caffeine right now." The coffee tastes burnt, but it jolts me awake. The lab's overhead fluorescent flickers, revealing dust motes dancing in the stale air. "All right, everyone," Dominic begins, voice hushed but firm. "We have a small window to execute our plan before Colonel Emmett's morning rounds. He still believes I'm off-site investigating leads, which gives us time to set the honeypot in VR. Hansen, if he's as arrogant as I remember, won't resist a chance to sabotage once more." Jace nods. We slip Reese into the VR subserver, using the old security lines. She embeds a fake infiltration subroutine, making it look like we're reconstructing critical data from Lab 3's meltdown. Once Hansen sees that, we're betting he swoops in to corrupt it. That's where we catch him, I add, setting aside the thermos. Butterflies flutter in my stomach. It is one thing to talk about code, another to know that one slip can bring Emmett's men down on us. No more half measures. Miles and Reyes exchange glances. "We'll handle any physical intrusion," Miles says. "If Hansen tries a direct approach like before, he won't slip past us again." Dominic's jaw tightens. "Good. Let's finalize the steps." He exhales, turning to me. "You're sure you can build this honeypot quickly?" A flicker of pride steadies my nerves. "Absolutely. We repurpose the infiltration logs, relabel them as crucial system backups. I hide embedded markers that ping us the moment Hansen modifies them. Then, I route him to a secure VR channel I control." "A VR dead end," Jace muses, nodding. "Clever. So he thinks he's found a vulnerable data trove. But really, he's stepping into your digital kill box." I offer a small, fierce smile. "Exactly." We get to work. I commandeer one of the old terminals, hooking it into the subserver that Jace keeps off the main radar. My fingers fly across the keyboard, weaving a half-real, half-fake infiltration program that resembles the partial backups from Lab 3. Each line of code feels like a piece of me, my own infiltration style, ironically weaponized to lure Hansen. If you love forging infiltration subroutines so much, let's see how you handle a custom trap. Dominic hovers behind me, occasionally leaning in to ask about a line of code or to offer suggestions. The subtle warmth of his presence sends tingles up my spine. In any other context, I might find it distracting. But now it fuels me, reminding me we're a team. He trusts me with the digital realm. I trust him with the physical danger lurking outside. After half an hour, Jace provides a second monitor so Dominic can watch the subroutine's progress in real time. I code the honeypot to broadcast a low-level signal across Vanguard's internal network. Nothing too flashy, just enough for a skilled eye to notice and assume we're rebuilding a crucial portion of VR logs. Then I embed hidden triggers. The moment someone tries to tamper with it using infiltration subroutines, we get an immediate alert on this console. All right, I say, leaning back, stretching my neck. That's step 1. We have a honey file that looks like the mother lode to a saboteur. Now we plant it in the system. Jace angles the second monitor. Upload it to the main server from here. I patch a secure link that bypasses Emmett's watchers. If Hansen's scanning for infiltration points, he sees it. My pulse hammers. Okay, I breathe, exhaling slowly. Let's do this. I type the final command, uploading the honeypot to a section of the VR mainframe that escapes total destruction in the raid. On the console, a progress bar fills in excruciating slowness. Every second feels like an eternity. Once the bar hits 100%, the subroutine pings. Honeypot deployed. Dominic's hand settles on my shoulder, warm and steady. Now we wait. Waiting is the hardest part. The lab feels eerily silent, the hush broken only by the subtle vibration of equipment and the scuff of boots on the floor. Reyes paces near the sealed door, weapon in hand. Miles scrolls through a handheld device, verifying no squads are patrolling this sector. Jace fiddles with security camera loops to keep Emmett's men off our backs. Dominic and I stand at the console side by side, scanning lines of real-time logs that track any attempts to access the honeypot. My throat feels dry. Any moment now? Hansen, if he is as cunning and vengeful as Dominic believes, pounces on this chance. Unless we underestimate him, or unless he guesses we're setting a trap. Anxiety gnaws at me. We have to trust in our synergy. Dominic's presence anchors me. Every so often I catch a faint whiff of his cologne, something woodsy, calming. How many times have we sparred physically and digitally, each pushing the other to do better? Now we are aligned. 2 pieces of the same strategy. It's surreal, but it feels right. An hour crawls by with no sign of infiltration. Tension thickens. I massage my neck, mind conjuring worst-case scenarios. What if Hansen lies low? Maybe he discovers we suspect him. But then, a sudden beep breaks the silence. Alert, Jace mutters, voice tight. We have an unauthorized login attempt on the subserver, accessing the crucial backup files. My heart leaps, adrenaline flooding. Hansen takes the bait. Dominic and I bend over the monitor. The system flags the infiltration script. It matches the style of my subroutines, but with inverted arrays, the same twisted hallmark we see. My hands shake with excitement and dread as I type. He's definitely here, I whisper. His infiltration code is hooking into the honeypot. Jace hovers behind us, eyes locked on a second screen. He's good. Bypassing standard security in record time, another 30 seconds, he thinks he has full access. Dominic's jaw clenches. As soon as he tries to corrupt the data, we trace his physical location. Reese, do your part in VR to keep him busy. I nod, heart hammering. The synergy we rehearse comes into play. While Jace traces the infiltration attempt, I enter VR to confront Hansen's code directly. If the saboteur realizes it's a trap too soon, he backs out. We need him locked in. Slipping on a VR headset that Jace rigs to the subserver, I launch a lightweight simulation. Time to greet you face to face, Hansen. The digital environment flickers around me in a swirl of black and neon lines. A minimalistic VR interface Jace cobbles together. Inside the VR shell, I am Red Spectre once more, albeit in a bare-bones environment. Ahead of me stretches a grid of code blocks representing the honeypot. My subroutines glow with a faint red aura, while the intruder's code forms glimmering blue threads, trying to unravel the structure. Stay calm. I advance, each digital footstep echoing in the emptiness. The intruder's presence manifests as a shifting masked avatar, a swirl of dark code lattice that probes for vulnerabilities. I exhale, focusing on the synergy with Dominic and Jace. As soon as Hansen digs deeper, they get a lock on his physical location. The intruder advances, weaving a sabotage script like a spinning web. My code bristles. He's rewriting lines, injecting malicious loops. Tension coils in my gut. I recognize advanced infiltration maneuvers similar to my own style, only reversed. Hansen must have studied me for months. I set my trap in motion. With a mental command, I open a false data corridor that beckons him further into the honeypot. You want the juicy backup files? My avatar motions, letting the intruder sense a gateway of secrets behind me. Come and get them. Sure enough, the swirling avatar lunges, hooking into the corridor. I force down a surge of triumph. He's in. Immediately, behind the VR facade, the subserver pings Dominic and Jace with the intruder's digital signature. We have him pinned. A thrill courses through me, but I keep up the charade. Outside, in reality, I hear Dominic's calm voice bridging the gap. We have a match, he murmurs, likely to Jace. Coordinates? Sub-level corridor near the old VR pods. I suppress a grin, still locked in VR. Hansen is physically in the building, hooking up somewhere we rarely use. Dominic's synergy with me is on full display. He's the eyes in the real world. I'm the sword in VR, pinning Hansen's code. The intruder tries launching a destructive script, aiming to corrupt the fake backups. I fire a counter subroutine, tangling his lines. My heart pounds, a swirl of code-laced adrenaline that reminds me of the VR tournaments I once dominate. Except this is real, and the stakes are life or death. With each keystroke, I wrestle Hansen's sabotage attempts, refusing to let him see we set a trap. Meanwhile, Jace and Dominic presumably direct Miles and Reyes to converge on Hansen's physical location. If all goes smoothly, they corner him before he realizes his infiltration is a ruse. Seconds tick by like hours. The VR environment flashes with digital sparks, the intruder's sabotage modules colliding with my protective loops. My breath comes in ragged bursts, sweat beading on my forehead beneath the headset. I refuse to break concentration. Hold him, just a bit longer. In the background, Dominic's voice filters in. They have him pinned at the old VR wing. Shots fired. Reyes is returning fire. Fear roils in my stomach. A firefight. My code falters. If something happens to Dominic or the others, focus, Reese. Gritting my teeth, I channel the tension into my subroutines. I unleash a final wave of honeypot encryption, locking the intruder's infiltration lines in place. He can't back out without forcibly severing the connection, which costs precious seconds. Seconds that might let Dominic's squad physically apprehend him. The intruder's avatar twitches, code shuddering. I picture Hansen in some hidden nook, realizing too late he's been tricked. Don't run now. Another 30 seconds, I pray. Give them time to secure him. Suddenly, the VR environment crackles with a surge of static. The intruder tries a brute force sever, yanking at the sabotage lines to escape. My entire interface shudders. He's realizing he's caught. My pulse skyrockets. We can't let him vanish without final proof. I force the code to cling to him, embedding a signature trace that latches onto the reversed array structure. You're not slipping away that easily. The environment flickers under the strain, neon lines pulsing. Reese, we almost have him. Dominic's voice snaps through my earpiece, breathless. He's pinned near an old VR station, but he's resisting. Shouting echoes in the background. Maybe Reyes or Miles. Adrenaline spikes. Stay calm. The intruder's avatar contorts, launching a final code blast that hammers my defenses. I bite back a cry, fingers flying to hold the environment stable. Just a little longer. The VR corridor splinters with digital sparks, but I will not let him fully sever the connection. Then, in a last burst of luminous code, the intruder tears free of my subroutine. I gasp, the VR environment dissolving around me. The lines snap to black. The intruder is gone, forcibly severed from the system. My console beeps frantically with warnings. He escapes VR. Tearing off the headset, I spin in the chair, chest heaving. He disconnects. Do we get him physically? Jace pores over his second monitor. Miles just radioed. They're cornering him. Dominic's with them. Relief wars with terror. Cornered physically can still mean a shootout. My heart hammers. I stand, ignoring the jelly-like weakness in my legs. We have to go see. Jace nods, grabbing a sidearm. Yes, let's hurry. Racing through the sub-level corridors with Jace at my side, I try not to think about the bullets that might be flying. The overhead lights flicker as we emerge into a half-burned hallway. The smell of smoke still lingers from the assault days ago. My chest constricts. So many lives upended. Finally, we reach the old VR wing, a portion of Vanguard rarely used since Lab 3 rises to prominence. Rusting doors line the corridor, broken only by a large sign reading, Vantage Prototypes. Hushed voices echo around the corner, punctuated by ragged breathing. My heart lurches. Dominic. We creep forward, guns raised. The scene emerges. Dominic stands near a battered console, chest heaving, sidearm trained on a lean figure in black tactical gear. Miles and Reyes flank the man, each with rifles pointed. Sparks from a half-destroyed VR pod cast the space in strobing light. The figure is on his knees, hands behind his head. Blood streaks his temple. Rage twists his features. A face I recognize from old staff photos Dominic once shows me in passing. Gabe Hansen. My stomach clenches. So it's true? Dominic's voice is low, lethal. It's over, Hansen. We trace your infiltration attempt. We have your code signature. And I'm done playing your games. Hansen spits, a wild gleam in his eyes. You're a fool, King. This place needs purging. You cling to outdated ideals, refusing to monetize real infiltration. I do what's necessary. My jaw tightens. Another extremist who believes in profit or power at any cost. I think of all the men and women who die in the raid, the code pinned on me as sabotage. Anger burns in my veins. He kills them, frames me, and nearly destroys Dominic's life's work. Dominic steps closer, gun leveled at Hansen's chest. You decide to sabotage everything we build, murder our people, and blame an innocent coder just to prove a point? Hansen lets out a short, mirthless laugh. I have backing, real money, clients who want Vanguard's downfall. They pay well for your infiltration code, King. His eyes dart to me, mouth curling in a sneer. And for Red Spectre's signature style. My stomach twists in revulsion. He sells my code for personal gain. The horror of it all slams into me. He takes an entire paramilitary group hostage for his own vendetta. Dominic steps closer, gun leveled. You're done, he growls. We have the logs, the code matches, plus your sabotage meltdown just now. Colonel Emmett might despise me for defending Reese, but even he can't refute this. Hansen sneers, though a flicker of fear shadows his eyes. Emmett, please, you think he won't bury this? There's a reason I slip in so easily. The system's rotted from the inside. A chill spreads down my spine at the implication. Could Emmett be in league with Hansen? Or is Hansen bluffing? I glance at Dominic, whose face hardens with realization. But we have no time for further debate. Footsteps thunder down the corridor. Colonel Emmett's men? The radio on Jace's belt crackles with urgent chatter. Miles and Reyes exchange worried glances. Dominic shoots me a quick look, an unspoken question. Do we fight Emmett now, or do we show him the proof? My heart pounds. We can't kill Emmett's men. We need them to see Hanson as the real enemy. Colonel Emmett bursts into the hallway with a squad, guns raised. My pulse races. If they see me, they might open fire. But Dominic stands firm, weapon on Hanson, refusing to budge. Stand down, Dominic barks at Emmett's men, voice echoing. We have the real saboteur. Hanson just tries to sabotage the VR mainframe again. Emmett's face is a thundercloud of suspicion, gaze darting from me to Dominic to the kneeling Hanson. King, this is a direct violation. You bring Monroe in? Dominic doesn't blink. Yes, because she's innocent. And we have proof. Hanson is behind the infiltration, forging her subroutines. He admits as much. Check the system logs. Jace has them. Hanson sneers but stays silent, pinned under Miles's rifle. Emmett's men hesitate, uncertain. Tension crackles in the corridor. Does Emmett accept the evidence or accuse Dominic of staging this? Jace clears his throat, stepping forward with a handheld console. Colonel, here's a live feed of the infiltration attempt Hanson makes minutes ago, traced directly to him. The code match is undeniable. We can upload it to your station for verification. Emmett's gaze flickers with a mix of rage and reluctant acknowledgement. He gestures for one of his officers to retrieve the device. Do it, he growls, then to Dominic. If this is some elaborate ruse, Dominic's voice cuts him off, steel in every syllable. It's not. If you want Vanguard to survive, you accept that Miss Monroe is framed and that Hanson is the real threat. Your men see him armed and resisting. He has blood on his hands. Right, Hanson? The traitor spits at Dominic's boots but says nothing. Emmett's officer taps the console, scanning the logs. His eyes widen. Sir, the infiltration traces match this man's terminal, not Miss Monroe's. This looks legit. Emmett's stance falters. A hush falls. Then he exhales, fury twisting his features. Take Hanson into custody. Secure him in the brig. We verify these logs thoroughly. King? He glares at Dominic. We talk later about your methods, but for now, you have your vindication. My legs nearly buckle with relief. Vindication. I inhale, tears stinging. Dominic turns to me, eyes glimmering with triumph. A swirl of gratitude, exhaustion, and raw emotion churns in my chest. We do it. They can't deny Hanson is the saboteur now. As Emmett's men haul Hanson away, Dominic slides his sidearm into its holster, stepping close. I feel the faint tremor in his breath, matching my own. For a moment, we just stare at each other, the corridor's chaos fading. Then he lifts a hand, carefully brushing my cheek with the backs of his fingers, ignoring the watchful stares of the returning soldiers. You okay? He asks quietly, voice cracking. A small sob escapes me, quickly stifled. Yes. God, yes. Then I manage a shaky smile. We catch him? He returns my smile, raw relief etched into every line of his face. We do, together. In that instant, the synergy we show in VR manifests in reality. We face infiltration and gunfire, betrayal and suspicion, and we win side by side. My heart thumps with a fierce longing to pull him close, but with Emmett's men still prowling, we settle for a lingering gaze that speaks volumes. Within minutes, Emmett barks orders at his men, instructing them to gather further evidence from Hanson's gear. Reyes, Jace, and Miles exchange relieved smiles. Dominic turns to me, voice low enough that only I hear. The immediate threat is over, but Emmett is going to demand a thorough debrief. You up for it? I exhale, wiping away the tears that threaten to spill. Yes, whatever it takes to clear my name fully, I'm ready. He nods, a gleam of pride in his eyes. I'll be right there with you. Somewhere in the distance, a fresh wave of alarms fades as the facility's systems recalibrate. The corridor lights flicker one last time, then steady, as if symbolizing the chaos settling. My chest flutters with cautious hope. We unmask the traitor. Prove I'm not the saboteur. Rebuilding Vanguard takes time, physically and emotionally. But the path forward isn't blocked by bullets or blame. Emmett stalks up, grim but subdued. His men part to let him approach Dominic and me. We expect a full report on how you orchestrate this sting, King, and Miss Monroe's involvement. His gaze moves to me, less hostile than before, but still guarded. If these logs hold up under scrutiny, I rescind the arrest order. Doesn't mean I approve of your methods. Dominic doesn't flinch. As long as she's free and her name is cleared, you can disapprove all you want. Emmett grunts, turning on his heel to follow his men, who lead a cuffed and furious Hanson away. Once they vanish around the corner, Jace lets out a whoop, punching the air. Miles claps me on the shoulder, murmuring a rough, "Good job." Reyes flashes a rare grin. The knot of fear that grips me for days begins to unwind. I turn to Dominic. Tension still creases his brow, but relief softens his stance. "We do it," I whisper, voice trembling with leftover adrenaline. He hesitates, as though he wants to gather me into his arms, but is mindful of onlookers. Then, with a small wry smile, he says, "You do most of the heavy lifting in VR. I just play backup outside." A short laugh escapes me. Backup, sure, with the guns and squads, real casual. We stand there, quietly absorbing the moment. My heart drums a wild tattoo, a swirl of gratitude and something deeper bubbling up. We overcome everything. The sabotage, the accusations, the raids, to unearth the truth. Finally, Dominic clears his throat, glancing at the battered VR pods around us. You say once that infiltration is about synergy, coder, and environment. We just prove it goes beyond the digital realm, I guess. Smiling softly, I nod. Yeah, we're quite the team. His eyes gleam, a promise in that look that once the dust settles, we talk about us. The confessions shared, the raw nights spent. My chest warms. Yes, we will. Jace and the others usher us back toward the underground lab, chattering about cleaning up any leftover code shards, but Dominic tugs me gently aside, letting the group move ahead. In the stillness of the corridor, he bends close, voice dropping to a near whisper. "Reese, thank you for trusting me enough to come back. I know it isn't easy after everything." Emotion swells, threatening tears. "You give me no reason to doubt you," I murmur. "Even when the entire facility turns against me, you believe in me." His hand finds mine, fingers lacing. The corridor around us is still marred by scorch marks, but in that small space I feel a fragile sense of rebirth. "I'd do it again," he says quietly, "because you're worth it." My breath catches. I glance down at our joined hands, the same ones that once worked code behind hidden screens. Now we're out in the open. Adrenaline still hums, overshadowed by the sweet intensity of this quiet moment. A sense of finality hangs in the air, like we complete a pivotal chapter, forging a bond no sabotage can break. I squeeze his hand. "So, what's next?" He smiles, genuine, though lines of exhaustion mark his face. "We debrief with Emmett, confirm your innocence in official logs, track any outside backers Hanson mentions. Then," his gaze flicks to me, warming. "We rebuild. Vanguard, maybe in a new direction. A safer, more transparent one." My chest flutters at the idea that we might shape Vanguard's future together. I'd like that, I say softly. All of it. He brushes a thumb across my knuckles, eyes lighting with affection. We can handle the details once we've slept for a week. A laugh bubbles up, surprising me with its relief. Deal. Somewhere behind us, Jace calls our names, urging us to return to the group. We step back, releasing our hands, but the invisible thread remains, a promise of more than just professional partnership. I straighten my posture, inhaling the dusty air with the newfound resolve. We triumph over the saboteur's assault, and I'm no longer a fugitive in my own facility. Ready? Dominic asks, nodding toward the sub-level corridor. I cast one last look at the battered VR pods, the place where Hansen's sabotage begins, then turn to him, letting a determined smile curve my lips. Yeah, let's finish this. Together we head down the hallway, footsteps echoing in unison. Although the building bears scars from infiltration and betrayal, the synergy we show in VR is on full display in reality now. Unbreakable. The romance that simmers between us weaves seamlessly into our mission, fueling each step. We might not have all the answers about tomorrow, but for today at least, we claim a hard-fought victory.
Chapter 20, Dominic. I nearly forget the meaning of quiet until the moment the last briefing ends. Emmett's men depart, and the labyrinthine halls around us sink into an uneasy lull. The traitor, my former protege Gabe Hansen, is apprehended. Reese is finally cleared of suspicion, though we know we aren't entirely out of danger. More conspirators or outside backers could still be lurking, poised to strike when we least expect it. But for this single evening, we have respite. The battered compound, reeling from sabotage and infiltration, falls silent under the hush of night. In that subdued calm, a heavy tension weighs on me, equal parts dread and longing. Tomorrow we plan a final takedown of whatever splinters remain of Hansen's operation. Tonight, though, is a fragile pocket of time where we aren't pinned by bullets or accusations. I stride through the corridor leading to a less damaged section of the facility, my footsteps echoing faintly. My side still aches from a close call during the final confrontation, and I haven't slept more than a handful of hours in days. Yet a driving need pulls me forward to see her. We part after Emmett begrudgingly acknowledges her innocence, forced to coordinate with Jace and Miles on security protocols. But I can't bear to let the night close without speaking with her alone. We nearly lose each other too many times. I find her in a small rec room that miraculously avoids damage. A once brightly lit lounge, its furniture scuffed but intact. The overhead lights are dim now, casting the space in soft, golden tones. She stands by a cracked window, arms wrapped around herself, gazing out at the dark courtyard. My heart twists at the sight of her silhouette, tall and strong, yet carrying a weight that refuses to dissipate. "Reese," I murmur. She turns sharply at my voice, tension flaring before recognition lights her eyes. Then her posture relaxes, and a tentative smile curves her lips. "Dominic," she says quietly. "Guess we're both avoiding sleep?" My chest tightens. Even though so much happens, accusations, firefights, revelations, there's still that flicker of connection each time we lock eyes. "I need to see you," I admit, coming closer. "We win a battle today, but it doesn't feel settled." She exhales, arms dropping to her sides. "No, not with whatever's left out there. We're not exactly safe." A pang of regret passes through me. She deserves more than this half-collapsed building and an uncertain future. My voice softens. Still, it's the first time in weeks we're not actively hunted or pinned by sabotage. Thought maybe we could talk, just breathe for a moment. Her gaze flicks over me, 1,000 words unsaid. Then she nods. "I'd like that." She gestures to a battered couch in the corner. I'm tired of standing. Together we move across the room, footsteps hushed. The couch sags as we sit, shoulders brushing. My pulse kicks up at the contact, suddenly aware we're truly alone since we orchestrate the trap for Hansen. Outside, the facility's distant hum feels muted, like we inhabit a cocoon. A fleeting calm before we face tomorrow's next hurdle. For a heartbeat, words escape us. The glow of emergency lights filters through the cracked window, streaking the walls in shards of amber. My mind cycles through everything we endure, from the first suspicion that a traitor lurks, to the doxing that pushes Reese into danger, to the bullets that nearly take our lives. We only survive because we trust each other. She breaks the silence first, voice husky with fatigue. I keep thinking, if we mess up even one step, Hansen escapes, or I am locked away, or you? She swallows hard, not finishing the thought. My heart tightens. Or I'd be dead. We don't mess up, I say, trying to steady my tone. We face him and we win. Because you come back. Her eyes gleam with an emotion too raw to hide. I almost don't, she whispers. I'm so sure Emmett's men shoot me on sight. But you tell me to trust you, so I do. Heat pulses in my chest, a surge of protectiveness making my voice rough. I'm sorry you have to run. If I'm stronger, more prepared, maybe I stop them from labeling you a traitor. She shakes her head, leaning closer. Don't blame yourself. You stood up for me when no one did. I'm still stunned you risk everything. Your position, reputation, even your life. Just to prove my innocence. I grab her hand, lacing our fingers. The small contact sends a wave of warmth through my veins. Because you matter, Reese, I say softly. Not just to Vanguard, but to me. I am not about to let them tear you down for sabotage you never commit. She lowers her gaze, a flush creeping over her cheeks. I matter to you, she echoes, voice trembling. Sometimes I wonder if this is all adrenaline. If once we fix the mess, we go our separate ways. A raw ache spreads in my chest. I tighten my hold on her hand. I've wondered too, I admit, honesty cutting through the haze. But every time I imagine letting you go, it hurts Reese more than anything. I don't think it's just adrenaline. She swallows visibly, eyes lifting to meet mine. In that golden half-light, I see vulnerability flicker across her features. She's so strong and brilliant, yet so afraid of betrayal. Slowly, she shifts until our knees touch, her free hand coming up to rest on my chest. My heart hammers against her palm, a thrum I know she can feel. Then don't let go, she whispers, voice low. Because I'm terrified too. I've always been safer behind code, behind walls. But after everything, I can't imagine facing tomorrow without you. My breath catches. The honesty in her words kindles a fierce longing that overshadows every other thought. Gently, I brush a stray curl from her forehead. We face tomorrow together, I vow. Our gazes lock, the air crackling with an intimacy we haven't been free to share in the chaos. So many nights we steal frantic collisions in half-lit labs. But this is different, a calm hush, a chance to see each other beyond the rush of survival. The tension that coils in my gut isn't pure anxiety. It is desire threaded with tenderness.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
As we leave the rec room, arms occasionally bumping, I can't stop glancing at her face, peaceful yet determined. The synergy we find during the honeypot operation courses through my veins, fueling each step. We just prove how unstoppable we are together. No saboteur or brass power play shakes that. We pass a few battered corridors, hollow reminders of the infiltration fiasco, until we reach a junction where Jace, Miles, and Reyes are conferring. They pause at our approach. Jace's knowing look flicks between me and Reese, but he has the tact not to comment. My cheeks warm slightly, but I force a composed nod. They have more important matters to focus on. Miles clears his throat. "Morning," he says wryly, as though we don't all know the hour is still quite early. "We're finalizing the last of Hansen's interrogation. Emmett's men want your input, boss." He nods at me. "And Miss Monroe, too. Some code analysis to ensure we have all Hansen's accomplices pegged." I slide a glance at Reese. Our earlier closeness might fade in the swirl of official duties, but the memory lingers, a promise in the tilt of her lips. "We'll handle it," she says firmly. Reyes jerks his chin toward the corridor. "Colonel Emmett is in the main war room, not looking too thrilled, but he's not hawking bullets at you either." I huff a low laugh. "I'll take that as progress." Exchanging one last glance, Reese and I set off with the group. The battered facility lies before us, a labyrinth of half-ruined labs, tense officers, and scorched VR pods. But we move with renewed purpose, side by side. No matter what Emmett or the remains of Hansen's operation throw at us, we face it as a united front. Somewhere I hear the distant whir of ventilation that once lulls us into thinking the compound is impregnable. We know better now. No place is truly safe from infiltration or betrayal. But in the hush that lingers around us, I feel a new sense of home in Reese's presence, in the synergy that binds us through code and an unspoken vow of the heart. Yes, the storm of tomorrow looms, with countless details to unravel and final pockets of sabotage to extinguish. But at least for one precious night, we find a calm that reaffirms we have each other, not just as allies, but as something deeper, something that outlasts the swirl of bullets and data lines. As we walk toward the war room to finish what we start, I keep replaying the words we whisper in the rec room, the honesty that ignites our tender union. We're terrified, but we choose each other anyway. That quiet vulnerability shines brighter than any infiltration code we ever perfect. Chapter 21. Dominic. The morning haze clings to the hills around Vanguard, the air dense with the lingering scent of scorched metal and disinfectant. We barely salvaged the compound from Hansen's sabotage, thinking the worst is behind us. But fate has a cruel sense of timing. Intelligence reports hint at a domestic terrorist cell that purchases the last fragment of Hansen's stolen code. The code can override advanced security measures and hijack local infrastructure. After all we've been through Reese's exoneration, my battle with Colonel Emmett, our shared confessions, this final threat looms like a thundercloud. As I step onto the tarmac near a makeshift staging area, my heart pounds with two conflicting emotions: determination to end this once and for all, and a nagging fear that we aren't fully prepared. Nearby, the battered remnants of Vanguard's ground vehicles are being loaded with gear. Soldiers shuffle back and forth, murmuring in hushed tones. The crackle of radios punctuates the morning air, each transmission a reminder that we are about to plunge into a new kind of war, one Hansen's secret clients intend to spark using stolen infiltration code. Jace hurries over, face taut with urgency. "Dom, we've got confirmation. The terrorist cell is mobilizing. They've taken over a small industrial complex in the outskirts, rigging it with explosives and using the stolen code to lock down local law enforcement's digital systems." My jaw clenches. So this is the final play, the logical extreme of what Hansen's sabotage promises: a paramilitary assault shielded by advanced infiltration code. I nod, addressing the cluster of operators around me. "All right, everyone, we roll out in 10 minutes. Our objective: neutralize the terrorist cell, disable their stolen code. Keep casualties minimal if possible, but be prepared for a firefight." The group nods grimly. Miles tugs on his gloves, double-checking his EOD kit. Reyes loads fresh ammunition. Reese, though, she won't join us in the field. She proposes an alternative approach, commanding from a mobile station with direct VR support. Part of me hates leaving her behind. My protective instincts roil at the thought. But we both know her strengths lie in code. I glance across the tarmac. She is there, standing beside a reinforced SUV we've repurposed into a mobile command center. The morning light picks out the fierce determination in her eyes, overshadowed by the tension in her stance. My heart clenches. In another timeline, she might have been forced to run, branded a traitor. Instead, she leads the digital counteroffensive. I stride over, letting the group finalize gear. She turns at my approach, arms wrapped protectively around her midsection, her short hair catching a breeze that carries the scent of dust and looming conflict. Even battered, she radiates a quiet power. "Dominic," she says, voice subdued. "We've got the mobile command center set up. I'll have real-time eyes on the infiltration code they're deploying." I skim a gloved hand over her arm, resisting the urge to pull her into a full embrace in front of the entire squad. "You're sure you'll be safe here?" I ask softly, gaze flicking to the SUV's half-open doors, bristling with antennas and portable consoles. She musters a small, wry smile. "Safer than being in the line of fire with you. But yeah, I'll manage. Jace rigged an encrypted channel so we can coordinate. I'll feed you real-time data on where the terrorists are blocking local authorities. And hopefully, if they try to jam your comms, I can disrupt their override." My chest twists with both pride and protectiveness. "All right, but keep eyes on the perimeter. If things get hot, we'll send Reyes or Miles back to reinforce you." A flicker of fear dims her eyes, quickly replaced by steely resolve. "I'd rather not wait for rescue," she mutters, hand brushing the sidearm strapped to her thigh. She insists on being armed, even in the mobile station. "But I'll do what's necessary." I nod, tension throbbing at my temple. We both have a job. Don't let fear overshadow it. I draw a breath, lowering my voice. "Stay safe," I murmur, "and keep me updated if you see anything suspicious in the code." She leans in, letting our foreheads touch for the briefest moment, stolen intimacy in the open. My pulse flutters, a wave of longing and yes, fear crashing over me. "You stay safe too," she whispers. Then, as if on cue, Jace's voice barks from behind. "Dom, we're moving out." I straighten, giving Reese's hand a final squeeze. "We'll handle it, I promise." She nods, stepping back, arms folded. I tear my gaze away, striding toward the line of vehicles waiting to transport us into the unknown. We split into two squads. My squad leads the ground assault, while Jace's squad provides flank coverage. Miles takes point on EOD, prepared to defuse any bombs. Reyes manages infiltration from the ground, bridging communications with Reese's mobile station. The operators lock and load, each wearing gear that bears fresh scars from the infiltration fiasco. Our convoy rumbles down the battered roads leading away from Vanguard's front gates. The memory of sabotage still taints the compound behind us. Bullet-riddled walls, scorched labs. But we can't let that define us. My comm crackles, and I hear Reese's voice. "Dominic, you copy?" "Copy," I respond, pressing a fingertip to my earpiece. "We're on schedule. I'm patching you a live feed of local law enforcement channels. The terrorists hijacked certain frequencies, sowing chaos in the city. We need to intercept them before they set off the explosives." She pauses. "Be careful." I exhale slowly, letting her concern bolster my resolve. "Roger that. Keep me posted if you detect any infiltration attempts on our gear." Her quiet "will do" ends the call, leaving me with the hum of the engine and the low chatter of the squad. In less than an hour, we reach the outskirts, a cluster of warehouses, silos, and old industrial lots. According to Jace, the terrorists claim the largest warehouse, armed with assault rifles and code injection tools that can sabotage local infrastructure. My stomach knots as we park behind a crumbling cement wall, vehicles forming a protective ring. Here we go. The minute we disembark, the whine of distant drones drums in my ears. A wisp of smoke curls from somewhere behind the warehouses. The radio flickers with interference. The terrorists' code is in play. They are jamming signals or rewriting them. I signal the squad to fan out, rifles raised, eyes scanning the labyrinth of shipping containers and rusted fences. Reyes sets up a small relay station behind a stack of crates, connecting to Reese's feed. "We've got partial comm," he reports. "They're definitely messing with local frequencies, but we can still piggyback on the subchannel. Reese, you reading me?" A faint crackle, then her voice, slightly distorted. "Reading you. I see multiple infiltration lines from the terrorists into municipal networks. They're threatening to shut down the entire grid." A surge of adrenaline spikes. These bastards aren't content with sabotage. They want full-blown terror. I motion the squad forward, weaving through an alley of shipping containers. Gunshots ring out, echoing across metal walls. My heart lurches. The fight begins. We duck behind a container, scanning for the enemy. Shadows flicker at the far end, men in tactical gear, presumably scanning the perimeter. My squads and I advance, rifles at the ready. The first volley of bullets whines overhead. We return fire, methodical and controlled, no panicking. Over the comm, I hear Reese guiding us. "Dominic, watch the east side. They're deploying a code injection on your comm feed. I can jam it if you hold them off for 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Copy that, I mutter, exchanging a look with Jace. We'll give you the time. We unleash coordinated suppressive fire, pinning the terrorists behind a row of crates. The hiss of bullet impacts rattles my nerves, but I force calm. "Miles, move up!" I command. "Cover the flank!" Miles sprints forward, EOD kit clattering at his waist. The terrorists try to pop up, but we drive them back with bursts of gunfire. Just keep them pinned. My ear comm crackles again, Reese's voice triumphant. "Got it! The code injection is offline. You should be safe from that angle." Relief courses through me. "Good work," I breathe. We have synergy from miles away. She in the mobile station, me on the ground, weaving a single operation. Sweat trickles down my temple as we press deeper into the industrial complex. Explosions rock the far side, presumably the terrorists detonating smaller charges to deter law enforcement. Gunshots echo relentlessly, each muzzle flash lighting the dusty air. "Focus, Dom. Save your people. Neutralize the threat." At the corner of a warehouse, Jace signals a halt. "Boss, we just got intel from Reese. The terrorists have a larger bomb near the main building, rigged with your infiltration code as a failsafe. If we try to manually disarm it, they can override from a remote terminal. We need Miles on that." My gut churns. A bomb controlled by infiltration code? That's new. This is the world Hansen's sabotage paves the way for. I key the comm. "Miles, converge on the main building. We'll cover you. Reyes, keep the feed open to Reese so she can jam the override." "Copy," comes Miles's curt reply. We advance, tension coiling in every muscle. The main building looms ahead, a hulking structure with broken windows and rusted signage. Sporadic gunfire rattles from inside. My squad split, some taking the roof, others flanking the entrance. As we creep in, I glimpse wires running along the walls, leading to a central device blinking with ominous red lights. The bomb. Miles rushes forward, kit in hand. The rest of us form a defensive perimeter, rifles scanning the interior. Broken machinery, scattered crates, bullet casings litter the floor. The stench of sweat and gunpowder thickens. My comm hisses. "Dominic," Reese says, strain in her tone. "I'm hooking into the terrorists' code. They're trying to detonate that bomb remotely. If I can block their signal, Miles can defuse it." I grit my teeth. "Do it. We'll hold the line." Bullets tear overhead, forcing me to duck behind an overturned table. My men return fire, pinning 2 terrorists behind a forklift. The entire building thunders with the echoes of combat. We have to buy time for Reese's digital warfare. Seconds bleed into minutes. Sweat soaks my shirt beneath my tactical vest. Miles fiddles with the bombs panel, cursing under his breath. They've rigged a subroutine. If I cut one wire, it triggers another bypass. Jace's voice crackles from near a corrugated pillar. Reese, we need that code map of the bomb's infiltration logic. She replies, breathing ragged. Sending now. Keep them off me, Dom. They're trying to jam my signals again. I signal my men, heart thudding. Another wave of armed terrorists storms the building from a side entrance, rifles blazing. We unleash suppressive fire, battered crates splintering, dust swirling in the strobing muzzle flashes. My adrenaline spikes, mind racing. Don't let them reach the bomb. Amid the chaos, I advance with 3 operators, picking off terrorists methodically. My comm beeps. I've got partial infiltration, Reese announces. One of them is hooking into your local comm channel. I'm trying to block it. Keep going, I urge, firing another burst that downs a terrorist crouching behind a spool of wire. Jace covers my flank, a hail of bullets forcing a second attacker to retreat. The building reverberates with tension. Any misstep, we trigger the final meltdown. We're so close. Then Miles yells triumphantly, I see the disarm sequence. Reese's code map is working. Just hold out a little longer. A fresh surge of attackers pours in. My squads grit their teeth, exchanging heavy fire. The acrid smell of gunpowder coats my tongue, each shot hammering my eardrums. I press against a beam, scanning for signs of the bomb. Miles crouches by it, sweat dripping as he snips a wire, carefully inputting commands on a small panel. Dominic! Reese's voice cuts through the static, urgent. They're about to send a remote detonate signal. I can't fully block it, but I can slow it. You've got maybe 90 seconds. 90 seconds. My pulse roars. Either we defuse it or we're all dead. Miles! I bellow. 90 seconds, copy! He glances over, eyes wide. Damn it, I need more time! But he resumes working, trembling hands moving with frantic precision. One last wave of terrorists unleashes a final onslaught, presumably stalling us. We return fire with desperate determination, bullets pinging off metal. Reyes takes a grazing shot to the arm, cursing, but he stays upright. My entire body vibrates with adrenaline. We can't fail now. 30 seconds! Reese's voice strains, breath hitching. I'm dumping code into their override, forcing them to recompile. That's the best I can do. Miles lets out a guttural cry of victory. Got the panel open, just one more wire. He glances at me, eyes fierce. 10 seconds! Cover me! I pivot, unleashing a final barrage of bullets at the terrorists still clinging to cover. Jace joins in, the roaring gunfire drowning out everything but the desperate thump of my heart. The terrorists scatter, some fleeing into the shadows. Time freezes. Miles snips a final wire. The bomb's red lights flicker, then die. A hoarse silence falls, broken by the distant crackle of flames. We do it. My chest constricts with relief so powerful my knees nearly buckle. The building's tension dissipates like air from a balloon. The few remaining terrorists scramble to retreat, cut off from their bomb threat. My squads advance, securing prisoners, while Reyes slumps against a crate, applying pressure to his arm wound. I key the comm, voice shaking. Reese, we're good. Bomb defused. Are you okay? Her answer comes raw with emotion. I'm fine. My station's intact. Thank God, I was so sure we'd run out of time. I laugh shakily, an odd blend of giddy relief and exhaustion. You saved us with that infiltration block. We couldn't have done this without you. She exhales audibly. Same from here. If you and Miles hadn't neutralized them physically, no code jam would have mattered. A swirl of gratitude and longing fills me. Even across Miles, our synergy stays unbreakable. I half collapse against a half-ruined console, letting the adrenaline subside. Stay put. We'll secure the area, then come get you. She pauses, voice turning soft. I'll be waiting. I close my eyes a moment, heart pounding. No matter how many bullets or sabotage lines come our way, we keep pulling each other through. Within the hour, we sweep the complex, gathering scattered pockets of terrorists who realize their last trump card, the bomb, is gone. Local law enforcement, now free from infiltration code, arrives to assist. The stench of gunpowder and spent casings hangs over everything. But we win. The domestic terrorist assault stoked by Hansen's code fizzles in against our combined ground tactics and Reese's digital overwatch. I oversee the final arrests, ensuring no bombs remain. Emmett's men arrive late, grudgingly acknowledging the success of our operation. They glower at my presence, but I have no time for their politics. My mind is fixated on returning to Reese, ensuring she is truly safe. At last, with the area secure, Jason and I hop into a battered Jeep, leaving Miles and Reyes behind to tie up loose ends. The ride back to the mobile station is eerily calm, the sun now shining high, illuminating the industrial roads. My chest feels lighter than it has in weeks. We end the final threat. No sabotage meltdown, no forced scapegoat. I find her SUV parked exactly as planned behind a crumbling wall, antennas still bristling. My pulse kicks up at the sight, memories of frantic code calls surging back. We step out, scanning for potential ambush. None. Then I spot her stepping down from the driver's side, relief flooding her features as she catches sight of me. "Dominic!" she whispers, voice tight with leftover adrenaline. I close the distance in 3 strides, and she meets me halfway. I resist the urge to sweep her into my arms, half lowering my hands, checking for injuries first. "Are you okay?" I demand, eyes flicking over her. She nods, tears brightening her eyes. "Just shaken. The code jamming nearly fries my console, but we pull through." My heart pounds, an overwhelming sense of gratitude swirling. She is alive, unhurt. Without speaking further, I draw her into an embrace, ignoring the dust caking my gear. She clings to me, face pressed against my chest, shoulders trembling with unspent tension. A lump closes my throat. We nearly lose everything again, but we fight as one. After a long moment, she draws back, inhaling a shaky breath. "You sure the bomb's defused? Everyone's safe?" I nod. Miles neutralizes it. The local cops take the terrorists into custody. The infiltration code is worthless now that you jam their final override. She exhales, a watery smile forming. "Thank God. I was so sure we'd lose you again." My chest tightens. We each worry about losing the other. Cupping her cheek, I brush away a stray tear with my thumb. "We're both still here," I murmur. "And we end their terror plan for good." She leans into my touch, eyes reflecting the same swirl of emotions I feel. Relief, love, exhaustion, and hope. This is what we bleed for a chance at normalcy. Jace hovers by the SUV, giving us a discreet nod of approval. He coughs. "We should head back to Vanguard. Colonel Emmett's men want to debrief. And the place is still reeling from sabotage. This was the last threat, hopefully." Reese squeezes my hand, then lets go, clearing her throat. "Right," she agrees. "We've got 1,000,000 lines of code to purge, infiltration logs to finalize. You might want to talk to Emmett about letting me, well, stay on as more than a scapegoat." A wry grin tugs her lips, though her eyes carry traces of weariness. I manage a small chuckle, though relief and pride swell in me. She is truly free of suspicion. He'll have no argument once I show him the results of this operation. We have the final proof that your subroutines save us from further infiltration meltdown. She nods, and for a second that old tension flickers. The memory of her doxing, the betrayal that nearly forces her out of everything. But I see the spark of confidence in her stance, the knowledge that she belongs at Vanguard by skill and by right. "Let's go home then," I say softly, ignoring the battered roads and half-collapsed buildings around us. In the midst of all this chaos, Vanguard remains our base. The place we rebuild together, forging an environment that recognizes her brilliance rather than fears it. She climbs into the passenger seat of the SUV. Jace takes the back. I slide into the driver's seat, keying the ignition. The engine roars to life, and we pull away from the terrorist-laden industrial complex. My gaze flicks to Reese, relief tempered by the realization we still have a long journey ahead, physically and metaphorically. But the synergy we display, bridging code and boots on the ground, overshadows all doubts. The ride back is surreal. The roads feel emptier now, local law enforcement resuming normal patrols, the infiltration jamming undone. We navigate dusty highways, the midday sun turning the horizon into a haze. Reese stares out the window, occasionally glancing at me with an unreadable expression, equal parts exhaustion and longing. We've never shared so much synergy before. In the VR realm, we always dominate as a team. But now, we prove we can do it in real battles, real terror scenarios. We do it while forging a bond that goes beyond duty. We're more than just partners in infiltration. We're partners, period. I reach over, taking her hand once again, ignoring Jace's faint smirk in the back seat. She squeezes my fingers, and though we don't speak, the warmth of that touch speaks volumes. We survive, win, and have each other. Somewhere in the distance, the shape of Vanguard's perimeter fence rises, still twisted from the earlier raid. My chest tightens at the sight, remembering the bullet holes, the sabotage, the blame that once fell on her shoulders. But now the path forward seems clearer. We'll fix it. We unify the staff, implement new security protocols, and prove that trust between coder and commander is our greatest asset. As we pass through the battered gates, guard squads salute us, relief etched on their faces. The entire compound wears the scars of infiltration, but a sense of hope hovers. A sign that with Hansen's accomplices dismantled, the worst is behind us. We park near the half-collapsed main entrance. Reese lingers in the SUV for a moment, staring at the bullet-riddled walls. I place a hand on her shoulder. We'll rebuild, I promise quietly. This time, no sabotage from within. She turns to me, a small, tired smile curving her lips. I believe you. I believe in us. My throat constricts with emotion. Yes, I say, voice husky. Us. The remaining squad disembarks, Jace heading off to coordinate with Emmett's men. Miles and Reyes give us space, though they likely suspect the depth of our relationship. I don't care, after everything. We earn the right to be open about our bond. Drawing her close, I lean my forehead to hers, inhaling the faint citrus scent that has come to symbolize solace for me. Thank you, I murmur, for trusting me in the field, for saving us from another meltdown. She brushes her lips over mine in a light, lingering kiss, ignoring the watchful eyes of passing guards. Thank you, she echoes, voice trembling, for never giving up on me, or on us. The courtyard around us bustles with activity, salvage crews, medics, and armed patrols securing the perimeter. But in that moment, we are in our own bubble of battered triumph, hearts entwined in the hush after the storm. A single beep from my comm reminds me we aren't done. Emmett demands a debrief, logs need reviewing, and somewhere, an entire workforce waits to see if the sabotage that nearly destroys Vanguard is truly over. Yet I feel a surge of confidence as Reese and I part from the SUV, hand in hand. No more illusions or forced secrecy. The synergy that once only manifests in code is now our lifeline in every domain. I glance down at her, remembering the heat of our stolen nights, the frantic confessions, the unstoppable synergy on the battlefield. We overcome domestic terror, infiltration meltdown, doxing, and betrayal.
Chapter 22. Reese. A restless hush clings to the corridors of Vanguard, even though the immediate crisis has passed. Outside, the sun is barely cresting the horizon, painting the bullet-ridden walls and scorched hallways in a muted glow of half-light. Every step I take echoes eerily, reminding me that while we thwart the domestic terrorist threat, there are still skeletons in the system, fragments of sabotaged code that can flare if triggered. Somewhere out there, Gabe Hansen lurks, smirking in captivity, certain he still holds the upper hand. I clutch a battered tablet to my chest, mind juggling 1,000 lines of code. One last sweep, I tell myself, will purge any remnants of infiltration logic he might have hidden, but a knot of unease presses beneath my ribs. In the flurry of stopping the terrorist cell, we haven't fully audited the deeper layers of Hansen's sabotage. If there is a final kill switch or personal revenge script, it will target Dominic first. Hansen makes that clear. His vendetta burns hot and personal. A shiver coasts down my spine at the memory of how he tries to frame me, how he boasts of selling infiltration code to the highest bidder. Even behind bars in the makeshift brig, Hansen remains dangerous. Some part of me senses he has planned a final stand, a direct assault not on the facility, but on Dominic himself. Lost in the thought, I nearly collide with Jace rounding the corner. He catches my elbow, concern etched on his face. "Reese, hey, you all right?" I swallow, forcing a tight smile. "Yeah, just anxious. I want to do one more infiltration scan on the backups. Make sure no sabotage code remains." My voice sounds hollow, even to me. He nods, sympathetic. I get it. None of us trust Hansen's bag of tricks. But remember, we have him in custody. Custody. The word feels insufficient, as if steel bars alone can contain a digital threat. "Sure," I say, shouldering past. "I'll be in the underground lab, scanning. If Dominic asks, tell him I'll be up soon." Roger that. Jace lingers, eyes flicking over my face. "Just don't bury yourself alone. Hansen might have leftover scripts that ping your location." A humorless laugh escapes me. "Wouldn't be the first time." He gives me a wry grimace, stepping aside. As I continue down the corridor, my footsteps feel heavier. At least Jace believes in me. Yet the gnawing fear won't fade. Hansen might be behind bars, but what if he has stashed a final piece of infiltration code to strike Dominic at his most vulnerable? My guess proves half correct an hour later, when Dominic unexpectedly calls me to a small conference room near the reactivated VR labs. The space still bears bullet holes in the walls, and the air smells of stale smoke. He stands by a makeshift console, arms folded across his broad chest, tension stamped onto his features. My heart flutters at the sight. Relief, desire, and worry tangling. Even battered, he radiates that commanding presence I've come to trust with my life. "Reese," he says, voice hushed. "We have a problem." I approach cautiously. On the console's screen, flicker lines of code, ominous red highlights marking suspicious segments. "Another infiltration script?" He nods, jaw tight. "It's embedded in my personal system. Hansen must have installed it back when he still had remote access. We only find it because I try to update my personal comm logs." A flicker of anger crosses his eyes. "It's designed to target my critical devices, possibly with lethal consequences, if it triggers the wrong security measure or sets off an explosion near me." My stomach drops. Hansen's final revenge, a script specifically aimed at Dominic, the man Hansen once admired, then despised. I reach for the console, scanning the lines. It looks eerily similar to code I recognize, but twisted and embedded with subroutines referencing Dominic's old personal key sequences. He wants to ensure Dominic is singled out, no matter how the bigger sabotage ends. "We need to remove it. Fast," I say. "If we try to forcibly delete it, it might activate a kill switch. Let me analyze. I can override carefully." He exhales, shoulders easing fractionally. "I was hoping you'd say that. I'd rather not blow up half the building or lose my life to a hidden meltdown." There is a forced attempt at humor behind his eyes, but fear lurks there too. He's faced bullets, sabotage, traitors, and now his own personal system could be lethal. We can do this, but we need a secure environment. No chance of jostling the code or letting Hansen sense we're messing with it. A bitter taste fills my mouth. He probably left a remote link. If he sees us tampering, he'll trigger it. Dominic frowns. He's locked up, but he might have an accomplice. We can't risk him having outside comm. I pull a breath. Then let's isolate your system in the underground lab, run it offline so Hansen's link can't phone home. Then I'll attempt a stealth override, line by line, until the kill script is diffused. He offers a slow nod. We have some portable gear in the back of the VR wing. Let's do it. Despite the tense situation, a wave of warmth courses through me at the synergy in our approach. No arguments, no doubts. We click into place as we always do, trusting each other's instincts, even if that trust was once battered by accusations. We forged it stronger than any sabotage can break. We haul Dominic's personal system, a compact high-end rig usually reserved for top-secret VR tests, down to the lower-level lab we used in earlier operations. The corridors echo with the memory of bullets, the walls patched with fresh plaster. My heart races, mindful that one wrong keystroke can set off a catastrophic chain reaction aimed at Dominic. Reyes, Jace, and Miles offer to assist, but Dominic insists on minimal presence. Fewer people means fewer variables if Hansen's kill switch triggers, so it's just the two of us, plus an old computer console humming in the corner. I place the rig on a metal table, hooking it to a small offline network. Dominic stands behind me, arms folded, tense as a drawn bow. Take your time, he says quietly. We only get one shot. I swallow, slipping on a pair of VR gloves wired to the system. I'll go in slowly, line by line. If the script tries to activate, I'll jam it. My heart hammers, no margin for error. Ready? His breath shudders. Ready, he echoes, voice a mix of fear and belief. Flipping the switch, I immerse myself in a rudimentary VR shell, a blank environment representing Dominic's personal system. The infiltration script glows like a pulsating black mass in the distance, lines of code swirling. My avatar manifests in the center, tethered by the lower-level lab's minimal VR interface. Outside the simulation, Dominic watches the console, prepared to pull the plug if something catastrophic occurs. Focus. I advance carefully. The malicious code wavers, sensing my approach. I recognize reverse subroutines lifted from my infiltration style, but corrupted to target Dominic's credentials. Hansen's final bullet, aimed at Dominic. Anger tightens my chest, fueling my resolve. With each step, I inspect a segment of code, gently rewriting references that threaten meltdown. My mind races. If Hansen coded a remote kill switch, it might sense me dismantling it. I have to keep it subdued. Then the script jerks. My avatar flickers. A hidden subroutine recognizes a tampering attempt. I gasp, lines of neon sparks crackling around me. The environment trembles with the threat of a forced detonation. Damn it, it's responding. Reese? Dominic's voice filters in from the real world, tight with alarm. Everything okay? I force calm. The script's fighting me. I'll handle it. My lips purse. I can't let it trigger. I unleash a stealth rewriting subroutine, forging digital illusions to placate the sabotage code, making it believe the environment is normal. Meanwhile, I creep deeper, rewriting destructive references to Dominic's ID. My heart thunders. If the sabotage recognizes I'm faking it out, it'll leap straight to meltdown. Almost there. Each line I neutralize opens a path to the kill switch core. But the infiltration logic flares again, code morphing into a black swirl that lashes out at my subroutines. Electric jolts ripple through the VR interface, threatening to sever my connection painfully. My entire body tenses, arms trembling under the gloves. Reese, talk to me. Dominic's voice is urgent, barely masking fear. Do I kill the power? No, I snap, panting. If you do that, the sabotage might sense a forced shutdown and go meltdown. Let me finish. My mind whirls, adrenaline spiking. If I fail, Dominic might literally pay with his life. Or a catastrophic explosion could rip through the sublevel. Summoning every ounce of VR infiltration expertise, I invert the code's logic. Think like Hansen. He uses reversed arrays and illusions to exploit Dominic's credentials. I'll reverse his reverse. With a swift mental command, I weave a specialized rewriting script, hooking into the sabotage's twisted heart. The environment jolts, neon sparks raining down. The code mass shrieks in silent fury, but I press on, substituting lines that threaten meltdown with neutral placeholders. Time blurs. My lungs burn for air, though I never leave the underground lab physically. The saboteur's final logic lashes out one last time, a surge of code, shaped like a digital spear, aiming to disrupt the VR link. This is it. I meet it head on, unleashing a final wave of infiltration illusions. The code implodes around me, black shards dissolving into inert fragments. Panting, I blink in the VR shell. The environment steadies. The sabotage mass vanishes. The kill switch is diffused. My eyes sting with tears of relief. Dominic's safe. Euphoria thrums in my veins. But it's short-lived. A stray echo flickers at the edge of the environment. Another subroutine, smaller but still active, reaches out for a network link. Crap. Hansen has left a hidden data line, probably keyed to broadcast once the sabotage is diffused. I lock onto it, ignoring the exhaustion in my mind. If that subroutine alerts someone outside, an accomplice, or even Hansen himself in custody, they can adapt and strike again. Gritting my teeth, I forcibly engage the link. That means exposing my real location in the VR environment, letting the subroutine see Red Spectre actively rewriting. I can't let it slip away. I have to risk exposure. The code latches onto me, reading my digital signature. Alarm flares, but I stand firm, refusing to withdraw. No more half measures. If I let it escape, Dominic remains a target. Biting down on fear, I absorb the subroutine, drowning it in my illusions until it dissolves. My avatar flickers. The subroutine recognizes me, recognizes my style. But it dies too fast to transmit that knowledge anywhere. Breathing hard, I cut the VR session. My entire body sags, sweaty and trembling. The overhead lights in the underground room feel too bright as I yank off the gloves, heart pounding. Dominic is at my side in an instant, gripping my shoulders. "Reese?" he demands, eyes full of alarm. "Are you hurt?" I tilt my head in refusal, tears spilling anyway. Tears of relief, exhaustion, and the lingering shock of nearly being outed to God knows who. "I'm fine," I rasp. That was close." He pulls me into his arms, my cheek pressing against the solid warmth of his chest. "You did it," he whispers, relief flooding his tone. "You diffused Hansen's kill switch." My breath hitches, nodding against him. Yes, it's over. The breach code is gone, the final meltdown averted. I cling to Dominic, eyes closed, letting the adrenaline ebb. Before we can fully process the victory, a shrill alarm blares overhead. We both jerk apart, scanning the lab. Another alarm? My stomach drops. Don't tell me there's more sabotage. A muffled voice crackles over the comm system in the corridor. "Hansen is out of his cell. Repeat, Hansen escapes custody." Dominic's eyes go wide with fury. Impossible. We race into the hallway, nearly colliding with the guard sprinting past. The guard, panting, tries to explain. He overpowered an officer, grabbed a sidearm. He's heading to the sublevel, searching for King, apparently. A chill whips through me. Hansen's kill switch fails, but he has a backup plan. Physically kill Dominic if code sabotage doesn't. Dominic's jaw sets in grim anger. He turns to me, voice cracking with protective urgency. Stay here. Let me handle him. But I life my chin and stand tall, adrenaline flaring anew. No, we face him together. We dash through the sublevel corridors, each corner reeking of dust and tension. Echoes of frantic footsteps tell us Hansen isn't alone. Perhaps he coerces a guard or has a hidden ally. My chest tightens as we turn a bend, and there he is, battered uniform half unbuttoned, a pistol in his hand, eyes wild with rage. He levels the weapon at Dominic. You think you've beaten me? He snarls, voice raspy with fury. I can't let you keep living, King. You ruined everything. Dominic freezes, arms half raised, body coiled to lunge if needed. My heart hammers. Hansen's finger hovers over the trigger, nothing but raw hatred in his gaze. I can't let him shoot Dominic. Summoning courage, I step in front of Dominic. Hansen barks a bitter laugh. Of course, the precious coder who replaced me. You're just as guilty in this. Stand aside, or I'll put a bullet in you first. Terror lances through me, but I refuse to move. Try it, I say, voice trembling but resolute. We dismantled your code, Hansen. You lost. Shooting Dominic won't change that. He sneers, stepping closer. I'll be damned if I let him walk away unscathed after rejecting my vision for Vanguard. This place could have been unstoppable if he'd embraced the real infiltration market. A note of mania tinges his words. He truly believes in a twisted ideal. Dominic's voice rumbles behind me, fiercely calm. Hansen, drop it. You're done. Hansen's finger tightens on the trigger. No. My mind spins. I have no gun in hand, no chance to physically overpower him, but I see his gaze flick to me. The slightest hesitation. He's fixated on Dominic. Maybe I can distract him. I force a scoff, injecting scorn into my tone. You wanted to be unstoppable, but you used my subroutines to do it. That's pretty pathetic. He snarls, glaring at me. Shut up. You and King both spat on my vision. A flash of movement behind Hansen. One of Dominic's loyal guards creeping up. Hansen might sense it if I don't keep his focus. I have to keep him talking. I'd rather spit on your so-called vision than watch you murder innocent people for profit. My words drip disgust, though adrenaline threatens to choke me. He hisses, stepping forward, gun pointed at Dominic's chest. Dominic stands rigid, eyes locked on Hansen, ready to move, but not wanting to cost me my life if Hansen squeezes the trigger mid-lunge. My heart hammers. One slip, and Dominic's gone. Then, in a single breathless moment, Dominic surges forward, arms out. Hansen fires, bullet streaking by Dominic's shoulder, too close. The roar of gunfire rattles my skull. No. But Dominic's momentum crashes into Hansen, knocking the pistol loose. They tumble to the floor in a violent struggle, both grunting in pain. I cry out, rushing to help. The gun clatters, spinning across the concrete. Hansen's fists hammer Dominic's ribs, but Dominic retaliates with a punishing elbow strike. The guard behind Hansen lunges, trying to pin him. Chaos. My hands shake, uncertain how to intervene. Hansen roars, slipping free of the guard's grasp. He snatches a twisted metal rod from the ground, swinging it at Dominic's head. Dominic barely dodges, staggering back. Anguish and fury twist my gut. I can't just watch. With a desperate cry, I dart in, hooking an arm around Hansen's raised arm. My smaller frame struggles against his frantic strength, but Dominic seizes the opening, driving a knee into Hansen's midsection. The rod clangs to the floor. The guard tackles Hansen from behind, sending them both crashing. Dominic piles on, pinning Hansen's arms, and with my help, we wrench him onto his stomach. Hansen spits curses, face mashed against the floor. King, you don't deserve this place. You're a fool. Dominic's breathing is ragged, eyes burning with a mixture of disgust and sorrow. Better a fool who protects people than a monster who sells infiltration code to murderers. The guard snaps handcuffs on Hansen's wrists. My limbs wobble with leftover adrenaline, relief pounding in my temples. He's safe. I sink to my knees, pressing a shaky hand over Dominic's shoulder, checking for blood. He grimaces, likely bruised from the scuffle, but otherwise uninjured. Hansen glares with unrepentant rage. "You can't fix Vanguard," he snarls, voice muffled by the floor. "Sooner or later, you'll fail again. This place was built on illusions." Dominic doesn't bother replying. He rises panting and offers me a trembling hand. I clutch it, letting him pull me upright. Our gazes lock, the corridor's harsh fluorescent lighting, revealing lines of exhaustion etched on his face, yet a silent warmth pulses between us. We face the final threat, together. Guards swarm in, hauling Hansen away once more, this time shackled more securely. Dominic exhales, leaning a hand on the wall. I step close, glancing anxiously at his shoulder. "You're bleeding." A shallow graze mars his upper arm, likely from Hansen's bullet or the scuffle. He waves it off. "I've had worse," he mutters, forcing a small raw chuckle. "You okay?" I swallow, adrenaline still buzzing. "Yeah." My hand trembles where it hovers near his chest. "I thought when he fired, you were—" He captures my hand in his, voice gentling. "But I'm here thanks to you." Then quieter. "You risked your life again. You keep doing that. I'm gonna owe you big." Emotion clogs my throat. "We save each other," I whisper, a watery smile finding my lips. "No debts." Even after Hansen is dragged off, flanked by armed guards, Dominic and I linger in the corridor, absorbing the reality. The traitor's final attempt is thwarted. The sabotage code is diffused. The personal kill switch dismantled. Hansen's last-ditch violence ends in handcuffs. He can't hurt Dominic anymore. A wave of exhaustion nearly buckles my knees. Dominic steadies me, pressing a hand to my lower back. "Hey, easy," he says softly. "You've been running on fumes." My laugh comes out shaky, tears pricking my eyes. "What about you? Bullet graze, countless battles. We both need rest." He dips his head in acknowledgement, the corners of his mouth lifting in a weary but genuine smile. "We do. But first, we confirm with Emmett that Hansen is fully secured, no chance of remote infiltration. Then we can talk about rest." I grimace. Always more to do. But a sense of finality wraps around me, undeniable relief loosening the knots in my chest. The threat is done. Hansen targeted Dominic personally and fails. Our synergy has once again saved the day, bridging code and physical confrontation in a seamless dance of trust. Dominic draws me into a gentle one-armed embrace, mindful of his injuries. I lean my head against his chest, listening to the rapid thud of his heart. For a fleeting moment, we allow ourselves this hush, this triumph unclouded by sabotage or suspicion. We overcame every threat Hansen threw at us, and he can't strike again. Eventually, we break apart, footsteps echoing as we limp down the corridor side by side. The battered walls bear witness to the final clash, telling the story of how the traitor tries to claim Dominic's life, how I risk mine to stop it. The synergy we find in VR, on the battlefield, and in each other's arms triumphs. "Thank you," Dominic says, voice rumbling with raw gratitude, "for overriding that kill switch, for stepping in front of me. You could have been killed." A tremor passes through me, images of the gun barrel leveled at Dominic's chest, flashing behind my eyelids. I couldn't stand by. Not when I love. My words freeze. Love. The admission catches in my throat, unplanned but unstoppable. My cheeks heat. He freezes, turning to face me in the half-lit corridor. My heart pounds. I haven't intended to blurt it out so plainly, but the truth is there, an inevitability forged by everything we've survived. A gentle, astonished warmth floods his expression. He closes the distance, voice hoarse. You love me? Tears sting my eyes. If that bullet hit you, I couldn't bear it, I whisper. So yes, I guess that means I do. His breath shudders, relief and emotion warring in his gaze. He lifts a trembling hand to cut my cheek, thumb brushing away a stray tear. Reese, I love you too. God, I've been fighting it, worried I'd fail you. But I can't keep it locked away. Not after we faced bullets and sabotage together. A quiet sob escapes me, half laughter, half relief. Our foreheads touch, hearts thrumming in unison. The corridor's gloom recedes under the brilliance of that shared confession, overshadowing the bullet holes and the scent of spent gunpowder. We nearly lose everything a dozen times, but we find each other in the debris. Faint footsteps approach, an apologetic guard interrupting with a clearing of his throat. We part, cheeks flushing, though Dominic's hand remains on my waist. The guard stammers. Colonel Emmett wants you in HQ, sir. Miss Monroe, too. Final debrief on Hanson. We nod, exchanging one final private smile. We'll handle it. As we walk down the hallway, the guard trailing behind, I keep my hand tucked firmly in Dominic's, ignoring any stares or raised eyebrows. We've earned the right to stand openly united. No sabotage, infiltration meltdown, or traitor's final bullet will sever what we've built. A future untainted by betrayal, anchored by our synergy. Yes, we gather in the HQ, confirm Hanson's final defeat. Emmett asks 1,000 questions, and the staff whispers about how we overcame the traitor's last stand. But we face it together, love woven into every stride, because in the wake of that final attempt on Dominic's life, we have no more secrets to hide, and no barrier strong enough to break us again.
Chapter 23. Dominic. The hush that falls over Vanguard after Hanson's final defeat feels surreal, like the slow exhale after a long-held breath. For days, no weeks, our halls echo with gunfire, sabotage alarms, and urgent commands. Now a cautious quiet reigns, punctuated only by the hum of makeshift repairs. Bullet-riddled walls, burned-out labs, twisted fences. Everywhere I look, scars of infiltration and betrayal remain, yet a spark of hopeful reconstruction glimmers beneath the rubble. We survive the worst, and we do it together. With Hanson neutralized and his code diffused, I expect the tension in my chest to ease. Instead, a new weight settles there, the realization that our final battle has ended. The immediate threat is gone, the facility calm. And in that calm, one question looms large. What next? We spend so long fighting side by side, Reese and I forging an unbreakable synergy, that normalcy feels distant, even threatening. That is the thought replaying in my mind as I stand in a battered corner of the war room, waiting for Colonel Emmett to deliver the official exoneration of Reese Monroe. Emmett paces behind a half-collapsed table, scanning a tablet that contains the final post-operation report. A half-dozen of his men hover, faces etched with wariness. Jace, Miles, and Reyes linger near me, wearing subdued relief. And Reese, she stands at my side, silent but visibly tense. She wears her usual cargo pants and a fitted black tee, a bandage peeking from beneath one sleeve, souvenirs of the close calls we've survived. Her gaze drifts over the bullet-scarred monitors in the HQ, tension in the line of her jaw. This was once the place that nearly destroyed her, where Emmett doubted her at every turn. Now, with Hanson's final assault ended, Emmett has no choice but to clear her name. Emmett clears his throat, pulling me back to the present. In light of the conclusive evidence tying Gabe Hanson to the infiltration meltdown and subsequent domestic terror support, the Department of Defense acknowledges Miss Monroe's innocence. He casts Reese a grudging nod, jaw working. You were unjustly suspected. The official record will reflect that. A ripple of relief passes through the squad. Jace lets out a short whistle. Miles offers a nod, and Reyes' shoulders loosen. I turn to Reese, heart warming at the tears that glisten in her eyes. She blinks them away quickly, refusing to show vulnerability in front of Emmett. My unstoppable coder. Thank you, she manages, voice husky. I appreciate you acknowledging the truth. Emmett grunts. Don't misunderstand. Your infiltration style was used to deadly effect, so I hope you realize what a risk it was letting you remain free. But King here... He pauses, shooting me a baleful glare. Proved his loyalty to you and to Vanguard. Your actions in the final ops confirm your intentions. I tighten my jaw, ignoring the subtle jab. We do what's necessary to protect Vanguard, I say, letting my voice carry a hint of challenge. Reese did that better than anyone. He nods reluctantly, then gestures to the men behind him. We'll finalize the paperwork. King, you'll coordinate the leftover security measures with me. As for you, Miss Monroe, he trails off, uneasy. You're cleared. Officially reinstated, if you wish. The last words hang like a question. If you wish. My stomach clenches. Does she still want to be part of this place, after all it has cost her? My gaze flicks to Reese, chest tight with anticipation. She simply nods, expression unreadable. Emmett barks more orders to his men, then motions them to disperse. In seconds, the war room empties, leaving only me, Jace, Reyes, Miles, and Reese in the gloom. The overhead lights flicker. Bits of debris from the final firefight still litter corners. For a moment we stand in silence, processing the monumental shift. Reese exonerated, me recognized for my loyalty. The entire fiasco that started with her doxing and sabotage pinned on her has finally ended. Jace exhales, a wry grin tugging his mouth. Damn, we actually made it. He shoots Reese a fond look. Never doubted you for a second, Red Spectre. She manages a watery chuckle, tension melting from her stance. Thanks for believing in me, Jace. Miles and Reyes offer congratulatory nods, then slip out, murmuring about perimeter checks. Jace lingers only a moment, giving me a pointed glance before he leaves. Some silent message that we need a moment alone. He's right. Once the door closes, the hush returns. I turn to Reese, heart twisting at the swirl of emotions in her eyes. Relief, exhaustion, a flicker of something darker. I step closer, wanting to gather her into my arms, declare we'll rebuild everything side by side. But hesitation taints her posture, arms folded protectively across her chest. You did it, I say gently. Hansen's final sabotage ended. You're cleared of all charges. You're free. She nods, forcing a shaky smile. Yeah, free, she echoes, voice thick. Yet that single word carries a weight that makes my gut clench. Is she planning to leave? The old fear pricks at me, that once she has no reason to fight sabotage, she might walk away from Vanguard, from me. Why wouldn't she? This place almost destroyed her. I swallow, searching her face. So you'll stay, right? We can rebuild the VR initiative, salvage the infiltration systems, make them safer, together. Her gaze flickers, tears threatening. I don't know, she whispers. Part of me wants to run. Every corridor here reminds me of the doxing, the suspicions, bullets flying, and She cuts off, looking away. I'm not sure I belong in your world once the threat is gone. My chest constricts. Reese! I step forward, brushing a gentle hand against her arm. She flinches, then forces herself to stay. She's terrified I'll discard her now that we've won. The realization stabs me. I don't want you to go, I confess, voice shaking. We have a future here, beyond coding. I exhale. Us. We said, we love each other. Trembling smile graces her lips, tears spilling down her cheeks. That was before I was sure the brass would let me walk free, or that Hansen was truly done. I can't bear being the cause of more chaos in your life. My heart twists. You're not the cause. Hansen was. You saved us, and me especially, more times than I can count. She wipes at her tears with the back of her hand, frustration etched in every line of her face. Dominic, you're this unstoppable soldier-turned-CEO, forging alliances, building a new paramilitary league. I'm just a coder who nearly burned every bridge trying to protect myself. Now that the crisis is over, I slide a hand beneath her chin, tilting her face to mine, heartbeat pounding. Don't you dare diminish your worth. Without you, this place would have crumbled weeks ago. I would have been lost, physically or emotionally. Her breath catches. But Emmett, he hates how you defend me. The staff still whisper that you're compromised by personal feelings. Maybe the best thing is for me to leave. Let you run Vanguard without the stigma of the traitorous coder at your side. Clear your name in the eyes of the brass. Damn the stigma! I snap, voice heated. I'm done living for their approval. If they can't see you're the best thing that's happened to Vanguard, that's their problem. I won't lose you. She inhales sharply, eyes brimming with a swirl of longing and fear. You say that now, but what if months from now you realize you're better off without me? My throat clogs with emotion. She's truly afraid I'll discard her. Gently, I cup her face, letting the raw sincerity fill my voice. Reese, I told you I love you. That doesn't vanish because the threat is over. I don't want you only as a weapon or an asset. I want you, the woman who stands up to me, who codes circles around any sabotage, who risked her life to save mine. A sob escapes her lips, the tension in her shoulders releasing. She presses closer, pressing her face against my chest. My arms circle her, pulling her tight. You're not a liability, I murmur, brushing soft kisses into her hair. You're my partner in code, mission, and everything. Her tears dampen my shirt, but I welcome them, stroking her back until her breathing steadies. The silence of the war room amplifies our whispered confessions. I exhale shakily, relief mingling with tenderness. If I have to fight Emmett's disapproval or the staff's gossip, so be it. We sink onto a half-ruined bench near the war room's main console, her hand laced with mine. The overhead lights flicker, a reminder we still have repairs to do. My chest tightens. We can fix the building, but can I convince her she truly belongs here with me? She sniffles, wiping her cheeks. So, I'm exonerated officially. Emmett can't walk that back. Does that mean I resume my old role in Vanguard's VR unit? If you want it, I answer, heart pounding. You're free. You could leave, find a place that never doubted you, but I hope you'll stay, help me rebuild. This time with full recognition, no secrets, no overshadowing suspicion. She looks down, silent for a moment. Then her gaze rises, brimming with tentative hope. I do want that, Dominic. I want to take everything we learned, the synergy, the coding brilliance, and forge a new system that's bulletproof, no sabotage possible. She pauses, voice trembling. But only if we do it side by side. Not as coder and CEO, but as partners, personally too. A wave of emotion swells in my chest. Yes, I whisper, voice thick. That's exactly what I want. No more forced distance or half-kept secrets. She nods, exhaling shakily. Then a ghost of a smile curves her lips. So we're doing this? Rebuilding Vanguard in a new image, telling the staff we stand as equals? I exhale a breath of relief, pressing a light kiss to her knuckles. We are. Her eyes brighten, tears replaced by a quiet, determined glow. Then I'm in. No more running. As if on cue, the door to the war room hisses open, revealing Jace. He freezes, taking in our entwined hands, the tear tracks on Reese's face. A grin tugs at his mouth. He keeps his tone professional. Sorry to interrupt, but Emmett's men are looking for an official statement from you both. Something about finalizing the sabotage logs. Reese tenses, drawing a shaky breath. I grip her hand gently. We handle it together, I murmur. She nods, squaring her shoulders. Within minutes, we find ourselves in a smaller briefing nook, lined with half-functional monitors. A handful of staffers and Emmett's men cluster around. Emmett himself stands off to one side, arms folded. The tension that once crackled between us has dulled since Hansen's meltdown, replaced by a begrudging respect. Or maybe just acceptance. We need the last sabotage logs, Emmett says gruffly. Show me Miss Monroe's code analysis confirming Hansen's infiltration ended. I nod, stepping aside so Reese can connect her tablet to the monitor. My chest flutters with pride as she deftly navigates lines of data, explaining each infiltration route she's sealed, each meltdown protocol she's disabled. Emmett asks curt questions, and she answers with calm authority. No trace of that fear that once made her run. She's free, exonerated, unafraid to showcase her brilliance in front of the brass who doubted her. And that's it? Emmett asks after a final volley of inquiries. No leftover scripts, no sabotage lined up for the future? Reese shakes her head. No, Hansen's personal kill switch targeting Dominic was defused, and the rest of his infiltration code is purged. We have an entirely new firewall suite ready for deployment. Emmett grunts, then looks to me. King, you confirm this? I incline my head. I do. Miss Monroe has my full confidence, as does the new system. We'll stand by these logs. Any further infiltration attempts will face her code, which I assure you is formidable. The corners of Emmett's mouth twitch in reluctant approval. Fine. Then consider the sabotage situation closed. The department will do its own audit, but for now we're done here. He eyes Reese, voice dropping an octave. You've proven your worth, Miss Monroe. I won't stand in your way again. She offers a curt nod, no trace of the bitterness that once tinged her tone. Thank you, Colonel. With that, Emmett strides out, his men trailing. A hush settles in the briefing nook. Reese lets out a slow breath, relief flickering over her face. I press a reassuring hand to the small of her back. You did great, I murmur. Clear, direct, unstoppable as always. A soft smile graces her lips. Had a good teacher. My heart stutters at the warmth in her eyes, at how effortlessly we now acknowledge each other's role in forging this synergy. No emotional walls left standing. Soon the staffers return to routine tasks, leaving just us. Reese gazes around the battered monitors, her expression pensive. So that's it. I'm exonerated, sabotage ended, Emmett off my back. A pang of old fear whispers in my chest. Will she run now that she's free? But the conversation we just shared in the command central bench flickers in my mind. Her vow not to run. My vow not to let her go. We can talk future plans, I say, voice low. Like how we want to shape the VR ops or implement the new infiltration systems. But I'd also like to talk about us. Our personal future. She studies my face, tears shining. I'm not going anywhere, she repeats softly, reading the unspoken question in my eyes. The only place I'd go is forward. With you. Relief crashes over me like a wave, my chest loosening. I tug her close, ignoring the stares of a few curious staff. Let them see. I rest forehead to hers, breathing in her quiet strength. Then let's do it, I whisper, voice thick. Let's rebuild together. For real. She slides her arms around my waist, hugging me with an intimacy that tastes of victory and promise. Yes, she murmurs against my chest. We spend the day in a flurry of constructive action, meeting with loyal staff, finalizing the infiltration rework, scheduling repairs for bullet-ridden labs. Miles orchestrates squads to refortify the compound gates. Reyes updates security protocols. Jace joins me and Reese in the lower-level lab, hooking up new VR pods to test the fresh infiltration suite. The synergy blossoms, no sabotage overshadowing us, no fear that we'll be arrested mid-code. We are free to shape Vanguard's future. Occasionally, I catch Reese looking at me with a soft, amazed expression, as if she too can't believe we've come so far. Each time, my heart soars, reflecting the same wonder. This is what love in the aftermath of war looks like. Quiet, determined synergy. Late afternoon finds us perched on crates in a half-repaired corridor, reviewing a tablet that displays architecture plans for a new VR facility wing. The battered building will never look the same, but we have a vision for a modernized, more secure expansion. Reese points out code modules will integrate, referencing the mistakes Hansen capitalized on. I nod, letting her lead, enthralled by her brilliance. "Look here," she says, tapping the screen. "We can embed a triple-layer infiltration block to ensure no single user has unilateral control. That way, no one can replicate a sabotage meltdown behind your back." "Genius," I mutter, marveling at how her mind works. She offers a bashful grin, then leans against me, exhaustion in her posture. I rest my chin on her hair. "Let's finalize these tomorrow. You've done enough for one day." She sighs contentedly. "Maybe you're right." With a playful smirk, she adds, "Still not used to you telling me to take a break, but I kind of like it." My chest rumbles in quiet laughter. "Your well-being matters more than code, always." Evening approaches, painting the corridor in soft amber light. The facility quiets, staff trickling out for overdue rest. My thoughts drift to the ephemeral hush we found the night before the final assault, and the new hush that follows this day's victory. No immediate crises. For once, we can just be us. Reese sets aside the tablet, expression turning contemplative. "Dominic, earlier I was so sure you'd discard me after everything." My heart twists, guilt rising. "I'm sorry you even thought that." She shakes her head quickly, eyes earnest. "No, it wasn't your fault. It was me. I've never believed someone could want me for more than my code. But you proved me wrong. Again and again." A tremor rocks her voice. "I need you to know I want to stay, not just as a coder, but as your partner. If you'll still have me, once the building's fixed and the dust settles." I swallow, overcome. "God, yes," I say, almost breathless with relief. "More than anything." She exhales in something like a laugh, tears shining. Then she slides into my arms twining around my neck. I capture her mouth in a slow, tender kiss, letting the corridor's half-light and the distant hum of reconstruction fade. The taste of her lips mingles with relief, the quiet acceptance that we no longer have to hide or fear. Our synergy has survived every bullet, every sabotage. The rest of our future should be easy by comparison. When the kiss ends, I rest my forehead against hers. "We'll rebuild," I whisper, echoing the vow. "And it won't just be the labs or gates we fix. We'll create a place that respects your brilliance, fosters trust, a place where no sabotage or doxing can thrive." Her eyes flutter shut, tears slipping down her cheeks. "Thank you, Dominic. You don't know how much that means." I stroke her hair, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. "I think I do, because it means the world to me too." Later, as we walk the corridor side by side, the overhead lights buzz, a testament to how the building still needs repairs. We pass a group of junior techs who pause to salute Dominic, then offer shy smiles to Reese. She nods back, unguarded for once, acceptance shining in her eyes. They see her as the hero who saves us from infiltration meltdown, not the traitor. Finally, every step reaffirms the sense that the emotional rift I feared, her plan to leave, is fading. Yes, there will be stares, rumors about the CEO and the exonerated coder who've become inseparable. But I feel no shame. We've earned the right to face the world openly, forging a synergy that redefines Vanguard's future. In a small lounge near the reactivated VR pods, we pause for water, leaning against a battered countertop. Her gaze lingers on me, a mixture of fondness and lingering vulnerability. Do you think we'll ever truly put Hanson's sabotage behind us? I consider the question, sipping water that tastes faintly metallic. It'll take time. The staff is jumpy. Emmett's presence is a reminder of how close we came to meltdown. But every day we prove ourselves, build something better. That memory fades. Then I brush a thumb across her cheek. And every day, you prove you're more than just infiltration skills. You're a partner who shapes the vision. She smiles, a trembling smile full of hope. I want that. I want to be known for building something unstoppable in a good way. My lips twitch in a small grin. Then let's do it. At that, she looks around the lounge, walls riddled with bullet holes, wires dangling from broken panels. The faint, acrid stench of burnt circuits still lingers. We have a lot of work, she says, half laughing. I smirk, slipping an arm around her middle. Yeah, but we've handled worse, right? She leans into me, eyes bright with emotion. True, we overcame sabotage, doxing, armed raids, kill switches. Rebuilding a building is child's play. Our laughter echoes softly in the space, the tension of days melting into a shared optimism. No more sabotage overshadowing us, no more condemnation. Night falls once again, the battered facility dim under emergency lighting, yet no alarms blare. The staff who remain drift off to sleeping quarters, leaving the corridors quiet. I escort Reese to a newly cleared bunk area separate from the command wing, not the cold lab corner she once hid in. We pause outside the door, the hush accentuating the pounding of my heart. She glances up, half smile curling her mouth. You're free to come in, you know, she murmurs, warmth dancing in her eyes. No infiltration meltdown to stop us from focusing on other things. My chest heats, desire stirring. I'd like that, I say softly, but only if you're sure. I don't want to. She places a finger over my lips, eyes shining with tenderness. I'm sure, Dominic. No more second guessing. We're equals in this. Tears threaten again, though I fight them down. She's exonerated, I'm proven loyal, and we choose each other. I manage a small nod, swallowing hard. Then she opens the door, the bunk room revealing a modest bed, a single lamp. We step inside and she clicks the door shut. The lamp's glow casts a soft halo around us, turning the battered bunk into something intimate, a refugee from the chaos outside. Slowly she turns to me, letting her fingers slip into mine. No meltdown, no sabotage or bullets, she whispers, half laughing at the absurd relief. It feels unreal. I brush a stray curl from her forehead, marveling at how exhaustion and triumph mingle in her expression. Then let's make it real, I murmur, voice raw with emotion. Let's choose peace, for once. She answers by rising onto her toes, pressing a gentle kiss to my lips. The sweetness of it eclipses any lingering tension. We stand on the other side of betrayal. A surge of gratitude and love sweeps me as she melts into my arms, deepening the kiss with unhurried confidence. Everything else fades, replaced by the quiet rustle of clothing, the hush of breath shared. This isn't a frantic collision born of fear or adrenaline. It's a testament to survival, to the vow we made in the war room earlier that day. Each touch anchors us in the knowledge that the emotional rift has closed. She isn't leaving. I'm not discarding her, and we have the future wide open. Much later, after we doze off in each other's arms, I wake to find her watching me in the lamp's glow, eyes steady. My heart clenches at the wave of affection that floods me. This is real, a second chance at calm. She murmurs, Dominic, thank you. For what? My voice comes out groggy, thick with contentment. For not letting me go. For proving I'm more than a scapegoat. For loving me when no one even believed me. A tear slides down her cheek and I kiss it away, a soft hum of assurance in my throat. "No thanks needed," I whisper. "I'm just damn grateful you stayed." She nods, snuggling closer. "Me too." So the night passes in rare stillness, punctuated only by the distant hum of repair crews. In the morning, the battered corridor outside her bunk feels less ominous, the bullet holes less grim. Because a new sense of unity permeates Vanguard. With Hansen gone, the final infiltration code dismantled, and Emmett forced to accept Reese's brilliance, we have no more illusions to hide behind. Sometime after daybreak, we emerge from the bunk, hands linked. A few staffers offer discreet smiles, relief in their eyes at the sight of us. No sabotage overshadowing the day, no suspicious glares. We part briefly to tackle separate tasks. I join Jace for a final security briefing with Emmett's men, while Reese coordinates with Miles and Reyes on advanced infiltration block updates. But every so often our gazes meet across the corridor, a silent exchange. We're doing this together. By midday, I find her in the VR wing calibrating a new infiltration test. She pauses when I approach, setting down a cluster of cables. "Dominic," she greets, voice warm. "Everything okay with Emmett?" I nod. He's still grumpy, but can't deny results. He gave us the green light to restructure the VR ops however we see fit. Her eyes gleam with excitement. "That means..." A grin tugs at my lips. "That means you're not just exonerated. You're in charge of re-engineering our infiltration protocols from scratch. Full creative control, Miss Monroe." A gasp escapes her, tears shining in her dark eyes. Slowly, she smiles, so radiant I feel my heart lift. "Finally, real trust," she whispers, half disbelieving. I reach for her hand, lacing our fingers. "You've more than earned it. This is your domain, your brilliance. I'll stand behind you every step, ensuring no sabotage or second-guessing tears it down." She squeezes my hand. "Thank you. I promise I won't let Vanguard or you down." My chest warms. Memories of everything we've overcome fueling a quiet sense of triumph. We stand at the brink of a new era, not overshadowed by betrayal, but guided by synergy and love. When we step out into the corridor, staff part around us, nodding respectfully to Reese, no trace of suspicion. My heart soars, a sense of rightness in each nod that recognizes her worth. She's overcome doxing, betrayal, sabotage, and bullets. Now no one dares question her place here. Finally, the redemption she deserves. "Ready for lunch?" I tease, noticing the hunger lines in her face. "You've been coding since dawn." She laughs, a musical sound that chases away the gloom. Food actually sounds amazing. We meander toward the cafeteria, battered as it is, arms occasionally brushing. Passing a half-burned corridor, she pauses, turning to me with a thoughtful expression. "Dominic, about us." My pulse stutters. "Yeah?" Her gaze softens. "I'm not planning to leave, but I don't want to be a hidden footnote in your life. This place has too many secrets. I want us to be open, if that's okay." Relief and warmth flood me. She's truly decided to stay. "That's more than okay," I say, voice low but certain. "I'm proud to stand beside you, personally and professionally." She exhales, eyes moist. "Then let's rebuild, proclaiming a new era that embraces synergy, not suspicion. Let the staff see us as we are." My only reply is to gently cup her cheek, leaning in for a soft kiss. A passing group of younger operators blush and look away, but I don't care. The time for secrecy has passed. When we break apart, she murmurs, "Thank you." I smile, heart brimming with everything unspoken. Love, loyalty, and the quiet triumph that we've conquered every shadow. Always. In that moment, the corridor no longer feels haunted by sabotage or betrayal. The bullet holes in the walls might remain for a while, but they stand as reminders of a war we win. Emmett might remain a prickly superior, but he can't deny the bond that anchors Vanguard's revival. As for the emotional rift we once feared, it's gone, replaced by a shared promise to face tomorrow hand in hand, forging a romance that thrives on trust no infiltration meltdown can destroy.
Hey there, audiobook listener. I'm sorry to say that this chapter isn't available because you're listening to the abridged version of this story. Why? Well, because YouTube has a time limit. And sadly, the full version, it ran a little too long. We didn't want to cut anything, but we had to trim a few chapters to stay within the allowed time. We did our best to keep the most important moments, so you still get the full experience. Just a little tighter. You can always get the full version from TylerWalker.com and get 40% off for the inconvenience with codes A40. Either way, we hope you enjoy this version of the story, and thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 25. Dominic. 3 months slip by in a haze of rebuilding, reorganizing and reaffirming what Vanguard can be without sabotage haunting every corridor. Even now, stepping onto the polished floors of our newly renovated VR wing, I almost can't believe the difference. Bright overhead lights, fresh paint covering bullet holes, and staff who no longer carry suspicion in their eyes. The transformation is both physical and emotional, a testament to how far we have come since the days of infiltration code and hidden traitors. I breathe in the scent of new wiring and cleaning solution, the hum of advanced consoles resonating beneath my boots. Gone are the days of scrounging for salvage parts. We have invested in a state-of-the-art VR system, carefully designed by both me and Reese. Together, just as we promise. I feel a flicker of pride. We forge this new era where synergy doesn't just apply to code and bullets, but to leadership itself. A cluster of staff mills around the VR pods, glancing up as I pass. Some offer friendly nods, others salute. I return the gestures with a respectful dip of my head, so different from the tension-filled stares of suspicion they once leveled at Reese. Now they recognize her brilliance, welcome her as a co-architect of Vanguard's future. That shift makes my chest warm with gratitude. Speaking of Reese, my gaze lands on her at the far end of the wing, where she stands with Jace, Reyes, and Miles. Even from a distance, the sight of her quickens my pulse. Dressed in a fitted uniform that highlights her lithe strength, her short hair partially tucked under a bandana she wears while debugging code. She is explaining something on a large display, half smiling as she gestures with animation. The staff around her watch wrapped, no trace of the old wariness. She is fully, undeniably in her element. I approach quietly, letting her finish. She is describing the new infiltration architecture that prevents any single user from unleashing meltdown code. Her voice carries confidence, though tempered by humility. No arrogance, just skill. Pride swells in my chest. She isn't just unstoppable, she has truly come into her own. Which means if a rogue subroutine tries to hijack the VR environment, the triple-auth gate slams shut, she concludes, tapping the final point on the display. No infiltration meltdown, no sabotage meltdown, not even a minor override. We have a failsafe to back up the failsafe. Jace whistles low, wearing a grin. Impressive, Red Spectre. Hard to believe we once had half the system compromised. Now it's bulletproof. A small flush tints Reese's cheeks. Well, I had help, she says, glancing around. Then her gaze slides to me, softening. But yeah, I'm proud of what we achieve. I step closer, clearing my throat with a smile. You should be. This place is leaps beyond what we had before Hansen's infiltration. I let my gaze linger on her, hoping she catches the admiration in my eyes. She lifts her chin, returning my look. In that instant, 1,000 shared memories spark. Late-night code sessions, frantic firefights, the stolen moments of intimacy that blossomed into something real. My mind drifts to the ring she wears, the small, dark metal band forged from the bullet that once threatened me. The ring that symbolizes our vow to stand side by side, personally and professionally. A wave of staff parts giving us space, though they shoot us warm, knowing smiles. It is no secret anymore that we have chosen each other, not just behind closed doors. Reese is my equal in leadership, and I am her unwavering partner in forging a new path. The staff understand that synergy has saved us from sabotage and helped us rebuild. They accept us. As the group disperses, heading off to finalize the next VR test run, Reese catches my elbow. "Dominic," she says, voice lower. "Can we talk somewhere private?" My heart thrums. "Of course." We slip into a small office that adjoins the VR wing, space once used for storage, now half cleared. A simple desk and a couple of chairs are all it contains. I close the door, turning to find her regarding me with a mix of determination and something like vulnerability. She fiddles with her bandana, then lets out a breath. "I want to say, after these months, after everything, I finally realize you see me. Like, really, see me, not as a tool, not as a scapegoat, but as a person worth standing beside." Her eyes shimmer with emotion. My chest tightens with fierce affection. "I do," I say softly, stepping closer. "I've always seen you as more than your code. Even when we fought, I recognized you were unstoppable, brilliant, and more than I deserved." A tiny laugh escapes her, but now I believe it. That's the difference. I used to think you might discard me once sabotage ended. But these months you kept me at your side, day in, day out, publicly acknowledging me as co-chief, telling staff how critical I am to the entire operation. That makes me realize I'm worthy. I'm chosen. You aren't using me. Emotion thickens my throat. I lift a hand, gently cupping her cheek. "I don't want you to doubt your worth again. You aren't just worthy. You're indispensable. To Vanguard, yes, but mostly to me." She leans into my touch, tears clinging to her lashes. "Thank you," she whispers. "I need to say it out loud. That I see your faith in me and I accept it. I won't run from it or sabotage it with my old fears." My own eyes prick with moisture. We overcome so much to get here. "You're free from those fears," I say, voice husky. "And we have a future to shape if you keep forging it with me." A trembling smile lights her face. "I will." We stand in silence for a breath, just absorbing each other's presence. Then, with a decisive nod, she clears her throat, composure returning. "So, the staff meeting is in an hour, right?" I smirk. "Yes, but I actually have a surprise planned. Something that involves you. Don't worry, it's not sabotage," I tease. She arches an eyebrow, curiosity sparking. "A surprise? Should I be concerned?" "Not at all," I say, pressing a playful kiss to her forehead. "Just show up at the central atrium after the meeting." An hour later, the entire staff of the VR League, some 200 operators, technicians, coders, and ex-military personnel, gathers in the newly refurbished central atrium. Gone are the bullet holes and scorch marks from past firefights. Instead, bright lights and polished floors greet us, a testament to the reconstruction that follows Hansen's fiasco. Reese stands near me in the front row, scanning the crowd with wide eyes. She has grown more comfortable commanding attention, but still seems startled by the sheer number of people who now regard her with respect. Jace, Reyes, and Miles flank us, shooting her encouraging smiles. They have grown to adore her as a leader and her unstoppable infiltration mind. I step onto a small dais, microphone in hand. The atrium hush settles, staff leaning in. My heart thuds. I planned this moment for weeks, a way to honor Reese's brilliance publicly. Clearing my throat, I let my gaze wander over the staff. 3 months ago, we nearly lose Vanguard to sabotage, infiltration meltdown, and armed raids, I begin, voice echoing in the quiet. We overcome it through synergy, code and ground tactics, trust and skill. Many of you fight bravely, but one person in particular saves us more times than I can count. I beckon Reese forward. She hesitates, cheeks flushing, but a gentle push from Jace has her stepping up beside me. The staff erupt into applause, scattered whistles and cheers. I can see her throat work, eyes glimmering with emotion. Once the noise dies, I continue. Reese Monroe, our co-chief of VR infiltration. Many of you once doubted her. Circumstances pinned sabotage on her shoulders, nearly drove her away. But time and again she proved her loyalty, her brilliance, and her devotion to saving lives. I want to publicly thank her. She isn't just an asset, she is a partner, an equal. Our VR League thrives because of her leadership. A roar of approval swells. Reese ducks her head, overwhelmed, tears bright on her cheeks. I set aside the microphone, taking her hand in mine. You've earned this recognition, Reese. No more hiding in the shadows. She swallows, blinking rapidly. Thank you, she manages, leaning into the microphone as the cheers subside. I never expect such acceptance, but I'm honored to serve as co-lead. Let's keep forging something unstoppable, ethically unstoppable, she adds, drawing laughter from the crowd. My grin stretches wide, heart pounding with pride. As the applause crescendos, I give her hand a squeeze, an unspoken question in my eyes. Ready for the next surprise? She gives me a questioning look, but I just smile and motion the staff to quiet. We let the staff meeting segue into more updates. New infiltration modules, security expansions, upcoming VR simulations. But all the while, the ring in my pocket weighs heavily. A ring that matches hers, forged from the same bullet fragments that once threatened us. I have had it crafted in secret, planning to propose an even deeper commitment. If we are partners in leadership, maybe it is time we become partners in every sense. A unique vow that recognizes we bridge code and command hearts and futures. Finally, as the meeting winds down and staff drift off, I step back onto the dais, beckoning Reese with me. She frowns slightly. Dominic? She murmurs. Another announcement? I nod, heart hammering. Jace smirks from the crowd, apparently having guessed what I am up to. I draw a shaky breath, turning to the staff who linger and to Reese, who stands beside me. All right, folks, I begin, forcing steadiness into my tone. One last order of business before we wrap up. Confusion ripples through the small remaining audience, most anticipating an official directive. Reese's brow knits with curiosity. Perfect. I face her, letting the hush envelop us. My hand drifts to my pocket, fingers closing around the ring. Her gaze follows the movement, eyes widening in realization. No turning back. Reese, I say softly, voice carrying across the cleared atrium. 3 months ago, we promised to rebuild Vanguard together as equals. We seal that vow with matching bullet-forged rings, symbolizing how we turn sabotage into synergy. Since then, we have grown into a partnership that extends beyond code and missions. We love each other, intimately and unashamed. She gasps, tears brimming, hand flying to her mouth. A hush falls, staff barely daring to breathe. My throat constricts with emotion. You said yes to forging a future here, but I want to ask something more. Something that cements our personal vow, not just our professional one. I drop to one knee, ignoring the bullet scars in the floor, and withdraw the second ring, a dark band that mirrors the one on her finger. The staff let out a collective intake of breath. My heart thunders, eyes locked on her tearful gaze. I want to share not just leadership, but a life. Reese Monroe, I whisper, voice shaky. Will you do me the honor of taking another step with me? To be my partner in all things officially, wholeheartedly. We can call it an engagement, a vow, a promise. Whatever name you choose, but I want the world to know we're linked, not just in code, but in love. Her tears spill. She lets out a soft, trembling laugh, overcome. For a heartbeat, fear flickers. Does she think it's too soon? Too intense? But her smile turns radiant, watery eyes shining with absolute devotion. Yes, she breathes, voice hoarse with emotion. Yes, Dominic. I want that. I want you, us, everything. A roar of applause and cheers erupts from the staff, echoing in the high-ceilinged atrium. My chest bursts with relief and joy. Carefully, I slide the ring onto her free hand, the metal band glinting. 2 bullet-forged rings. 2 hearts no sabotage can destroy. Laughing through tears, she pulls me upright. I gather her against me, ignoring the staff's delighted hoots, pressing a fierce kiss to her lips. The crowd's applause grows, some pounding the floor in celebration. My heart soars, mind dizzy with the realization. We overcome infiltration meltdown, bullets, betrayal, and code twisted to sabotage. Now we stand here, forging a life no adversity can overshadow. When the cheers die, Reese wipes her cheeks, still laughing. I thought we were just rebuilding a VR league, she manages, voice thick with tears. But you keep surprising me, King. I smirk, though tears prick my own eyes. I plan on surprising you for a long time, Miss Monroe, if that's all right with you. She grins through watery eyes, leaning close. Absolutely. The staff eventually disperse, many offering hugs or handshakes, some snapping impromptu photos. Jace gives me a playful punch on the shoulder, muttering a proud, "Attaboy," while Miles and Reyes exchange humored smirks, content to see the tension replaced by genuine celebration. Colonel Emmett is nowhere in sight, perhaps for the best, as his presence would only cast a bureaucratic shadow on our joyous moment. When the atrium finally clears, Reese and I linger, arms around each other, letting the euphoria settle. The newly installed overhead lights bathe the space in warm illumination, a stark contrast to the gloom that once haunted these halls. We truly forged something new. We stroll through the corridors, hands entwined, ring bands glinting in tandem. Each passing staffer offers a congratulatory nod or grin. Laughter bubbles between us, a sense of lightness we have earned. No sabotage meltdown overshadows us, no fear that one of us is cast aside. Eventually, we find ourselves in the corner rec lounge, the same spot where we once commandeered battered couches during the darkest days. Now it is refurbished, the bullet holes patched, the smell of fresh paint lingering. We settle on a new, more comfortable sofa, exhaustion and joy swirling in our veins. She settles against me, head on my shoulder, voice quiet. 3 months ago, I couldn't even imagine standing in front of staff without them suspecting me of sabotage. Now they cheer our engagement. It's surreal. I kiss her hair gently. You earn their trust by saving them over and over, and I give them no reason to doubt you. We overcome it all, side by side. She lifts her gaze, eyes still shining. I'm glad you proposed in front of them. It feels real. Final. Like you're unafraid to claim me in every sense. A wave of affection surges. I never want you to question my intentions, I murmur, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Besides, they already gossip about us, I tease. Might as well give them a reason to celebrate. She snorts a laugh, hiding her face against my chest. No more secrets, indeed. We sit in comfortable silence, letting the rec lounge's quiet hum envelop us. I think about the ring on her finger, the matching one on mine, how each is born from bullet fragments, once symbols of danger, now tokens of love and resilience. What is meant for harm becomes a vow. After a while, her voice emerges softly. So what do we call ourselves now, fiancé, partners, VR overlords? I chuckle. All of the above, maybe. We'll figure out the label, but the essence is we're in this for the long haul, heart to heart. She nods, a contented sigh escaping her. Heart to heart, she repeats, the corners of her mouth curving in a peaceful smile. I like that. We part briefly after that, each fielding last-minute tasks. The facility continues humming with final repairs, schedule updates, and new infiltration tests. But every time we cross paths, we exchange a knowing smile, the memory of that public proposal warming us like a shield against any lingering doubts. Our synergy has never been more apparent. Staff recognize we lead as a unit, one voice, one vision. That evening, the battered horizon turns gold with sunset. We regroup in the near-finished Vantage Lounge, a small upper-level space that once overlooked bullet-laden training fields. Now it provides a panoramic view of the yard, the new security fences, the silhouette of gates we have mended. The entire campus glows with fresh purpose. No sabotage meltdown, no infiltration overshadowing. Reese leans on the railing, ring glinting in the dying light. I join her, sliding a hand on her waist. She exhales, gaze flicking across the yard. 3 months ago, I'm sure I'd be running, a fugitive or worse. Now, I feel at peace, fully seen. Emotion constricts my throat. That's all I ever want for you, I murmur. For you to see you're valued, chosen, unstoppable, not as an asset, but as a partner. She turns to me, eyes brimming with unshed tears. Thank you for everything. A soft hush settles. Then she eyes me with a playful glint. So, fiancé, co-CEO, paramilitary war hero. What's next on your list of achievements, Mr. King? I chuckle, leaning in until our lips nearly touch. Rebuilding the VR League with you, hosting the biggest training simulations yet, ensuring no infiltration meltdown can ever threaten us again. Then maybe we plan a wedding, if you're up for that. She laughs, color flaring in her cheeks. A wedding, that's a big step. But I'm in if you are. I just never imagined my wedding location might be a half-reconstructed paramilitary base. Hey, we can find somewhere less bullet-riddled, I tease. But if you want to walk down the aisle between VR pods, I won't complain. Her laughter merges with mine, buoyant and free. The tension of old sabotage ghosts dissolves into affectionate banter about the future. We watch the sun dip below the horizon, hands entwined, hearts aligned. At last the sky darkens into twilight. She turns to me, voice husky. We should probably rest. Another busy day tomorrow, rewriting infiltration code and meeting with potential backers. I nod, chest glowing with love. We have a lifetime of busy days, forging synergy. Let's enjoy every minute. She presses a tender kiss to my lips, a promise that even in the quiet after war, our romance thrives. Yes, she whispers, we will face it all, together. As we descend the lounge steps, arms around each other, I marvel at the ring shimmering on her finger, bullet metal repurposed into love. A perfect metaphor for us, forging hope from destruction. The staff who pass us wear content smiles, no rumors or fear, only acceptance that we have found something real, and soon she will become my wife. So ends another day in the new Vanguard, a place no longer stained by sabotage, but strengthened by our bond. We walk side by side through the corridors, unafraid of shadows, unashamed of what we have built. Because we choose each other in the aftermath, forging a love unstoppable as any infiltration code we ever write, unstoppable as the synergy that saves us time and time again.
Chapter 26. Reese. It is 4 months to the day since Dominic slides that bullet-forged ring onto my finger, and we announce ourselves to the entire Vanguard staff as partners, equals, and yes, soon to be married. Even now, as I stand in front of a mirror in a quiet antechamber, adjusting the delicate lace of my wedding dress, I can't quite believe we are here. No infiltration code to debug, no sabotage meltdown overshadowing us. No Colonel Emmett hovering with scowls of suspicion. Just a day, a life entirely ours, free from fear. A faint knock sounds at the door. My heart lurches. It must be time. Jace, wearing a neat suit, sticks his head in. His usual grin softens with genuine affection. Hey, you ready? The ceremony's about to begin. I take one last look at my reflection. A woman in a simple ivory gown, short hair styled in soft coils, the bullet-forged ring sparkling on my left hand. My heart still hammers with nerves. I never think I'd wear a wedding dress, let alone in a refurbished paramilitary base, but here I am, proving that even battered corridors can transform into a place of celebration. I'm ready, I manage, swallowing the flutter of excitement. Let's do this. Jace offers an arm, and I let him lead me out of the makeshift dressing room and into the corridor. Soft guitar music drifts from further down the hall, accompanied by the scent of flowers shipped in from a local nursery. We have managed to decorate the once bullet-riddled atrium with white drapes and fresh bouquets, an almost magical transformation that defies the building's haunted past. Staff turned friends volunteer to help, eager to celebrate the union that caps off months of reconstruction. As we walk, Jace leans in, murmuring, "You look beautiful, Red Spectre. Dom's gonna lose his mind when he sees you." Heat rises to my cheeks, a mix of nerves and happiness. Thanks, Jace, for everything. You, Reyes, Miles, you never gave up on me. His grin turns teasing, though warmth shines in his eyes. You prove all of us right, over and over. Now get out there and tie the knot with that unstoppable war hero CEO of yours. My heart flutters again and I nod, letting him guide me into the main atrium. The sight that greets me steals my breath. Where once the atrium's walls displayed scorch marks and bullet holes, now they are adorned with gauzy white drapes, twinkling lights, and large arrangements of pale roses. Dozens of chairs face a simple altar, a small stage with an arch woven from fresh vines and delicate blooms. Beneath that arch stands Dominic, wearing a tailored navy suit, looking both powerful and strangely vulnerable at the same time. He no longer wears any armor or weapon, just that unwavering presence I have come to love. My heart jolts at the awe in his eyes as he turns to see me. For a moment, everything else fades. The gathering, Jace's supportive grip on my arm. All I see is Dominic, broad shoulders relaxed, lips parted in a trembling smile. He is beautiful, I think, tears stinging my eyes. This man who once carried the weight of sabotage and betrayal on his back now stands poised to vow forever with me in front of our entire staff. Wiping at a tear, I let Jace lead me down the aisle. Soft music floats in from a corner where a few staffers with guitar and violin play a gentle melody. On the edges of my vision, I glimpse Reyes and Miles in clean suits, Emmett standing stiffly but with a polite, if grudging, nod, and a sea of familiar faces. Friends who fought alongside us, coders who idolize my infiltration skill, ex-military who admire Dominic's leadership. Each face shines with joy, a reflection of how this wedding represents more than just two people uniting. It is a final affirmation that out of chaos, a new family has formed. When Jace and I reach the altar, Dominic steps forward, offering his hand. I release Jace's arm, heart in my throat, and place my palm in Dominic's. His warmth envelops me, a silent promise that I am safe, loved, chosen. He leans in, voice hushed. You look breathtaking. My cheeks burn, tears threatening again. You're not so bad yourself, I whisper, letting out a shaky laugh. The officiant, a local clerk who volunteers for the ceremony, clears his throat gently, smiling at us. Dearly beloved, he begins. We gather to celebrate the union of two extraordinary souls, Reese and Dominic, who find each other amid turmoil and discover a love that overcomes sabotage, bullets, and doubt. Today, they pledge to share their lives in partnership. A collective sigh of anticipation ripples through the audience. Dominic's grip on my hand trembles slightly, as if even he, the unshakable war hero, is undone by this moment. I squeeze back, silently whispering, I love you. He mouths the same phrase, eyes bright with emotion. When it is time for vows, Dominic speaks first, voice resonating through the hush. Reese, from the moment I recognize your brilliance, through the doxing, sabotage, near brushes with death, I learned that synergy isn't just a code word. It's a bond that saves us time and again. You teach me vulnerability isn't weakness. It's strength that lets me trust and love without reservation. I promise to stand beside you, never overshadow you, always respect and protect you. I love you and I choose you forever. Tears blur my vision. He sees me, truly sees me. The crowd sniffles collectively, staff exchanging watery smiles. I inhale, heart pounding, and begin my vows, voice thick with emotion. Dominic, you find me when I hide behind code and distance, never trusting anyone. You show me that love can be unstoppable in ways sabotage can't touch. You believe in me even when no one did. It was us against the world. Today, I vow to be your partner in every sense, leading side by side, forging a future that embraces honesty, synergy, and hope. I love you with all that I am. A chorus of sighs and muffled cheers arises. Dominic brushes a tear from my cheek, lips curved in a trembling smile. The officiant asks for the rings. We keep our bullet-forged bands, but for the wedding, we add a slender platinum ring each to symbolize a fresh start that complements the old vow. Jace hands Dominic my ring, Reyes stepping up with Dominic's. My chest flutters as the cold metal slides onto my finger. This is it, another vow layering onto the bullet-forged promise we already share. The officiant beams, voice warm. By the power vested in me by the local authority, and by the trust and synergy you have displayed, I pronounce you husband and wife. You may seal it with a kiss. Laughter and applause break out, and Dominic wastes no time. He pulls me closer, pressing our lips together in a tender, lingering kiss. The world blurs with tears and cheers, and I feel like all the struggles, doxing, sabotage, bullets, lead us here, to this bright moment. We part breathless, audience whooping in delight. I'm his wife, he's my husband. The final barrier dissolves, my heart soars. The ceremony flows into a modest reception in the courtyard, newly paved and ringed with potted plants. Staff wearing suits over their usual tactical gear mill about, sipping punch or local wine, plates of catered food balanced in their hands. A makeshift dance floor has been set up near the far end, lit by strings of fairy lights. The entire mood is celebratory. No infiltration meltdown overshadowing, nor security jitters. Just laughter, music, and an undercurrent of relief that we have finally come to a joyous place. We circulate, greeting friends and well-wishers. Emmett offers a curt handshake, grudging respect in his eye. Congratulations, he mumbles, clearly unused to such warmth. But it is enough. Jace teases us relentlessly about honeymoon plans, somewhere not riddled with bullet holes, we assure him. Reyes gives a stoic nod, but the glimmer in his eyes says he is happy for us. Miles insists on giving a toast, awkwardly clearing his throat and declaring, "No infiltration meltdown can stand against these two. The rest of us can only aim to keep up." That draws laughter and raised glasses, and a flush rises in my cheeks at the recognition. Dominic and I dance slowly beneath the lights, ignoring the stares, simply soaking in each other's presence. My cheek rests against his shoulder, one hand interlaced with his. The gentle sway of the music lulls me into a state of peaceful contentment I never imagined possible inside Vanguard's walls. We make it. We survive. And we're together in every sense. By the time the festivities wind down, stars glitter overhead, and the staff trickle away to their quarters, or back to final shifts. Dominic leads me through the corridors, this time lined with flickering lamps, not bullet scars. Until we reach a small suite we prepare for the wedding night. It is barely more than an upgraded bunk room, but we do our best. Plush bedding, soft lights, a vase of fresh roses. Romantic in the simplest, most heartfelt way. He closes the door behind us, the latch clicking in the hush. My heart pounds anew, a blend of excitement and tenderness. We have been intimate before, but tonight is different. There is a gentle solemnity in the air, an acknowledgement that this is our wedding night, the start of our life as husband and wife. He turns to me, eyes lit with a quiet awe. "Hello, Mrs. King," he teases softly, stepping close enough that I feel the warmth of his body through my dress. A giggle escapes me, nerves dancing in my stomach. "Mrs. King," I repeat, letting the unfamiliar name settle on my tongue. I guess that's me. He brushes a curl from my forehead, voice husky. "I love you, Reese King. More than code, than synergy, and more than I ever think I could love anyone." Tears prick my eyes again. "I love you too, Dominic," I whisper, leaning in to press a tender kiss to his lips. The static charge of all we endure lingers between us, fueling the slow burn of desire that thrums under the surface. Tonight we let go of fear, sabotage, all the chaos. We choose only each other. He catches my waist, deepening the kiss until my toes curl against the floor. My hands slide up to cradle his neck, feeling the tension in his muscles melt as we sway in the hush. The honeyed lamp glow casts dancing shadows on the walls, reminding me of the bullet-laden past. Yet we are forging new memories in this same compound, painting them with love instead of violence. We part for breath, foreheads touching. Tonight, no staff interruptions, no infiltration meltdown calls. He murmurs, voice thick with relief. "Just you and me." I nod, heart skipping. "I want that," I say, voice trembling with emotion. "I want you." He answers by guiding me toward the bed, hands gentle on my waist. The sense of ritual in undressing each other, piece by piece, carries extra weight. Like each button releases a shared burden. My wedding dress slips off, revealing the vow in bullet-forged metal shining on my finger. He sheds his suit jacket and shirt, bearing old scars that once told stories of sabotage and betrayal. Now I see them as part of him, the man I love, who survives countless battles to reach this moment with me. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I drift into a peaceful doze, lulled by his heartbeat. The memory of soft laughter from the wedding reception echoing in my mind. This is my wedding night, with the man who once towers behind a paramilitary empire, but now towers in my heart. I smile sleepily at the thought. 1,000 battles rage to bring us to this calm. 1,000 kisses seal our bond. Tomorrow, we wake to another day of synergy, leading the VR League side by side, forging infiltration code that guards lives, not threatens them. But tonight, we claim each other fully, with no illusions left to break. I am nearly asleep when I feel his fingertips grazing my cheek. "Reese?" he murmurs, voice a warm hush. "Mm-hmm," I reply, half-lidded eyes, content. A smile touches his lips, audible in his tone. "Thank you for saying yes to everything." I press a lazy kiss to his collarbone. "Always," I whisper, heart brimming with love. "Always, Dominic." In the comfortable silence of the wedding night, we let that vow echo, binding us more surely than any sabotage or infiltration code can ever tear apart.
Chapter 27. Dominic. 2 years have passed since the day Reese and I exchanged vows amid the newly rebuilt Vanguard halls. 2 years since the final sabotage meltdown is replaced by the hum of advanced VR expansions. The facility itself glows now with a vibrancy I never think possible. Every corridor painted and polished, state-of-the-art tech in place of bullet-riddled consoles. We transform a battlefield into a thriving league of coders, operatives, and synergy so seamless that it still takes my breath away. But it isn't just Vanguard that changes. We change too. Marriage hasn't slowed Reese's unstoppable brilliance. If anything, it magnifies it. She takes the VR infiltration frameworks she pioneers and refines them into the gold standard for paramilitary training across multiple agencies. I watch her evolve from a once-shadowed coder haunted by doxing and betrayal into a confident co-commander who walks these corridors with her chin up, bullet-forged ring glinting. And every day I thank the universe that she says yes, that we forge our future, heart to heart. Now, standing in the sleek new atrium, I find myself grinning as I survey the hustle of morning operations. Staff drift between VR pods, reading code metrics or checking on new infiltration simulations. Jace leads a group in an advanced scenario briefing, while Miles oversees safety protocols, Ray is quietly assisting. Everywhere I look, acceptance and respect shine, a far cry from the suspicion that once tainted these halls. Reese shatters that suspicion long ago with her unerring skill and open leadership. I slip my hands in my pockets, scanning for my wife. Wife, even 2 years later, the word sends a pulse of warmth through me. She's supposed to meet me here to finalize some schedules, but typical Reese. She vanishes into a code vortex if a new infiltration subroutine catches her eye. Better go find her. I stroll through the labyrinth of VR stations, greeting staff who beam at me with casual familiarity. Gone are the days of stiff salutes. After all we weather, we become a family rather than a rigid hierarchy. Yet despite the bustle, there is no sign of Reese. Checking the time on my watch, I frown. She rarely misses a scheduled meeting, especially one she herself proposes. Jace ambles by, balancing a portable console under one arm. I catch his attention with a wave. "Hey, you seen Reese? She says she'd meet me in the atrium." He shrugs. Not in the last half hour. Might have ducked into the underground lab. His grin turns teasing. You know her if she gets a code idea. Everything else vanishes. I chuckle, nodding. Thanks. With that, I walk down the corridor toward the underground labs, the same hidden spaces we once used to unmask sabotage. Only now, they brim with creative design and experimental VR infiltration projects. Typically, I find her buried in code, unleashing that fierce brilliance. I can't wait to see what she's cooking up this time. But as I navigate the steps, I find them oddly quiet. No hum of active VR pods, no chatter of staff. My brow creases. Strange. The overhead lights are dimmed for reasons unknown. I press on, passing a series of closed doors, each labeled for different experimental modules. Finally, I spot a faint glow spilling from Lab C's doorway. The hush feels almost reverent, as if the lab is holding its breath. Inside Lab C, I find darkness pierced by the glow of a single console at the center. No staff, no beeping machines, just Reese's figure silhouetted against the screen. My pulse quickens, an inexplicable flutter in my chest. What's she doing alone with all the lights off? Reese, I call softly, stepping forward. She turns, the faint luminescence catching her profile, smile curving her lips. There is something secretive, almost playful in her eyes that makes my stomach flip. That's new. Dominic, she greets, voice low. I'm glad you find me. I'm finishing a private project. I arch an eyebrow. A private project you couldn't share with your co-commander? I tease, hooking my thumbs in my belt. Care to enlighten me? She motions to the console, eyes glinting with excitement. Come see, you'll understand better if you run this VR scenario with me. My curiosity flares. A scenario? Are we rewriting infiltration subroutines? She just smiles enigmatically. Trust me. And then she presses a key and the main VR display flickers to life. A minimal interface reminiscent of the honeypot traps we used years ago, but gentler somehow. A single prompt glows. Press enter to begin. Despite the swirl of questions in my mind, I oblige, stepping close to the console. Our shoulders brush, sending a comforting ripple through me. Whatever she's planned, it's clearly important. I press enter. The screen goes black, then lines of code scroll by, forming words that glow in sequence. Welcome to the final infiltration of Dominic King's heart. Parsing synergy. Parsing love. Parsing next chapter. My heart skips. This is definitely personal. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Reese biting her lip, clearly giddy and nervous. On screen, more lines appear. Encrypted message decoding. Input variable joy. Output variable. Then the code rearranges, displaying an ASCII diagram shaped like a heartbeat wave embedded with question marks. My pulse hammers, reading each line with growing excitement. What is she unveiling? Finally, the text settles on. Dominic, we've built unstoppable infiltration methods together, turned sabotage into synergy. Now, I want to code a new future with you. Run, family.x. A hot prickle courses up my spine. Family.x. My gaze darts to Reese, heart stuttering in realization. Is she? She nods, tears brimming in her eyes. My chest squeezes, breath catching. Slowly, I press Y. Another message scrolls, running family.x. Successful. Program loaded. P.S. I'm pregnant. My jaw drops. Pregnant. The word hangs in the air, bright as a neon sign. My stomach flips, a swirl of shock, joy, disbelief coursing through me. She's pregnant? Reese, I croak, turning to face her fully. Where are we? A tear slips down her cheek, but her smile glows like the console's light. Yes, she whispers, voice trembling with happiness. I find out a few days ago. Confirm it this morning. I want to tell you in a way that honors who we are. Code is how we first connect, how we overcome sabotage. Her breath catches. And now, we get to create a family if you want that. Emotion crashes over me like a wave. I let out a shaky laugh, stepping forward to wrap my arms around her waist. Are you kidding? I breathe, tears pricking my own eyes. Of course I want that. I want everything with you, Reese. A home, a future, a child, oh God! The reality sinks in, overwhelming. We are going to have a child. She lets out a relieved laugh, tears rolling freely. I'm so nervous about your reaction. I shake my head fervently, pulling her close until our foreheads touch. Nervous? Reese, I'm over the moon. You have no idea how happy this makes me. My voice cracks with raw emotion. We overcome infiltration, meltdown, betrayal, war. Now we are bringing new life into this world. She clings to my shoulders, burying her face against my chest. I cradle her carefully, conscious of the precious life forming inside her. So we're really doing this, she whispers, voice muffled by my shirt. A child raising them here, maybe? She lets out a watery laugh. Never think I'd say that about a paramilitary VR league, but it's our home. My heart soars, joy saturating every cell. Yes, I murmur, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. We'll make a corner of Vanguard into a safe haven, or we'll find a place off-site if you prefer. Either way, our child will know synergy from day one. She laughs again, watery but blissful. They'll probably be hacking code by age 3. I beam at the idea, imagining a tiny version of us clacking on a kiddie keyboard, forging infiltration subroutines just for fun, Or maybe they'll be more into the paramilitary side. The future feels wide open, brimming with possibilities that make my chest tighten with gratitude. For several heartbeats, we simply stand there wrapped in each other, the console behind us shining with that final line. P.S. I'm pregnant. Eventually, I laugh. We should share the news with Jace, Reyes, Miles. Maybe not Colonel Emmett just yet, but definitely our friends. She pulls back, eyes bright. You sure you want to do it now? We could keep it to ourselves for a while. I cradle her face, pressing a tender kiss to her lips. No reason to hide. This place is our family, too. They'll celebrate just like they did our wedding. Tears slip down her cheeks, but they are tears of joy. Right. I wipe them gently, heart brimming. Unless you'd rather wait. It's your body. Your call. She shakes her head, a soft smile curving her mouth. No, let's tell them. I want to see the looks on Jace's and Miles's faces when they realize they'll be uncles by proxy. A wave of happiness courses through me. Our child will have so many protectors. So much love. We can figure out details later, like how we adapt the VR schedule or the living arrangements. But for now, let's celebrate. She nods, eyes shining. Yes, celebrate. Then maybe we can think about building a proper little home. Whether it's inside Vanguard or nearby so we can keep running ops, but also have a place of our own. My throat tightens with emotion. Sounds perfect. We leave the lower-level lab hand in hand, the console still glowing with her coded message. Staff in the corridor throw us polite nods, unaware of the bombshell news we carry. My chest thrums with exhilaration. We're having a baby. The idea jolts me every time I repeat it in my head, like a miracle after all the sabotage and bullets. Finding Jace and Reyes in a side lounge, we exchange conspiratorial smiles before blurting the news. Jace's eyes go wide. Reyes' stoic mask cracks into a rare grin. And soon Miles, passing by, nearly drops his kid in shock. Their congratulations echo, laughter blending with the hum of VR pods. We find ourselves hugging, high-fiving, tears shining in every corner. Staff trickle in, each wave of well-wishers adding to a swelling tide of joy. It feels like our wedding day all over again, but with a new layer of meaning. Colonel Emmett eventually appears in the background, arms folded, trying to maintain his stiff demeanor. But even he offers a solemn nod, presumably acknowledging that if we can unify this paramilitary league, maybe raising a child here isn't so far-fetched. I catch his brief flash of a wistful smile before he retreats. Perhaps even Emmett sees the hope this child represents. As the excitement ripples through the building, I watch Reese glow under the attention. For once, she doesn't shy away or worry about being scapegoated. Her eyes shine with confidence and acceptance. She fully believes she's seen, worthy, chosen, the fear of being cast aside finally exercised by the unstoppable bond we have built. When the commotion calms, we slip away from the crowd, heading outside into the refurbished courtyard. The sky stretches clear, a gentle breeze rustling the perimeter fences. We pause near the gate where bullet holes once pocked the metal, now smoothly repaired, newly painted. The setting sun bathes us in gold, reminiscent of the day we overcome sabotage meltdown. But now we aren't just forging synergy, we are forging a family. Reese gazes at me, wonder in her dark eyes. 2 years ago, if someone tells me I'd be here, pregnant with the VR paramilitary CEO's child, co-leading a league, I'd have laughed in their face. I wrap an arm around her waist, pressing a kiss to her temple. I would have said the same if they told me I'd find love in the unstoppable coder once framed for sabotage. But here we are, rewriting everything. She laughs softly, resting a hand over her abdomen. Our child will grow up seeing synergy as normal. Two parents who overcame infiltration meltdown to prove that trust and love can be unstoppable too. My chest glows with warmth. They'll have the best mother in the world. Fierce, brilliant, unstoppable. I'm honored to stand beside you in this next chapter. Her lips part in a tender smile, tears glimmering. And the best father, she whispers, stepping closer until our bodies press together under the setting sun. If you hadn't believed in me, none of this would exist. Not this league, not us, not our baby. No, if you hadn't braved sabotage and bullets, forging that infiltration synergy, none of it would exist. We build this together. She nods, tears trailing down her cheeks. Then, with gentle reverence, she lifts her face for a kiss. I lean in, letting the warmth of her mouth seal the unspoken vow. We face the darkest sabotage, overcome betrayals, bullets, and doxing, and emerge stronger, forging a new family in the heart of what once is a war zone. As the sun dips lower, casting the courtyard in soft twilight, we break the kiss, breath mingling. She places her palm against my cheek, a question shining in her gaze. Ready for tomorrow's infiltration test? Another chunk of coded defenses plus a baby on the way? A laugh bursts from me, equal parts relief and excitement. I am born ready, I say, gripping her hips gently, but never more than with you at my side. Her grin turns impish. Side by side, forever. That's the vow we make, right? I murmur an assent, pressing a final soft kiss to her lips. The ring on my finger, bullet metal repurposed, catches the last rays of daylight. We turn sabotage into synergy, infiltration meltdown into unstoppable love, and now we welcome new life. Hand in hand, we turn back toward the building, that place we once bleed to protect, now shining with hope. Staff part for us, with smiles, nods, well wishes. In every corner, a new generation of VR infiltration booms, anchored by the synergy we invent. In Reese's gentle hold, life stirs, a testament that from ruin can come creation, code redefined into a promise of the future. 2 years turn a paramilitary fortress into a home, a war-scarred CEO, and a once doxed coder into husband and wife, and now parents-to-be. As we step across the threshold, laughter spilling from the halls, we carry that promise within us, ready to code a brand new story, unstoppable, unafraid, and unfolding breath by breath in the place we build together.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.